We're going to go live early, people, because I believe there's already something to watch. Why, yes, there is. Look at this. Okay, you don't see what I'm looking at. I hear stuff, and you don't see it, so I just look crazy. Here. Oh, looky, looky. I think we've got a hearing going on, people. That's Nathan Wade right over... Wait a minute, hold on. That guy right... I'm going to reach under the table. There, I'm tickling him right now. That's Nathan Wade on the bottom right. Who do we have here? Let's see who the players are, people. Okay, there's a lawyer. I can't see too good, man. I gotta take my glasses off. All right, so hold on. What we'll do right here. Until... Oh! Who's that? That's Nathan Wade. It's a nice-looking suit. I wonder how much that suit cost. I don't judge. He's entitled to wear nice clothing. Okay, let's see here who we got. Good morning, everybody. Hold on, the dog needs to go. Dramatic zoom. Okay. Dramatic zoom 2. We're looking at you. Oh, this is gonna be fantastic. Get that out of there. This is gonna be fantastic, people. Well, look at my hair here. You might hear my stomach grumbling because I haven't eaten yet. Oh, I invented avocado egg salad. Dude, that's what I want to eat right now. Oh, Nathan Wade is looking awful comfortable. What are the pins? What are the pins, people? Let's pay attention to all the details. He's done a full Windsor. That's a beautiful knot in his tie. I don't like the pattern of the tie on the stripe on the checkered, but that doesn't matter. Who's that? Dog the Bounty Hunter's in the crowd, people. I don't know who that is. That's not nice. All right. Kind of does look like Dog the Bounty Hunter. So, good morning, everybody. For those of you who don't know, today we have the evidentiary hearing on Big Fani Willis's... It's not her motion to disqualify. It's Michael Roman's motion to disqualify. That, I believe, is Ashley Merchant, unless I'm not seeing properly. We've got an evidentiary hearing to determine if Big Fani Willis is going to get DQ'd from the Trump and other prosecution. Motion brought by Michael Roman under the tutelage esquireship of Ashley Merchant. Is that her? I can't see too good, Bill. Is that... That was a half Windsor? Damn it. I was going to say a full Boston. No, it was a full... The full dimple. Half Windsor. What's a full Windsor if that was a half Windsor? No, that's not Ashley Merchant. Where's Ashley? And I'll get the names of the lawyers as we do this. There are quite a few people streaming this today. This is like the good old days, people. I think Govea is streaming. Neerman is streaming. So good logic. Watching the watchers. And, okay, I love these dramatic zooms. Who's working the camera? This guy has seen some stuff in his life. It was at that moment that he began wondering, what have I done to end up here? Oh, my phone is texting. I'm going to put that on pause. All right, so let me just make sure that we're live everywhere. That's me. I hear myself in the background. Okay, that's good. So we're live on the tubes of the U. Are we live on the Rumbles? Is Trump going to attend, says Likimo. There was a rumor that he would. But man, if he does, I mean, he's got to come in with Secret Service. A bunch of other security issues might be very important. Are we live on Rumble? Why isn't it? Yeah, we are. Okay, good. Trump Champ says 19, and I'm going to make sure we're good on locals, and I'm probably going to pay a lot of attention to the chat on locals today. Here, I'm getting an ad for somebody pouring Chivas Crown Royal into their car on Rumble. Okay, we're live on Rumble. And vivabarneslaw.locals.com. Mighty Pest says we are live. Isaac David Waxman says good. And this is fantastic. Now we're going to see what the audio levels are like when they start having the hearing. It's Judge McAfee again. Oh yeah, we're going to look up who appointed Judge McAfee. Here guys, locals link right here, boom. I'll keep putting that out there periodically. Come on over to locals. We got a Diagolon in the house. I'm not using Rumble Studio today because I didn't know if I was going to invite a guest, and you can't share the screen easy enough with a guest. So I can only bring up chat highlighted chat from YouTube, unfortunately. Door S, what is this about? This is the evidentiary hearing to determine whether or not Fani Willis is in a conflict of interest in the persecution of the various RICO Trump defendants in the Trump indictment in Fulton, Georgia. Unfortunately, I can't share screen here because I'm already sharing a screen. But I pulled up an article from 5 months ago. You know what? Hold on. I'll show it. I'll show it while we're doing this because it's worth looking at what a difference 5 months makes. Here, hold on 1 second. I'll bring this up. Make sure my thing is there. Where is it, dude? I know I posted it. Here we go. This is it right here. Okay. So check this out. Stop screen. We'll come back to it. I hear it in the background, so I'll know if we're gonna go live. This was the article from the BB. No, this is from the Guardian. Look at. I mean, if ever I pose in such a pretentious, self-serving, self-aggrandizing way, I want the collective internets out there to like give me a digital butt slapping and say, "Viva, quit taking yourself so seriously." I don't think it'll happen, but who knows? I don't like posing for photos for that very reason. But this is Fani Willis standing in front of a library of books. Let me see what they are. Law books. Look at her. She's looking forlorn, solemn, like she understands her duties. Duties. This article's over 5 months old. He's going to be very surprised. Georgia DA Fani Willis prepares to face off with Trump. Legal watchers say the Fulton County District Attorney's entire career has prepared her for the prosecution of Donald Trump. And my goodness, has that aged badly? Because, yeah, maybe her entire career of being a corrupt hack of a political tool has, in fact, prepared her for this. Okay, let's go back to the hearing here. All right. It's a full courtroom. I do not see a Donald Trump in there. So if anybody knows the names of the players, because I'm not good with names, that might be Anna Cross. That, I think, was Anna Cross. Oh, Judge McAfee. Let's look that up while we're waiting. Georgia. Spell it properly. Georgia Judge McAfee. Who appointed? Was he elected? Okay, Governor Brian Kemp appointed McAfee State Inspector General. That doesn't answer the question.
Thank you all. Please
oh, I'm looking up the wrong. Is it Scott McAfee or is it John McAfee? What's his first name? Scott McAfee. Okay, so he was appointed by Brian Kemp, by the looks of it.
Ready to go?
Let me know if the audio. I'll go to Rumble locals. You'll tell me if the audio's good.
All right, we are on the record with 23 SC 18947.
This is like the Rittenhouse days, boys.
In a Romans motion to dismiss and disqualify filed January 8th, adopted and supplemented by several co-defendants. So, first, if we could have counsel for the record identify themselves, starting with the state, and then we'll go through the defendants in the listed order. So,
I'm excited here.
Good morning, Your Honor. I'm Anna Green Cross from the state.
I got Anna Cross, okay.
Good morning, Judge. Adam Abadi from the state.
I missed his name. Damn it.
Good morning, Your Honor. Andrew Evans for Nathan Wade.
Andrew Evans for Nathan Wade, okay. Nathan Wade, look at him, he doesn't get up for the judge.
And beginning with, from the order of, on the notice, with former President Trump.
Ooh. Good morning, Your Honor. Steve Sadell and Jennifer Little for President Trump, and he waives his presence at the hearing.
So
Thank
Trump's not coming.
Boo! Mr. Giuliani.
Alan Stock for Mr. Giuliani. He waived his presence as well.
Alan Stock for one of the other co-defendants.
Mr. Meadows.
Meadows?
Your Honor, Jim Durham on behalf of Mr. Meadows.
Okay, Meadows' attorney
Durham.
is doing it remotely.
On behalf of Mr. Clark.
Harry McDougall, Your Honor. Mr. Clark waives his appearance at the hearing.
Well, I believe we had Mr. Clark on the
And
channel.
Let me go back to Mr. Durham. Mr. Durham, does your client also waive his presence as well?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Did I catch that from Mr. Giuliani?
Yes.
Okay. All right. On behalf of Mr. Chile.
Their volume's a little low. Let me see if I can bring it up. I don't think I can bring it up. I'll take my volume down. Edits.
On behalf of Mr. Roman.
Roman.
Good morning, Dr. Ashley Merchant and John Merchant on behalf of Mr. Roman and
Ashley Merchant is killing.
Mr. Schaefer.
Good morning, Your Honor. Craig Gillen and Anthony Lake for Mr. Schaefer. Mr. Schaefer is present for.
I can lower my volume a little bit. I can't bring up the court
And Mr.
volume.
Floyd.
Unless I can.
Aaron McCullough on behalf of Mr. Floyd.
I can't, okay. I didn't
We
do...
also have Miss Latham.
Okay, guys, stop making me touch things here. Okay, so the defendants aren't showing up. I didn't see.
And
Did we see
get that,
Michael
Mr.
Roman?
McCullough also as well for Mr. Floyd? Just making sure. Okay, thank you.
Who was the former Speaker of the House that
Mr.
looks
Floyd
just
is
like
here.
that
Okay.
guy?
I see Mr. Floyd is present as well. All right.
Let's get started, people.
One more parent, Sandy Monroe, on behalf of the Fulton County District Attorney's Office.
All right.
I think we saw her remotely in the video that I put out the other day. New comments get to the bottom.
Anyone else present who believes they may need to be on the record or address any issue coming up in the proceeding?
Oh, Nathan Wade is in so much
Seeing
trouble,
none.
and he knows it.
Judge, I'm here, Dave Banks. I've been subpoenaed as a witness, but I also represent Chris Campbell.
Dude, this is going to be so much fun today. YouTube, let me know
All
if the
right.
chat,
Thank you, Mr. Banks.
if the audios are decent. I can't get it. No, it doesn't look like Newt Gingrich. It looks like the guy who was just removed from Speaker
All right,
of the
and
House.
sir, could we have you spell your name for the record?
First name B-I-M-A-L, last name C-H-O-P-R-A.
E-I-A-M-A-L? Amal. Okay, that's cool. Rumble, is the audio you can hear? And if
All
I
right, in
talk like this,
terms
it's not
of
too loud?
just a little housekeeping in terms of presenting the evidence.
Okay, let's hear it.
This morning, my thought was, as witnesses are called, this being Mr. Roman's motion, that counsel for Mr. Roman would be the first.
Kevin McCarthy, that
And
was it,
any
thank
witness
you.
that they call, then in order of the listed defendants, there would be the opportunity for additional direct or cross-examination, however you want to characterize it, and then the state on the tail end of that. So, with that, I will turn it over to Ms. Merchant. Is there anything that we would need to take up before calling the first witness?
Judge, we would invoke the rule of sequestration.
All right.
So expel the
So
witnesses
to that
while
end,
the others
pursuant to Rule
testify?
615, I would ask that any witnesses subpoenaed or expected to testify at the hearing today, that they should remain outside the courtroom until called, and they shouldn't discuss their testimony with
Or
any other
listen to
witness
it
or
live.
watch any kind of live proceeding or recording of the testimony until the evidence is
All right.
concluded, or they're excused from being called today.
Yep,
Are
don't
there
do
any
it.
exceptions to this rule?
None from the state.
Any from the defense?
No, thank you, Judge.
Okay, Mr. Abadi.
Yes, Your Honor. And prior to starting any testimony, the state would just like to address, I guess, the housekeeping matters, an issue to the court as it relates to what was represented during the previous hearing, as it relates to witness testimony.
He wants to
specifically
rectify what they
the
talked about?
testimony of the former law partner of
Brad.
Nathan Wade, that would be Mr. Terrence Bradley, and what what the state would like the court to understand and realize is that in preparation for this hearing, and speaking to witnesses and doing the additional research as it relates to the comments that were represented by counsel, specifically counsel for Mr. Roman, Ms. Merchant, that
Is he- what is he,
we've been able to
testifying for this
determine
guy?
that the claims that the defendant has asserted and did assert during the last hearing on Monday are not only legally meritless, but are factually unsupported.
Well, then get the guy to
by
testify.
Statements that Ms. Merchant made to the court, what I would say they're patently false.
Then get the guy to
They
testify.
are egregious misrepresentations of what is believed that Mr. Bradley would say or even know.
Then get him to
What I would
testify and
bring
prove
to
it.
the court's attention in my
Dude, be
speaking
quiet
with
and quit testifying.
Defense counsel for Mr. Bradley, Mr. Chopra, is that any knowledge of anything he would have would be protected under the attorney-client privilege. He would assert that, and that privilege has not been waived by Mr. Wade. More importantly, the representation was made to the court that Ms. Merchant spoke to Mr. Bradley.
Dude,
and
just
Mr.
get the guy to
Bradley
testify.
represented
What are you
that he had
doing here?
firsthand knowledge from speaking to the several witnesses that he would be able to impeach with the statements she
Okay,
represented.
the judge is being very
that there was
patient,
a
but this guy's gonna say,
relationship prior to
why are you
Mr. Wade
testifying?
being appointed special prosecutor, and that there was issues with cohabitation that he would be able to directly impeach.
This guy's about as
those
confident
witnesses.
as a 12-year-old
That is patently
kid.
false. In speaking with Mr. Chopra.
Oh, it's false.
Those are misrepresentations that are not true. They are for the purpose of harassment and undue burden to the
fair enough.
district
Okay.
attorney. And we'd asked to renew our motion to quash, and the only hearing we should be having to the hearing as it relates to sanctions for the defense counsel's.
Do I
lack
pause
of
this and
candor that's
explain what the hell-
required by not only statutory law, the professional rules of responsibility, in case law. And we asked that we move into a hearing that is related to the sanctions due to the misrepresentation and flagrant falsehoods that have been spread throughout the world.
Shut your
in
face,
an effort
lawyer.
to
Get Bradley to
protect this
testify.
case and to keep it from moving forward.
Ah! Well, the judge heard you on Monday, and he said no.
That's our request.
That's your request. You just
Small matter of
testified.
housekeeping.
Yes.
All right. Ms. Merchant.
You just testified for someone who didn't testify yet.
First, the witnesses haven't been sequestered, so I just ask that they be sequestered before we argue this or have any more.
Yeah. Oh, thanks for. They hadn't been sequestered yet. Good.
Under subpoena, that
Let's start there.
Get the witnesses out of the room.
Mr. Body.
Well, I would agree when testimony starts that the rules of sequestration would require Mr. Wade to leave, but that we haven't started testimony. This is argument.
No, you
Counsel
started
takes
testimony,
every
dude.
right to be sitting at the table.
For and on behalf.
Okay. Ms. Merchant.
let's hear from some witnesses, Judge. Let's actually hear some sworn testimony under oath.
Yeah, good.
I have made proffers, and it just seems like all we're going to get is objection after objection because
And speaking testimony from the objecting attorney.
doesn't want the truth to come out in front of the court. This is a very important issue, and we need to have witnesses. I have a good faith basis. Learn I have a good faith basis, and Mr. Bradley is not my only witness to this good faith basis. It is just happens to be the evidence I proffered at the hearing when the state first tried to keep all of the other witnesses off the stand. I was forced to proffer certain testimony to get over the hurdle to refute their motions to quash. I did that. I used Mr. Bradley's testimony to do that.
Like, what's
He is not the
okay?
only
Let
witness that can
get
say
Bradley up to
there's
testify that he knows nothing, that they're slanderous accusations, and that'll be it.
First
What's this
witness
lawyer
that was
testifying
called
for him for?
Yuri, Not Mr. Bradley. No privilege issues. Let's start with her.
Look at this guy. He's gonna poop his pants right now. He's holding it in.
Additional argument or matters to be brought up. Do we want to do it like I could stand up and with relation to what's just been said?
This guy hasn't got a mic, so it's not gonna get.
Or you want to hear Ms. Merchant at this point? I just need to know the court's protocol on that.
Sure. So I think at this point, we just need to take these issues one at a time. And as you've joined the motion, I think defense counsel would have the opportunity to weigh in. But again, at any point, if I'm just hearing the same thing over and over again from each separate defense counsel, I'm going to reserve the right to say thank you.
I appreciate that.
All right.
I only ask for the opportunity to be heard on the invocation of the.
Ooh, this one- hold on.
The burden being on the individual raising the privilege to prove that a privilege in fact was in existence before we get to simply just a claim. That's what I asked for.
Sure. Understood. So, Ms. Merchant, I do want to put it back to you, though. The issue raised by the state this morning is that essentially, as I would summarize it, the good faith basis that you did put forward on Monday did not exist, right? So why wouldn't we start with Mr. Bradley and see where we go from there?
Judge, the
Sounds
good faith
good.
basis does exist. So you
Oh,
basically
maybe
have them
this.
saying it's not true and me saying it's not true. So we both, they think they have a good faith basis. I think I have a good faith basis. I have a
I'm
huge
just
good
looking to
faith
see if I can
basis
find a
for
better
everything
one
that
that
I
has
say
better
in the
audio.
motion. That's going to come out. The reason I don't want to call Mr. Bradley first is for hearsay objections, quite frankly. And normally we don't have to disclose how we're going to present
Okay, I
evidence.
got one. It might be a little
I'm okay
better.
doing that here, but based on the rules of evidence, hearsay, and privilege issues, what makes the most sense, and we've spent a lot of time thinking about this, which makes the most sense is for us to have Ms. Yuri testify. And if you want me to proffer what I anticipate she's going to say, I talked to her last night. She's going to say that there was a personal relationship that began in October of 2019. She's going to testify to that. And she has personal, direct knowledge of that. It's not hearsay and it's not privilege. She's going to take the stand. She's terrified, but she's going to take the stand and tell the truth. And then I plan on calling Mr. Wade, because at that point, I can overcome their motion to quash and bring Mr. Wade, bring him to come. Then I can go through privilege issues with him, and then I can have Mr. Bradley testify. And we won't have to have an objection to every single question I ask Mr. Bradley, an objection to hearsay, an objection to privilege. So that's how I plan on presenting the evidence, because it makes the most sense. And I think I'll be able to overcome any privilege objections. We can talk about that when Mr. Wade takes a stand.
All right. Mr. Avani,
Okay, I think I might have found a better one here.
any last words?
Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Here. Here. Let's try this one.
okay doing that here, but based on the rules of evidence, hearsay, and privilege issues,
Okay, that's
what
much
makes
better.
the most sense, and we've spent a lot of time thinking about this, which makes the most sense is for us to have Ms. Yurdi testify.
Just hit the
and-
live. Okay.
Her answer was yes.
There we go.
I can definitively tell you the answer is no. And Ms. Merchant has not spoken to Mr. Bradley, according to his counsel, B.C. Chopra,
Okay.
who is, outside and can represent to the court the things that I've represented. And he has maintained and represented that everything that she plans to go into or ask is protected by attorney-client privilege.
Yeah, the Zoom
And
link is
the
better
only
than
point
whatever
of
feed
this
the
process and
the
this
TV
procedure,
has.
as it relates to the motions that were filed, is to create a spectacle and to create harassment to the district attorney of Fulton County. And we request that the only hearing we move forward is the sanctions for counsel's lack of duty of candor to the court and to counsel.
All right. Well, I think you certainly put her on notice if that is actually the case. But at this point, I have someone saying yes and I have another person saying no.
Bring on the
And
witness.
So I think that conflict in the evidence that we noted on Monday still exists, and that's where we are. And we'll see how the evidence presents itself. So with that, Ms. Merchant, are you ready to call your first witness?
Let the games begin, people.
We call Ms. Yurdi, and I know Mr. Partridge had emailed the court, and I quite frankly couldn't keep up, about a Zoom, so I don't know if she's on Zoom or in person. She's under subpoena to be here at 9:30. So she may be on Zoom, I'm not really sure.
Ms. Partridge, Mr. Partridge was joining us by Zoom, but Ms. Yurdi is here in person, right?
Mr. Partridge, I believe, represented that his client would be more comfortable if he were here in person, and that, due to his conflict in Richmond County this morning, couldn't occur until this afternoon. I think that is a reasonable request, but not the state's business. The witness is here. If her attorney is able to join right now, perhaps that can be something that is addressed with Mr. Partridge in the court. But I want to alert the court that that was the representation, that the witness would prefer not to go forward without her client present, and that's certainly a reasonable request.
Sure. I think the latest I'd seen, though, that Mr. Partridge was going to be able to join by Zoom.
Great.
I didn't know that he had that Mr. Partridge had affirmed that, but perhaps that was an email this morning that I missed.
Yeah, I don't know either. The state seems to know that Ms. Yurdi is here, so I guess she's not appearing by Zoom.
Okay, so the audio's better here, but the angles suck. So what do we want to do, people?
Is Mr. Partridge here?
We'll find out.
Do we want this or the other view? Everyone, okay, do we want Zoom or other feed? I'm going to see if I can find another one that has a better audio on the other feed, but this is terrible. Oh, what am I looking at? Am I looking at a chair? On the other feed, I'm looking at a chair now. Okay, I don't want to make any executive decisions. We might go back to the other feed. Let's just see what people have to say here. Audio and not video? Okay, fine. Well, and maybe they'll get a good stay with this feed, Viva, chill out and stay with this feed. I don't like staying in the same place. I can't have both up and mute the audio. I can only have one screen share. Let me see. I'll see if I can find something good here.
All right. So just for everyone's information, we did convey the Zoom link to Mr. Partridge this morning. I think the last exchange we'd had is that he can join us by Zoom, and apparently has elected not to do so. So I don't really know what else we can do with that. He was noticed of the hearing. We provided him a link, and we haven't heard from him at all. So I think we need to go forward.
Oh, Ms. Yurdi.
All right.
Your Honor, before we go forward, we have business documents that were certified and filed yesterday evening. Filed this morning, emailed to opposing counsel yesterday evening. We wanted to make sure that this was part of the record before any statement or proceeding. The proceeding commenced this morning.
All right. And so in your mind, this satisfies Fulton County's subpoena in this case? Okay. If you can hand that to Ms. Merchant, and we'll take it from there.
Okay, and I don't know, I need to review what they've just submitted.
have an original to the court.
Ms.
do-
Monroe,
I found a
you can just
better
provide
one.
it to Ms. Merchant, and if you could just stay on call, we'll let you know if we need you again, okay? All right. Were we bringing in Ms. Yurdy?
Okay. Hold on. Hold on. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Stop. Stop. Hold on. Okay, I think it's this one. Yeah, this is the one. Okay. Audio's good, everybody? This audio's good and the video's good. And we don't have to look at Midas Touch.
May I text the lawyer?
Okay, so we're on this one. That's good. And we're at live. Good. What can I do? I have a band. It's out of here. Okay, out. That's fine. Go back to comments. Here's the super chat. Can we get you and Call Me Chris to talk expat stuff? Screen grab that. This audio is good, right?
Yeah, and just one.
Audio is good. We can hear their heartbeats. Whew, okay, good. So as you notice, like that lawyer who comes up and says Bradley doesn't need to testify is slanderous, accusations, misrepresentations. You know the easiest way to get around that? Have him come up and testify that what Merchant said was not true. Unlikely that it's not true. Viva, turn your mic up. Hold on. Turn my mic up. Turn my mic up. Viva mic is quiet, okay. Okay, this is about as loud as my mic can go. I can lower the volume of the courtroom. If the courtroom audio is still too high, I'll lower it afterwards. Is Fani in the room? I haven't seen her yet. Dramatic. I'm a little quiet in comparison. I'll just bring my volume up as much as I think I can. Okay, how's that? Mic check 1, 2. Get out of here.
Did he say where his client is? All right. And this is the, was this a former or current employee of the DA's office?
I think the courtroom base is taken away from...
I know that she did not want to come without her lawyer here. I said, I instructed them that go with her.
All right, well, Ms. Merchant, do you have any other witnesses available?
Well, we have Mr. Bradley. We have him testify, but again, we're probably going to have a lot of objections with privilege, and so I'd much rather call Ms. Yurdy first, but I know that Mr. Partridge, there were a wrinkle in that this morning by having a conflict.
Sure. So...
But what I could do is I could call Mr. Bradley and then I can bring him back.
Exactly. I think you can always recall him. We can ping pong back and forth if we need to based on hearsay issues, but at least we can use this time until Mr. Partridge chooses to join us.
Is he on the Zoom? Or not Mr. Partridge or Ms. Yurdy on the Zoom?
No, not that we're aware of.
No, okay, just wanted to check, because I don't practice that.
Yeah, apparently Fannie made all employees sign
All right,
NDAs,
so-
non-disclosure
Let's
Let's
agreements.
call your next witness then.
All right, we call Cash Bradley, Steve.
Oh yeah, Terrence Bradley. Winston, we gotta go down. Let's get this show started. Terrence Bradley is Nathan Wade's business partner, former or current, we're not sure yet. Bradley Wade and whoever the third, Campbell Bradley Wade? This is the other person.
If we don't hear, and I don't want to have the sheriff pick anybody up or anything like that, but if we don't hear from Mr. Partridge within an hour or so, we need to.
Understood.
Thank you.
Thinking, is someone getting Mr. Bradley in?
Yes, I believe so.
PBS NewsHour.
Oh, the sheriff's in going, okay.
Everybody's saying another-
Normally, sorry, are the sheriffs, when I call a witness, will the sheriff's not sound for them?
I don't know if they're going to know where they are.
Okay.
So I think it'd be best if maybe someone from your team, and they're not going to know what they look like either.
Not a problem.
Sure.
Mhm. He's outside, yeah.
No, the PBS feed is not any better. The volume is very low. What kind of parents name their kid Fanny? It's Fani. It's Fani. It's probably supposed to have been spelled Fawny. Ramp your mic up, please. Hold on. If it's too loud, I'm just going to go and lower the courtroom volume a touch. Okay, I'll keep the courtroom volume about here. This should be good. We'll tweak this perfectly, people. McAfee's YouTube has a good sound. McAfee. The Judge McAfee? Oh, Atlanta News first. Maybe they got a good one. But the audio seems fine to me. All right, people, this is the last time we're changing, okay? We're going to go to the Atlanta News feed. Stop. We're not missing anything, don't worry. Last time we're changing. Atlanta News feed here, okay? End of story, people. And I'm going to bring my volume back up. It's already up. No, okay. Okay, a hush fills the courtroom. Atlanta News feed is the one we're going to stick with. It sounds nice, not too tinny. Nice bass. You can enjoy the sound of my voice whispering sweet nothings. Smash those like buttons, everyone, and feed the algorithm for David/Viva. Who told you my name, Donnie Baca? I'm joking. Don Baca. So the first witness that Ashley Merchant called, apparently they haven't heard from them yet. Maybe they got confused on a time zone. Who knows? Now they're calling Bradley. Not Nathan Bradley, whatever his first name is. Nathan Wade's partner, Bradley. What's the name of the law firm? Fanny just confessed to everything while Viva switched, says Astral Doge plays in our locals community. No, she didn't. Okay, Fanny Willis, hold on. Google. Bradley, Wade, Campbell. I think it's Campbell, right? Yeah, Wade, Bradley, and Campbell is the name of the firm. Personal injury. Not now. Well, that's a different law firm. So it's Wade and Campbell now. Interesting, people. Oh, I can't share the screen 3 times, but apparently now it goes by the name Wade and Campbell firm. No longer any Bradley. And it looks like it's open. Atlanta, Georgia, people. Wade and Campbell is a law firm with lawyers practicing in 4 strategic areas of law: contract law, family law, personal injury law, and boning people that you are working for. Joking, that's not what it says. And criminal defense. Our firm prides itself on working with the most prestigious corporations in Georgia and getting up close and dirty with the Fanny. All right.
Terrence Bradley, Terrence Bradley, Bradley.
Your Honor, as Mr. Wade's counsel, before we start, we would request to go back to the chambers to talk about attorney-client privilege before we get up the stand.
Why does that need to be in camera?
Doesn't necessarily, well, there's statements that could be made.
He says, I want to debate solicitor client. Why does it need to be in camera?
So at the time a question is asked that you think implicates some of those statements?
Object then.
And we'll handle it.
Thank you,
Merchant.
Judge.
Just on behalf of Mr. Bradley, and I apologize, this is not our proceeding, but it might be helpful to have a brief sidebar as opposed to something in chambers, at least so that we could let the court know our position rather than having to restate it repeatedly.
Audio's good, everybody? We're not messing around
I've carefully
anymore.
crafted my questions to avoid any privileged information, but if they think that I'm invading that, then I welcome an objection, and I'm happy to address it.
Mr. Bradley.
Let's see how it goes.
When were you
And
born?
again,
Objection!
Mr. Bradley, I'll ask if you can just give a pause in between each question to allow counsel the opportunity to object before answering.
Mr. Bradley, when did you know
Thank you,
that
Judge.
Mr. Wade was boning
Was the
Fani?
witness sworn, or do I need to swear the
I
witness?
believe he
Okay.
was.
Great, thank you, I'm sorry. Good morning, Mr. Bradley, how are you?
Good morning.
Not happy to be here, I'm assuming?
Ooh.
I am not.
I understand, thank you for being here.
Wasn't by choice.
That's right. It was a
Right,
subpoena, man.
you were subpoenaed to come and testify in this case.
I was.
No choice.
And
Tried to
you and I
quash
have
it.
spoken previously about relevant facts surrounding Mr. Wade and Willis's relationship.
No, we have not.
We have not. We have not texted about those facts?
Through a third party, you were given some information. You and I shared text. Our texts were more so about my health.
The question was whether or not you
more so
texted
about,
each other.
If I was okay with what was going on.
Uh-oh.
That I would not be.
This guy's
whether
nervous
or not I was going
as
to be
hell.
subpoenaed or not, and that emphatically I would not have been sitting in this position as being called as a witness.
Dude,
so
what was the question?
That's what my text chain show. So no.
So no
That
what?
we've never talked about Willis and Wade having a relationship.
Think
Not
about it.
directly you and I, no. We talked about my health.
Okay.
We talked about,
Absolutely.
as I stated before, other things, but not this, no.
Okay. Did you text me about Wade and Willis taking many trips together?
I object, well,
Did he just object? Not if she texted him.
I haven't seen the text message that she's attempting to impeach.
Solicitor-client privilege of her communications with the witness.
All of his representations is that he's had zero communication as it relates to the issues that Ms. Merchant continues to ask about, and that the only information that she has from him is through a third party, which would be hearsay.
Ms. Merchant.
Do you have text with Mr.
Judge,
Bradley?
it's not hearsay. We've had these conversations. If I need to take the stand, I will. If I need to put my phone into evidence, I will.
Ooh, Bradley.
So the first objection was to privilege on behalf of the state.
Oh, I'm sorry, I did not respond to that.
Sure.
Thank you, Judge. Privilege is only communications that are made in furtherance of legal advice. There's been no showing that whether or not they took a trip to California or took a trip, or that Mr. Bradley and I talked about that, either in person or by text, that's privileged. I'm not asking for any communications that Mr. Wade might have made to Mr. Bradley in furtherance of his legal advice.
It's just ask her, like, did we
All right,
talk about
and
this?
Mr. Abadi, I believe, as the one asserting privilege, it would
Yep,
be your
as
burden
my
to
grandmother
show
said.
the necessary foundation there. Is that something you want to voir dire the witness on, or take up here on this specific question?
I'm not going crazy. The
Well, no, I
witness
also
did
object to
say
foundation
I
grounds.
object,
She's
right?
not provided any foundation that he would have any knowledge of what she's requesting he answer. His answers were he had no knowledge, and now she's
No, that's not what his answer was. My goodness, we all heard it.
continue to ask the same question over and over.
Ms. Merchant.
Judge,
Well, then what would be the
Mr.
privilege if he
Bradley,
said he had no
we
knowledge?
This falls under the privileges afforded under 1.6 of the rules. And the attorney-client privilege is not something that Mr. Bradley can waive. Only Mr. Wade can waive it, regardless of any information or communications being proffered by the client.
That's a fair
Mr.
objection.
Wade would have to waive them in order for Mr.
It's not because Bradley
to continue to
told
testify
Merchant
about
that they can now
any
talk
of this
about it.
relationship until it's been established when that privilege should have begun.
Sure. And so far, though, I haven't heard
bad
anything
argument.
about a relationship, about an attorney-client relationship, about
Oh, she's
privilege
got her
over
phone.
attaching.
She's
And
got her
I think
phone,
that's
people.
going to need to be established before we can actually determine the scope of it and whether this falls inside or out of it. So I think either Ms. Merchant can take the lead if she wants to, but my understanding was that generally has to fall on the person who's asserting the privilege.
Yep.
Except for the attorney is not authorized to violate that privilege, or else he has in fact violated the bar rules, which we have an opinion.
Oh, they violated some bar rules, dude.
From someone in the state bar of Georgia.
All right.
That's why I thought perhaps the sidebar might be important rather than my interjecting.
Well, I still want to kind of see how we can go. So, Ms. Merchant, it sounds like you're going to need to lay a little bit more foundation to see whether this actually is going to fall under privilege or not.
Yeah,
That's not a problem, Judge. And what I can do, I was just told that Ms. Yurdy's in the waiting room. But I can, if the state wants to read my text, if Mr. Bradley wants to read them to refresh his memory, I have absolutely no problem with that. I have my
So
phone here,
subtle.
and they're welcome to do that.
Such
But I'll
subtle
talk about
needling.
some other things, and then maybe if they're going to have a lot of objections to privilege and hearsay, what I can do is I can lay a foundation with Mr. Bradley, get him off the stand, put Ms. Yurdy up, and then Mr. Wade, so we can get through the privilege
Yeah.
issues. That might make the most
Merchant
sense.
is
Thank you.
a skilled attorney.
All right, let's talk about something not controversial
No.
then. When did you and Mr. Wade first meet?
Probably
Objection.
1998.
Okay. And did you all have a law firm together?
We did.
When did that firm start?
Probably, I think it was 2010. We started exclusively working together as a firm, operating as a firm.
Okay. And were you
Exclusively,
all
what does that
actually
mean?
incorporated as a firm?
Not initially, no. He had, when I passed the bar and I hung the shingle in 07, I think he had been practicing a few years prior to that. He had his own firm. We had two separate firms.
Okay. At some point, did you all incorporate, though, together?
We did.
Okay. Do you remember about when that was?
I do not at this particular moment. No,
Give
ma'am,
me
I'm
a
sorry.
effing break
Do you remember if it was administratively dissolved?
for not doing the annual filings.
I've been made aware that it's been administratively dissolved. Yes, I left the firm around 2 years ago.
When did you leave the firm?
August of 2022, I think it was.
That would explain
August
why
of
he's
2022. Okay.
Or it was either August or September of 2022.
no longer on it.
August, September, let me make a note. So in October 2019, were you all incorporated as a firm?
I think we were, maybe.
Okay.
Yes.
I think we
And
were
when Mr.
maybe.
Wade filed for divorce November 1st or 2nd, 2021, were you all incorporated as a firm?
We should have been. I'm thinking that we were. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When did Mr. Wade come to you to file the divorce action in Cobb County?
No, that's
That's public knowledge.
The date?
The timing and the beginning of the privilege, I don't believe that is overruled.
So the timing was around 2018,
Okay.
and it was probably December of 2018.
Yes, he's Wade's divorce
I
lawyer.
remember it specifically because I was building a house,
Oh, okay.
and
And there
I
was a-
noticed
there was a
that he
pipe
wasn't wearing his
problem in
ring.
the house.
I asked him about it. I had invited him to the house because I was having not a housewarming, but people over. And he wasn't wearing his ring. I inquired about it.
That's weird.
From there, we discussed what would happen. And we discussed the divorce and what would happen.
What would happen with the divorce?
What would happen over me representing him for the divorce and when he would want to do it, yes.
When did he retain you?
Well,
These are not particularly difficult questions.
my memory would be 2018
Okay.
when he consulted with me about the divorce and told me what he would like to see done and when he wanted to do it.
Do you know when Fani Willis and Nathan Wade met?
Fani.
Specific dates, no. I know it was sometime at a conference.
Municipal court conference?
Correct.
Okay. And October 2019, if it's been represented in the state's pleadings before, that's when they met. Does that sound familiar?
If that's what they're saying, then absolutely. I know it was at a conference in 2000. I mean, it was at a conference. If you say it's 2019, I'll take you at your word.
Okay. So it was what you're sure of, though, is it was at a municipal courts judges conference
Yes.
when they were both municipal court judges.
Yes.
So it's fair to say, since she became the district attorney, she was no longer a municipal court judge. So it had to have been before that.
That they met?
Yes.
Yes.
And he was teaching a class at that seminar, as far as you know?
I'm going to object to this deleting at this point. That's no direct.
Was he teaching
What was
a
he
class at
doing?
this
What was he doing at that time?
To my knowledge, he was.
And was Miss Willis,
Stupid
to your knowledge,
objection.
attending the seminar?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. He has no personal knowledge. He wasn't present.
Let him answer.
At the municipal court.
But this is like a speaking
They put it in
objection.
their pleadings. Like, we are going to be here all day.
We are going to be here all day.
All right. If you can establish that he would have some personal knowledge, then that's a fair question. So if you just need to preface it with that, then that's fine.
Thank you.
They're objecting to what they've
Are
alleged
you
in their own
aware of
pleadings.
when their romantic relationship began?
Your Honor, I'm going to object.
Asked and answered.
Relates to privilege. She says that he began representing Mr. Wade in 2018. He met Ms. Willis in 2019.
Well, he's
That's clearly
testifying for the
within
witness
bounds
with
of
this objection.
attorney-client privilege.
There's
Know
a
that.
understood, Mr. Avati. So I think Ms. Merchant, you need to qualify that question.
Thank you. I'm not asking you to tell me what Nathan Wade told you in furtherance of legal advice, okay? So I want to be very clear. If he told you something asking you legal advice, I'm not asking you about that. I'm asking about what you observed, what you saw, and what you knew, outside of what he told you when he was specifically seeking legal advice, okay?
This is too far afield. I apologize. I object again on behalf of Mr. Bradley. He's asserting that there is an attorney-client privilege associated with this case under Rule 1.6. For him to draw any inference, make any statements, or any other proffer of information after this relationship
They're gonna get there.
between attorney and client December of 2018 would be improper, and he would in fact be violating the rules of ethics associated with his bar license.
So the way the question was phrased was just saying, what did he
What do you
personally
know? It's
observe
not-
outside of the
you're
relationship,
friends.
not
You're not-
involving communications? How does that fall within attorney-client privilege?
It doesn't.
Your Honor, whether we like it or not, when we have a client, there are a number of items associated with that relationship between attorney and client that come within your purview and that lead you to further action, lead you to further investigation, further questions, develops your strategy. We can't talk about Mr.
there's no way
Wade
the judge is
on
gonna
any level. It would be
sustain
inappropriate.
this.
The divorce was filed sometime thereafter. During that entire interlude, any of these issues could in fact have formed the basis for their relationship to remain privileged.
Ms. Merchant?
Judge, his observations are not privileged. That's not what the privilege law says. And I can read
Yeah,
you the
it's
attorney
information
privilege-
disclosed in
attorney-client
confidence.
privilege attaches where? And this is the law, this is the rule.
Information disclosed in
There's an
confidence.
attorney-client relationship. The communications in question relate to the matters on which legal advice was sought. And the communications have been maintained in confidence, and there's no exceptions to the privilege. First, or number two, the second prong. This was not in furtherance of legal advice. That's not in furtherance of legal advice. What he witnesses as a human being is not in furtherance of legal advice. Unless, I mean, and if he witnesses them together, it would get rid of the attorney-client privilege because Ms. Willis is there. Additionally, though, exceptions. We can go all day about exceptions to this. Fraud to the court, that's an exception. Mr. Wade, we contend, has filed a false affidavit with this court. That is fraud to the court. If this witness has direct knowledge that that is not true, then that's an exception to attorney-client privilege.
The judge is going to allow it. For God's sake, move on with it.
All right.
I'll see where this goes, and if
Ms.
it gets
Merchant, if
into...
you could re-ask that question, again, qualifying it as...
Judge is telling her how to do it.
I think you qualified it as anything that, outside of anything he learned or was told as a result of his representation. It was just any observations he made, which,
I like this, Judge.
in my mind, as you phrased the question, would have included before December 2018 when this first consultation occurred.
That's right. Can't be privileged before the...
I think if you can go step by step, we can handle this.
And Judge, I would just ask permission. We gave the state notice under 611
That's a very
that all of
angry
these
man
witnesses
right
do
there.
not want to be here. They are adverse witnesses. Yes, so I'd like to have leeway to be able to. cross
You
it. Thank
get to
Judge.
treat them with leading questions
all
if they're
right, Mr.
adverse.
Yes, ma'am.
In you have knowledge that their relationship began in 2019?
I do not have knowledge, but again, I have consulted with the bar as late as yesterday at 4 o'clock.
Why would you have done that?
I am not here to.
Your testimony is that you do not have independent knowledge.
I cannot. I was advised by the bar
Ah!
that Rule 1.6 of confidentiality applies, and that I cannot reveal anything that I saw or learned.
Bullshit.
And that if the court is asking me to do that, that an immediate certificate of review should be asked. And so I'm not here to
So he's just, by the way,
misrepresent to the
lied,
court or
actually.
to say anything inappropriate or anything.
This guy's
I am
cracking
here
in his
because
pants.
I also have a law license, and I'm not trying to lose that.
And so, Mr. Bradley, can you
Someone
finish that
threatened him.
thought? Is saw or learned,
Someone threatened him.
just period?
Basically with
without
his law
qualification
license.
whatsoever?
Judge, I'm going to refer to what I was told by the bar, that Rule 1.6 of confidentiality applies.
What a lying.
And that I would be asking for an immediate review by the Supreme Court.
Sure, but applies to what?
Any communications is what the person at the bar told us.
Any communications. What a load
Any
of crap.
Communications.
What a convenient thing that they're
But
friends.
he did not
And if you
qualify.
talk to Mr. Wade, that's covered.
Well, Judge, I don't know. He didn't go into those specifics, but this is what was told.
This is what was told to me.
I was sitting there
Bullshit is right.
with my attorneys, and this was what was told to us, to state that Rule 1.6 applies.
Basically, I'm pleading the fifth. Pleading the
and we
fifth
gave
under,
them
under the guise of
the
ethics.
scenario, and this is what they told us to do. And this is what I'm doing at this particular point.
So I'm not answering the question.
Judge, and we have no knowledge if the bar was aware of the affidavit that Mr. Wade filed, but that significantly changes the privilege. He waived the privilege when he put that in the affidavit, so that's one of the reasons I wanted to call him.
There you
as a
go.
waiver. He put the relationship in the when the relationship started and
In
put
the
the relationship in
Oh, my
his
goodness.
affidavit. He
Okay,
put a
end
lot
of
of
story.
information in that affidavit that would waive certain amounts of privilege. So he disclosed this relationship. So basically what we've got is we've got Mr. Wade being able to say what he wants about this relationship,
Yeah,
but
and
then
then
we're not allowed to
pleading-
ask
pleading
questions
Rule
to qualify that.
1.6.
So that's not how it works. They either get to admit it or they don't. Either privileged or it's not.
We're just talking about a relationship, though. How does that open the floodgates to anything he's ever told an attorney during representation?
It doesn't, and
It
I'm
doesn't.
not asking him that. I'm asking for his knowledge. They were law partners.
He alleged
and
it in an
as I go through the
affidavit.
questions,
End
I
of
think he has
story.
knowledge of things that is not something that Mr. Wade specifically told him. I also think there's a fraud exception to a lot of this, even if there was a privilege, but I don't think there was for most of it.
He
Your Honor,
testified
but
to
he's
it.
already represented that he has no knowledge about that.
I don't think we've actually gotten anything to that extent yet. I think we're still
They're
making our way
testifying for the
through it,
witness.
which is, I think he's taking the position that
He's not allowed saying.
he's not willing to share anything Mr. Wade ever told him, period.
Or anything
Which
he ever
that's
saw.
a broader representation of attorney-client privilege than I've ever heard.
Or that he ever
And,
had the personal knowledge of outside of the
I
relationship.
think that's
of
what we're
lawyer.
trying to parse out, is if the relationship starts, I've never heard anything that said everything before that point is privileged. Do you
Absolutely.
have something that I should know? Yes,
My
sir.
apologies, Judge.
That's fine.
Yeah, and don't testify for him again.
These questions aren't being established. It was 2018, December. The last question was directly related to a point in time after that. during
Oh, so
the
after
relationship
they
between
mandate him, he can't talk about
already
anything.
established. He has an opinion from the State Bar of Georgia.
He's got an opinion. Let's see it.
He's going to be
Provide the
required to
opinion.
testify when he's ordered by the
Oh, it
court
was verbal,
on any
telephone
of these
call.
issues. And Judge, I understand how delicate this is. You can phrase it in 1,000 different ways to try to make him say something, but you can't unring a bell that he puts out into the universe.
He did
where
that
he
with his
violated
affidavit.
that
Say it,
privilege.
Ashley.
You're going to get to go back 6 months from now and say, oh, well, we shouldn't have said that. It's not acceptable.
He did that when he
It
signed that
violates hundreds of
affidavit.
Thousands of relationships in this state that we rely on in order
Come on,
for
read
the
my
justice
mind,
system
Ashley.
to function. This is an attorney-client privilege issue. We've done all the diligence we can as far as looking up the relevant laws, the relevant
Yeah, the
information.
judge is going to make
We
an
don't
answer.
have a waiver from the client. The client is present. Whatever.
There's no question. Why we're not barreling ahead is because I recognize the privilege. What we have to determine is actually what that privilege the scope of it and when it started, and I don't think we've even gotten close to that yet.
I apologize, Judge. I thought December 2018, Mr. Bradley testified directly.
Quit apologizing, lawyer.
Retainer and the divorce proceedings were beginning. The issues being brought up by the state have to do potentially, if I've been.
So we have a starting point.
Correct.
But does that necessarily foreclose anything from that point onward? If they started talking about something else entirely?
Post-divorce, of course not, Your Honor. But during the pendency, it would absolutely curtail that, especially as it has to do with observations, attendance at functions together, or other realizations that Mr. Bradley came into during the pendency of his representation. And to parse it.
The judge is not falling for this crap.
Put Mr. Bradley in
This is filibustering people.
representation means everything.
Okay, Mr. Sadao.
Your Honor, I think we're talking about two aspects of arguably the attorney-client privilege. There's the attorney-client privilege, which is controlled by case law and statute, which deals with communications and furtherance. I don't hear that being the objection. The objection is that there are confidential matters under 1.6, which in some form or fashion mean that once you start a relationship with attorney-client, that everything from that point on is confidential between the two of them. There's no such case law in Georgia that deals with confidential information at that time. Attorney-client, yes. Confidential information, no. And I believe what's being argued by counsel, Mr. Bradley, is that he has received, of course, we don't have anything in writing, but he's received some oral advice that under 1.6, confidential matters cannot be gone into, which is, according to them, everything that occurs between Mr. Bradley and Mr. Wade from 2018 forward. There's no such law that protects such confidential, only communication.
It's such bullcrap.
If I'm mistaken, I apologize, but I think what we're being told is I don't have to say anything at all about Mr. Wade once I have an attorney-client relationship with him.
Bull crap.
Because it would be deemed confidential.
What's the
If it's
rule?
deemed
I wanna see what the rule
confidential,
says here.
I can't talk about it. And there's no such case law to
Ethics
that effect.
Rule
Georgia,
1.6.
There is no bar rule to that effect.
Georgia, let's
The
see.
only thing the court has to do is say,
Here we go.
are we talking about attorney-client privilege?
A lawyer shall
or
maintain
confidential-
confidence all
confidential
information
information
gained in the professional relationship with a client, including information which the client has requested to be held
Mr. Bradley to testify,
inviolate.
And then it's up to his counsel to decide whether he wants to have his client held in contempt after you've.
Dude signed an affidavit.
And Judge,
That's an overstatement. We have not said that he can't testify to anything. The specific question on the table is what observations do you have from Mr. Wade and Ms. Willis from
See if I
that
can find his
point on?
affidavit.
Now, they, the defense and their teams, have made an allegation of some impropriety. That same impropriety could be related to a divorce proceeding on every level. We're not here to say we're not talking. We're here to say we're not talking about things that came into his knowledge associated with his representation.
Associated with?
I realize
Sorry, that's
it's
not how it
an
works.
evidentiary standard. And then I realize that there's the cornerstone of what we do, which is the bar rules, the state bar rule 1.6. We violate that, and the whole thing comes tumbling down. We're not saying that you can't ask about, did Mr. Wade enjoy a beer at a ball game? That wasn't the question. The question was specifically relating to some impropriety that they were trying to dig into. That is privileged information.
More importantly, Mr.
No,
Wade.
no, it's not.
Mr. Bradley has said twice now that he has no independent knowledge as it relates to what she's.
And then he also said, I
He
can't
he's not.
disclose anything because I've been
So,
told not to.
There's not a good faith basis for her to continue to probe into
Not a
this
good
area
faith
because
basis.
He says he has no independent knowledge outside of the attorney-client privilege.
This guy's an idiot.
All right, Ms. Merchant, last word.
yes, Judge. Judge, Mr. Bradley, if
He
ordered, he's
signed
hereby
an
subpoena. If
affidavit.
ordered to testify, it's not a issue with the bar. My question was not about attorney-client privilege. I'm being very careful not to ask anything that Mr. Wade asked in furtherance, but I've been informed that Robin Yerdy is on the Zoom, and so if we want to start back on our original plan, we can call Miss Yerdy and have her testify, and then put Mr. Wade up, and we can go through the privilege issue with him.
Yes.
And then we won't have to have all these objections.
Yes,
Or else
been
I'm
watching
happy to
this for-
continue
what time is it?
questioning.
40 minutes? Nothing's happened yet.
All right, so Ms. Merchant, you're saying.
I have to pee already.
Your understanding of the evidence that you plan to present, that these issues are affected by Ms. Yerdy in terms of the scope of the privilege and the relationship?
No, I think, thank you for letting me clarify that. I think that Ms. Yurdy is going to give me enough to get Mr. Wade on the stand. Once I get Mr. Wade on the stand, because they filed a motion.
Yeah,
to quash.
get Wade on the
So I have to
stand
present
and then
something
forget Bradley.
Before I can put Mr. Wade on the stand. So once I present Ms. Yurdy, I can put Mr. Wade up on the stand. And then I can put him up before I call Mr. Bradley. And then I may not even have to. Mr. Bradley.
There you go. Punish Yurdy for being late.
All right.
Let's do it.
Judge,
Sorry,
Who just said that?
I'm on Zoom, Your Honor. Attorney Durante Partridge, Judge, on behalf of Ms. Yurdy. Your Honor, when we were here for the motion to quash earlier this week, it's my understanding, as represented by defense counsel, that
Oh my God.
Mr. Bradley's testimony is, so to speak, the bridge that was built to involve my client, Ms. Yurdy, into this matter altogether. Now it seems as though that is being usurped, and now she is being the quote-unquote foundation for defense counsel's presentation this morning.
This is why people hate lawyers, by the way, just so you know.
To that, Judge, and would renew our motion to quash.
You're not going to
the
get your
subpoena
motion to
because
quash.
This is completely contradictory to what we had via the hearing earlier this week, Your Honor.
Are you telling the judge what's...
It's okay, Ms. Merchant. Mr. Partridge, as
I
I
heard
recall,
you.
that did not apply to your client as much. The original motion to quash that you filed said she had absolutely no knowledge about anything. What Ms.
The judge is not putting up with
Merchant
this crap.
proffered, and what I didn't hear you saying was not the case, is that at some point Ms. Yurdy lived in a residence and shared a residence with Ms. Willis and potentially Mr. Wade at some point. So I think she's directly involved in the center of this. I don't think that really needs much in the way of foundation.
And Judge, I apologize, Your Honor, to talk over the court. Well,
then don't
that
do it.
information, however, Your Honor, is my understanding came from Mr. Bradley, and that information was incorrect. As I
Then get
informed the
Yurdy up
court
on stand,
earlier this
you
week as well.
bum.
There was never any time that Ms. Yurdy and Ms. Willis lived together.
Why
There
are you
was a
testifying
sublet
for her?
of a condo that Ms. Willis resided in that had absolutely nothing to do with that of Ms. Yurdy, outside of Ms. Yurdy subletting it to Ms. Willis.
The judge
Ms.
should
Yurdy
shut
actually
him
moved
up.
into a different residence. Per our conversation with Ms. Merchant yesterday, that is exactly what it is. There was no overlapping or any time that they stayed together, nor does Ms. Yurdy have any information as it relates to
All right,
Mr.
well,
Wade.
then get
staying
her on
at
stand and don't be
that
late next time.
condo as well with that of Ms. Willis. So again, Judge, I'm renewing.
No, we don't need to hear it again. Ms. Merchant.
Judge, luckily, I don't have to tell the state or them everything that I plan on introducing a witness for in response to their motion to quash. She has a lot of personal knowledge.
Get her up.
And when we had a motion to quash, I had to get over a good faith basis, and I presented that to the court.
And you did, and
I
you
did not
adjudicated.
spend 4
Nothing's
hours going through
changed.
everything that this woman's gonna
Get
say.
Yurdy up
She has personal
and
knowledge.
sanction the
Is
lawyer
she
for
actually
having
here?
her be late.
I think she's on Zoom. What I understand, Mr. Partridge.
Mr.
put her on
Partridge, is
Zoom.
your client with us?
She's on the Zoom platform, Your Honor, since I'm in Richmond County.
Has she been listening the
due to
whole
my
time?
conflict, but she is on the Zoom platform at this time, Your Honor, in the waiting room.
Has she been
I
listening?
believe she may have been admitted. I see a Robin on my screen. I'm assuming that is my client, Ms.
And
Yurdy.
Ms. Merchant, you went to examine her by Zoom?
That's fine.
Butt hurts
We
already.
will waive
Mr.
any
Abadi.
Sixth Amendment objections to
Sure.
it. That's fine.
My only objection was the representation at Monday's hearing was the good faith basis was based on what she learned from Terrence Bradley. And we know that is false. It's not true.
Nobody's testified yet. Will you just be quiet?
Renew our objection and to quash the subpoena.
That was not in regards to Ms. Yurdy.
He did not grant it on Monday. Nothing's changed.
Judge, she has personal knowledge of this relationship.
It's not what was represented on Monday. Personal knowledge came from Mr. Bradley. She has no good faith basis to explore.
The
this
judge already
issue
ruled on it.
as it relates to Ms. Yurdy.
By the way, this guy looks like
This is a
Barstool
blatant
Sports, skinny
Oh,
brother.
Mr. Abadi.
Process.
Ms. Merchant, I do believe that when we went through the motion to quash, you grouped them into 2 categories, and each one of them we said that they were going to be impeached by Mr. Bradley.
We took Ms. Yurdy outside of Fulton County, Judge. So we talked about Fulton County differently than Ms. Yurdy. We took Ms. Yurdy out separately. She was different than Fulton County. Because there wasn't.
He
other
already
issues.
ruled on this
And
on
again,
Monday. Nothing's
So
changed.
we're arguing
Get her
the
on the
motion to
stand.
quash. I responded to their argument on the motion to quash. Did I tell them that she's going to testify that she's known Miss Willis for years and that her middle name is Latrice? No, I didn't tell them everything she's going to testify to. I don't, like, if you wanted me to, I could have, but that has nothing to do. There is a witness that contradicts what they have said in court.
Done.
And they're
Bring
doing
her up.
everything they can to keep her off the stand and keep the
Absolutely.
truth away from this court.
Don't like that,
They
Judge. You
filed a
shouldn't like
motion to
that.
quash. I showed a good faith basis. If my good faith basis is Mr. Bradley or Miss Yeardy or texts I've seen, it's still a good faith basis. There's no law that says I have to tell them every single good faith
You might-
basis
you
I
might be
have
right.
ahead of time. If we did, we would never have trials.
All right, Ms. Merchant, appreciate the argument of counsel. I think the standard on a motion to quash and a subpoena is not one where we're required to completely flush out and litigate
Exactly.
every reason the witness may be relevant. And so we'll take these one at a time with Ms. Yurdy.
Let's do it.
I'll deny the motion to quash. And
Again?
If your election and to proceed in your presentation of the evidence is to call her, then that's what we'll do.
Man,
Thank you, Judge.
Wait until you
So,
see
Mr.
how many
Bradley,
times.
you may be excused for now. Thank you.
Wait until,
That's subject to recall.
you're still under oath, by the way. Remind
We'll
me.
call Miss Yeardy.
You're still under oath. Don't talk about your testimony with your lawyer. Bums. Bunch of bums. Look what I just found in my drawer here. I found my Blink 182 album, but I don't have a CD player anymore. Clean that off a little bit. Yeah, the judge is great. God, these lawyers, I've heard more testimony coming from the lawyers than any witness
Would you like
yet.
me to swear her, Judge? Or?
Swear her in.
I think we need to make sure, there we go.
Yep. Why were you
Deputy
late?
Scott, if we could swear in the
Ooh,
witness.
she doesn't look very
Ms. Yurdy,
happy.
can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
All right.
Oh, boy.
Raise your right hand, ma'am. You swear affirm to the testimony that you get a court will be the truth, nothing but truth will help you.
Yes.
Would you please state and spell your full name for the court?
Robin Latrice Yeardy.
Here comes the yurdy-gurdy woman. All right. Oh, she does not
Thank
look
you,
like
Miss
she wants
Yeardy.
to answer
Thank
questions.
you for being here.
Thank you.
Can you tell the judge when you first met Miss Willis?
Objection. I'm joking. Am I? No.
In college.
Okay.
So 19, probably 90 or 91.
Okay.
Well, they're
And
old.
have you been friends since 1990 or 91?
Yes.
Okay. When was the last time you spoke with Miss Willis?
March of 2022.
Okay.
March
From
2022.
1991-ish till 2022, were you what you would consider good friends with Miss Willis?
Yes.
Well, what happened?
And did you all share personal information regularly?
Yes.
And did you even come and work with her at the DA's office?
Yes.
And when she needed a place to stay, did you let her stay at your apartment?
Yes.
It was a condo, right?
Condo, yes.
Okay. Do you remember approximately when she moved into your condo?
It was April of 2021.
Okay, great.
April 2020.
And you know that Miss Willis and Miss Wade met at a conference in October of 2019?
Objection, leading
I'm going to
question.
object to that, Your Honor, without a foundation for how this witness would know that. If Ms. Merchant can establish she has personal information of that, then certainly that's something the witness can testify to. But if it's, she heard it
Understood,
from some-
Ms. Cross. All right, Ms.
Foundation.
You can lay the foundation.
Do you have information that Miss Willis and Mr. Wade met in October of 2019?
Objection,
I'm going to renew my
leading.
objection, Your Honor. Information is not sourced to personal information. If the question
What
can
do
be
you
rephrased,
know
then
of
that may
the
address
date
my
that their
concern.
relationship started?
So Judge, I just want to make sure that I understand. So they've objected to me calling Willis and Wade.
It's just a matter of foundation. If
Yeah,
you can just
he
rephrase.
wants her to ask.
Do you
her-
have knowledge of when Willis and Wade met?
There you go.
I'm going to object again.
No, it's going to be
Personal
overturned.
Overruled.
Good.
Thank you.
I'm doing pretty good with the commentary here.
Do you
I'm
have personal
predicting
knowledge
it.
of when Willis and Wade met?
Yes.
Yes. She told me that they met at a conference.
Ooh,
I
hearsay.
don't know what-
Okay.
I'm going to renew my objection, Your Honor. Clearly, this is not firsthand information from this.
Dude, I'm
witness.
doing good
It's
here,
hearsay
people.
that was.
But she said she told me.
Yep.
Yes, it's statement against interest.
I'm not trying to
Judge.
prove the
Miss
veracity,
Willis-
just that she
Pause.
told me. It's my experience. Okay.
Okay, Ms.
Yes.
Cross.
The representation of the witness, the testimony of the witness was that Ms.
We
Willis,
heard her
District Attorney
testimony.
Willis, had a conversation with her. There is no statement against interest. District Attorney Willis is not a party opponent.
Oh
in
my
this
goodness.
case.
Hold on for a second. I just got
The
a splinter.
information that the witnesses testified to came from Ms. Willis, and there's, we have a hearsay objection to that.
Yeah, well, yeah,
Why
you
wouldn't
got it
she be
answered.
considered a party opponent in this context?
Asked and answered. Also,
He's
by the way, just
A
FYI.
representative of the state, Your Honor. This
What you
isn't
talking
private
about, Willis?
litigation or civil litigation. Obviously, the court's aware this is.
Okay, you lost,
Ms. Willis
Mrs.
is not on
Attorney.
trial. Ms.
Quiet.
Willis is not a party to the litigation outside her obligation to pursue criminal
Wait until they get into
charges
the
with state.
NDAs.
Ms. Merchant? I guess it's evolved into a hearsay objection.
Yes, Judge, and we plan on calling Ms. Willis to the stand. She's under subpoena, so hearsay will be cured. If there
Yeah,
is
so
a
take it
hearsay
as a
objection
probative value,
far
as
that
hearsay.
issue.
She answered it. What are you going to do?
But we do still think that it's a statement against interest.
Clean your ears out?
Ms. Willis has filed a document that states that they met at this municipal court conference. So,
Your Honor, I think maybe I can streamline a little bit. State will stipulate that District Attorney Willis and Mr. Wade met in October 2019 at the judicial conference that we've been talking about.
So then let her
The reason
answer.
we get it secondhand from this witness, well, that's true.
Oh, that's...
All right, you accept the stipulation, Ms. Merchant?
yes.
All right.
Am I permitted then to ask questions about that?
Yes.
Since it's now
A stipulated
not
fact.
If it's just to a stipulation, if it's just to that basic fact, I don't think we need a question, but if there's a follow-up.
No, she got a
I think
follow-up.
it's admissible, go for it.
Ms. Yurdy, you have personal knowledge that Ms. Willis and Mr. Wade began their romantic relationship
Ooh, there's
soon
gonna be an
after
objection, guaranteed.
this
Qualifying it?
time that they met at the municipal court.
Objection.
I'm going to object to that question. That certainly is a leading question. No foundation has been laid for how this witness would have personal knowledge of
Or
that.
what the
until
nature
that's
of the
happened to
relationship
the judge.
was.
Judge,
I think you can do a yes or no and then follow up with how she knows it.
thank you. Do you know if Ms. Willis and Mr. Wade started dating in October of 2019?
I don't know if it was October of 2019.
Was it
Could
roughly?
it possibly be November of 2019?
Could possibly.
Okay. And when we spoke, you said it was shortly after the municipal court conference, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you know that their relationship, their personal relationship began shortly after this municipal court conference.
That's what you call networking,
Yes.
people.
And when I say personal, romantic. I just want to make sure we don't get in an argument over what personal and romantic is later. When I ask you personal,
Sexy
do you
time.
take that to mean romantic?
I don't know if it was romantic, but they were
Yes.
knocking boots.
And do you understand it that their relationship began in 2019 and continued until the last time you spoke with her?
Yes.
Yes.
Don't ask, she doesn't want to say one word more than she has to.
And you were essentially her best friend during this time, right?
I don't know if I was
My
her best
best
friend.
friend.
I was a good
Good
friend.
friend.
Good friend. Okay, close friend. And so would you frequently socialize with her?
Yes.
Yes.
And you saw her at work every day?
Yes.
Yes.
So you had a chance to see them interact together on a personal level?
Yes.
Yes.
And so from everything that you saw, heard, witnessed, it's your understanding that they were in a romantic relationship beginning in 2019?
Yes.
Yes.
And when you left the DA, oh, I'm sorry, let me ask you. You said that Ms. Willis came to live with you in April of 2021. I'm sorry, April 1st, 2020 or 2021?
She didn't live with me. I never lived with her.
Okay, I'm sorry. She took over your lease in April 1st, 2020, correct?
No, 2021.
Okay, I had it both ways, so I'm glad you clarified. So when she took over your lease in April 1st, 2021, it's your understanding she moved out of the house that she was sharing with her father and started staying at the condo?
Yes.
And is it your understanding that that's because she needed to have her own space
Yes.
away from her father?
Yes.
Okay.
It's getting,
When
she's
you
getting a lot of
left the
stuff here.
DA's office, was it, were you fired?
No, I resigned.
You resigned, okay.
Okay, that's a question of perspective, but who cares?
Just one moment, Judge.
Did you resign after you were told you were going to be fired? Why did you resign? I'm curious now. Objection, relevance? Did you get threatened by
Can you
Fani?
tell us why you resigned the DA's office?
Objection. Someone should object there.
The number of things that was happening.
A number of things that were happening,
Can
is
you
that
be
what
more
you said, ma'am?
specific? Can you be more specific?
Yes.
Okay.
Such
What
as?
was happening that caused you to resign?
Oh, this is so good.
It was a spiral of things.
Just
So,
give me one. Just start with one.
I guess the last straw is I was put in a department that I knew had no knowledge about. Something happened.
What are you talking about?
I didn't like it. They didn't like it. And that was it.
Okay. Did you have any falling outs with Miss Willis?
I don't know.
Well,
if
we never spoke after that.
You never spoke after that. Okay.
Oh shit! This is good.
And so you're,
What
you know,
was
without
happening?
going into all the painstaking details, there is no doubt in your mind that from 2019 until 2022, Miss Willis and Mr. Wade were in a romantic relationship.
Yeah, I want to know what things she was
What's the question?
unhappy about.
You have no doubt that their romantic relationship was in effect from 2019 until the last time you spoke with her.
Correct.
No doubt.
No doubt.
And that's based on your personal observations.
You don't
and
need to ask that
obser-
question.
and,
You don't
you
need
know,
to ask
speaking
that.
with them and seeing them together and things like that.
Unnecessary.
Yes.
Okay. No other questions. Thank you. The other folks may have some questions.
Dude, no, I got some questions. What happened? What did you see that made you
If
unhappy?
it's more than a couple questions, then sure, but if not,
It's only a couple questions.
Okay.
I think, can the court reporter hear me okay?
Yeah, YouTube is undoubtedly messing with things. It doesn't matter. We're going to live with
Very
it.
specific.
It's going to make me work
Did
harder.
you talk with Miss Willis about her romantic relationship with Mr. Wade?
Yes.
Oh,
Did Miss Willis tell you on more than one occasion that she was engaged in a romantic relationship with Mr. Wade prior to you leaving the district attorney's office?
yes. Who's
Did she
asking?
tell me or did I observe?
Who's asking the
I'm
question?
saying right now what to tell me.
Did she tell
Yes.
Did she tell you that in the year of 2020?
you? How the heck am I supposed to remember that? Probably.
Yes.
In the year of 2021?
Yes.
Are you certain that Miss Willis told you about the romantic relationship with Mr. Wade prior to November 1st of 2021?
Yes.
Now, did you also have observations of Mr. Wade and Miss Willis together prior to November 1st of 2021?
Yes.
And are those observations, were those in a social setting?
Yes.
And did you observe
Okay, this is
them
Trump's
do
attorney.
things that are common among people having a romantic relationship?
Yes.
Such as, can you give us an example?
Okay. I couldn't figure out why the lawyer was asking these questions, but it's Trump's
Hugging,
lawyer.
kissing,
Oh!
affection.
All before November 1st of 2021, correct?
Yes.
Did you ever see them having sex?
Mr. Stocks.
I thought that was the lawyer for Wade. I was like, why would be asking these questions?
Period of time when you and Miss Willis lived together?
No.
Mr. Durham.
No, nothing for me, Your Honor.
Nothing, you're damn right. Get her off the
Mr.
stand.
Rice.
Nope, nothing.
Good morning, Ms. Yurdy. Were you aware in 2021 of any trips, social trips?
Oh, this is a co-defendant counsel.
Mr. Wade
Okay.
took together?
No.
Are you aware of any social trips that Ms. Willis and Mr. Wade took together in 2022?
No.
This is a counsel for one of the other defendants, I think, so this
Are you
explains
aware of them
these potentially prejudicial questions.
2021 spending the evening together overnight?
Ooh, yes.
No.
Oh, damn it.
Mr. Gillen.
No question.
Yeah, the
Mr.
judge.
McCullough. And Mr. Cromwell.
No questions, Your Honor.
Ms. Cross.
I do have some questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, Ms. Cross
Ms.
is
Yurdy, we haven't met before. Is that correct?
objection
Correct.
leading the question.
You're able to see and hear me okay?
I'm joking.
Yes.
All right. I want to start with a couple things. Now, I think you've made it clear that you never lived, and we'll call it the South Fulton address, the South Fulton condo that you were leasing. You never lived at that address with the District Attorney Willis, correct?
Correct.
And never at any time?
Never.
All right. You never observed or have any information about District Attorney Wade and District Attorney Willis and Nathan Wade living together, correct?
Oh, that's
Correct.
You don't have any information about that?
They're coming back to her.
No, I don't.
Merchant's coming back to her on
Anybody
this.
said that that information was sourced to you, then that's incorrect.
That's incorrect.
Merchant is
Did
coming back to her on
District
this
Attorney
and
Willis pay
redirect.
rent at that establishment, at that condo while she lived there and you were living elsewhere?
Yes,
Who paid the rent?
she did.
Nathan Wade ever pay the rent?
No,
And you never told anyone otherwise? I didn't hear your answer there,
Yeah,
Ms.
neither
Yardley. Did
did
you ever
I.
tell anyone otherwise?
no.
All right. So let's talk for a second about your time at the district attorney's office. You were disciplined several times in the district attorney's office during your employment there, correct?
They're throwing her under the bus.
No,
You weren't written up ever for poor performance, Ms. Yardley.
once, not several.
One time you were written up for poor performance. Were you counseled several times about your performance in the district attorney's office that was subpar?
No,
Did the district attorney tell you that your performance was insufficient and that you were going to be fired?
no,
That never happened.
no. Maybe when we went at the end. What's the question?
Ooh.
The question, Ms. Yardley, was did the district attorney ever counsel you on your poor performance in the district attorney's office prior and inform you that you were going to be fired?
No, but I was written up. This is now she might be more amenable to answering questions in redirect from Merchant. If they're going to treat
I
her
don't
like
really
this.
know how to answer that.
Well, it's not
I'm looking for the
complicated.
truth.
I don't really know how to answer that. I mean, the situation happened. That wasn't my fault. And I either was going to resign or be let go. So,
You understood that that was the situation. You could resign or you could be let go.
correct, yes.
You were not welcome to stay.
No.
I think Merchant's going to have a few questions on redirect, guaranteed.
And the conversation where you were informed that you could resign or you could be fired, that conversation was not the first conversation you had with the district attorney about your poor performance in the office, correct?
This is
Well, it was kind of a spiral, but no.
Yeah, it was. Whatever the situation was.
Yeah, commentary.
Questions are fine.
Understood, Mr. Snyder. Ms. Cross.
Ms. Yardley, the circumstances of your leaving the district attorney's office ended your friendship with the district attorney Willis, correct?
Yes.
Y'all haven't spoken since.
No.
They're going to, you've opened the door.
All right, I want to talk about the representations that you made here this morning, Ms. Yardley, about any relationship between District Attorney Willis and Mr. Wade. I want you to tell me what was the first time let me ask it this way. You said that District Attorney Willis personally informed you of a romantic relationship. Is that what you testified to?
I became.
Yes.
When did that conversation that you purport to have, to recall, when did that happen?
I mean, I don't have a month or a day.
But there were lots of them.
Just talking in general.
This is gonna turn badly for Cross. Like, what's
No.
she trying to get? Everybody knew they were doing it.
Under subpoena, but that's all the questions I have right now.
Oh.
All right, thank you, Ms. Cross.
Okay. Yes, you do. Yes, you do, Ashley.
All right, on those points only.
Yeah, the falling out.
The state asked you a lot about when you were let go, when you resigned. Did something happen as far as purchasing that you didn't feel comfortable with, purchasing things through the county for Ms. Willis?
Thank you
that
for
caused
opening
you
that door,
to not be
Cross.
comfortable working there anymore?
Objection.
No.
And I didn't tell you how to testify here today, though, right?
Correct.
Right.
Okay. And everything you've testified to is from your personal knowledge?
Yes.
Okay. And you've told the truth here today?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, I believe she's only under my subpoena, and I'm fine releasing her from that subpoena. Oh, I'm sorry.
By show of hands from other counsel, starting with Mr. Sadow.
Your Honor, I believe the door's been opened now to ask this particular witness about statements that Ms. Willis made to her.
Yeah.
She brought it up on cross-examination on a couple of occasions. Did Ms. Willis say this or inform you of that?
Mhm.
So I'd like to now ask her questions directly about what Ms. Willis told her about her romantic relationship.
Absolutely.
I
And
think
why
we'll take
and why
this
she
one
got
at a
fired?
time, question by question, and we can address those to see. I don't know about a complete opening of the door. We'll see where we go.
The first time that you spoke to Ms. Willis about her relationship, romantic relationship with Mr. Wade, do you happen to remember what Ms. Willis said? In essence, not word for word, but in essence, what she said.
No.
This is Trump's attorney now
Remember
talking.
the first time she told you, and whatever words were used, that there was a romantic relationship.
No.
Is this the kind of conversation that you had with your best friend, ongoing over a period of time in which it was common knowledge to you that there was an ongoing relationship between Miss Willis and Mr. Wade?
Well, they've already established that. So
What's the question?
Yeah, I'll ask it again. Is the nature of your then relationship with Miss Willis such that you were having these ongoing conversations, that is, best friend type conversations about her relationship with Mr. Wade?
I don't remember.
That's a tough question, but what's the deal here? She's established the relationship
Without
already.
getting any further in too much detail, is there any doubt at all that Mr. Wade and Miss Willis had a romantic relationship?
This is a
as
stupid
opposed
question.
to
This
you
has already been established.
prior to November of 2020?
She was already asked that
Yeah,
question.
ask
by
and
Ms.
answer, man.
Merchant.
I just didn't know whether that needed to be.
She said no, no doubt.
No doubt.
Any other defense counsel?
And the
Show of
judge
hands.
picked up on that.
Seeing none. Last recross from Ms. Cross. Anything
Did
else?
Not
anything?
this time, Your Honor, but we've asked the witness remain under subpoena and subject to recall.
Judge, she's under my subpoena, and I'm releasing her from my subpoena. So if they want to subpoena her, they will welcome to do that.
Ooh, I
Ms.
like
Cross.
that.
I would prefer that the court keep her under subpoena. I think,
Sure.
given the representation of Ms. Merchant, given how she intends to proceed today, that this witness may need to be recalled.
All right, understood. In the interest and knowing that we may have to bring witnesses back and forth, I think it's in the interest of effective presentation of the evidence here. Ms. Yurdi, you are still going to remain under the auspices of your subpoena.
But not under
And
oath.
so please stay in touch with your attorney. We may need you to rejoin us on Zoom at some point today or tomorrow.
I've
Understood?
got my GoPro tripod.
Okay.
All right, don't discuss your testimony with any other potential witnesses, all
Okay,
right?
this is a good reminder.
All right.
All right, you can log off.
And Judge, I'd ask, just can Mr. Partridge stay on for just 1 moment?
I would have.
For what reason?
The state made some allegations that I misrepresented some things to the court, and I'd just like the opportunity to clear that up, that Mr. Partridge is the one that told me that they lived together for a month. They've called me everything but a liar today, and so I just think that it's appropriate for everyone to know where that information came from.
All right, Ms. Merchant, I think you've made your position clear. That's, I don't think we need to get sidetracked on that. All right,
Okay.
Ms. Merchant, you can call your next witness.
I would have asked
Judge, may I be excused as well, please?
All right, take care, Mr. Partridge.
if the falling out had anything to do
All
with the
right.
relationship. It sounded like it did.
Ms. Cross.
But
Your Honor, the
maybe I'm.
motion to quash Mr. Wade's subpoena was held in abeyance, waiting for the representation. I believe that the good faith basis that Ms. Merchant represented on Monday, I think that's clearly not accurate. Understand the testimony that's now
these
in the
people are
record.
idiots.
Mr. Wade is available, but we maintain that at this time, the motion to quash probably should be granted, but understand the court's ruling.
He's available. He's
Well,
right
Ms.
there.
Cross, I'll say yes. On Monday, it did seem like the focus was that Mr. Bradley would be the hook that makes every witness potentially relevant. And we really haven't been able to explore that on the privilege issues that we'll likely have to tackle again later. But for now, the evidence in front of the court at the moment is that we have a witness who has said this relationship may have predated the affidavit that Mr. Wade filed.
Oh!
I don't see a way around
Bring it on. Bring
the
Wade
relevance of
on.
his testimony. And so I'll deny the state's motion to quash subpoena Mr. Wade.
Just appreciate, by the way, that she said, like,
Ms. Merchant.
she hasn't established a good faith basis. They're calling the judge an idiot liar when they say something like that. Morons. Oh, it's clear she hasn't established a good faith basis. First of all, the judge took it in abeyance on Monday, meaning, at least with respect to Wade, we'll see how it goes. And now you're going to say, well, it's clear there's no good faith basis for the testimony when you just saw that? You're calling the judge a moron by doing that. Bring on the Wade. Oh, yeah, no, my client, Mr. Wade is available. Yeah, we can see him. He's sitting right there, sweating balls. Oh, this is going to be good. I have to pee so badly. Do I do it? I'm going to hold it in. I had time to do it. I could have already been finished peeing if I had just gone and done it. Pretty much we just pretty much heard the judge effectively say it seems that Wade may have lied in his affidavit. You can perjure yourself in an affidavit. What the heck is taking so long to get him to the oh, there he is. Here comes the Wade. Oh, yes, sir. Look at that. Okay, now I love body language. Strutting in. He's a well-built guy. He's in good shape. Let's give him that. He does the shaved head, carries it well.
My name's Nathan Wade, Nathanwade.
Feigning confidence.
Good morning, Mr. Wade.
A forced smile.
Prior to filing this motion to disqualify, you and I were friends, correct?
Yes,
And in fact, I supported you when you ran for judge in 2016.
you did.
I wore your shirts, my kids wore your shirts.
Ms. Merchant,
Fines.
your personal opinions have no relevance.
Okay.
And I mean that in the best way.
That's
all right?
completely fine. I
Let's
will
get
move
to the
on.
point.
Thank you. No. Totally fine. Thank you. You filed for divorce from your wife on November 2nd, 2021?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in that divorce proceeding, did you file
An affidavit.
answers, things such as interrogatories?
I did.
Okay. And so interrogatories are where you're responding to things that basically
Interrogatories,
answers that the other side is
depositions,
asking.
discoveries.
Yes, ma'am.
And
This guy's life is flashing before his eyes.
I've got
right now.
your complaint for divorce. I'm just going to mark it for the record as Defendant's Exhibit 2. The first interrogatories that you answered, those were December 27th, 2021. Is that right?
Thereabout. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in those, you were asked different things, but those are sworn. You actually swear to those.
Yes,
You verify
yes,
them,
where
right?
you can actually be held
Okay.
under perjury.
And so that verification is where you're swearing under oath that everything in it is true?
Yes, ma'am.
The gravy train is over, Wade.
And let's see,
This guy looks very unhappy and
you
sad
were
right
asked
now.
if you had any documents which relate to the purchase of gifts by you to any person other than the defendant with whom you have or had a relationship, romantic relationship from the date of your marriage, correct?
That's
Yes,
his
ma'am.
wife.
Okay. And you responded under oath that you didn't have any documents to that.
That's correct.
I didn't have the documents.
You
I did
again responded to an interrogatory. You updated those responses on May 30th, 2023.
Yes, ma'am.
it to plead the. To plead.
And you actually sent those directly to opposing counsel in the divorce?
Yes, ma'am. I think so.
But in that one,
Uh-oh.
you answered none again to that question, correct?
Tension. The tension builds.
So May 30th, 2023, you said that you didn't have any documents showing any purchase of anything.
I didn't because
with
they were in
someone
my
that you had a
company.
romantic relationship with.
I believe the interrogatory was gifts,
Okay.
not anything, gifts.
And I have it if you want to take a look.
Oh yeah, refresh his memory. And I didn't have the documents. Wade Campbell and
Mark,
the
okay,
other
so,
one.
So
and
just for the
Bradley
record,
had
I've got your complaint for divorce marked as number 2. I've got the verification and the interrogatories from 2021. I'm going to mark those as 3. And then your May 30th, 2023, I'm going to mark as 4. Judge, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Thank you.
But I just wait for the defense to say, yeah, I didn't have those documents. It was my law firm, Campbell, Wade, and Bradley. Because apparently it was the law firm paying for some of the trips, paying for some of the expenses. And say, yeah, you asked if I had them. Prediction. I didn't have them. The company had them. So I didn't lie.
All right. If you take a look at what I marked as 2, 3, and 4.
I should have peed. Don't get too close to him,
You recognize those.
Merchant. We know his propensities. Bada bing, bada boom. Okay.
I do.
Ooh, that was a
And,
high-pitched
are
holding
those,
his...
that's your divorce complaint? And then your 2021 interrogatory and your 2023 interrogatory, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, are they a fair and accurate representation of what is filed in that case?
Yes, ma'am.
I'd move to admit those into evidence.
This is intense.
And this is 2, 3, and 4?
It's 2, 3, and 4, yes.
All right, any objection from the state?
The divorce?
They're not going to object to that.
I have no objection to 3 and 4, and subject to Ms. Merchant's representation that 2 is a filing of divorce. I just don't, the divorce complaint, I don't have that in front of me, but subject to that representation, no objection.
All right, and by show of hands, any objection from other defense counsel? Seeing none, defendants 2, 3, and 4, this should be Romans, well, we'll just call them 2, 3, and 4, admitted without objection.
So that interrogatory that you filed in 2023, that's the one where you said no, that you didn't have any documents relating to the purchase of gifts, that you had a romantic relationship with someone, right?
Which interrogatory are we talking
Number 4, 2023.
Which number in the interrogatory?
Number 4.
So, which number interrogatory are you referring to?
It's defendant's exhibit number 4.
I have defendant's exhibit 4 here.
Uh-huh.
Which number interrogatory are we referring to?
Oh, which number out of the questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Hold on. It is number 20, 24, 25, 26. All of them.
Gross. He's in... Oh, this is going to be good. I hate the word interrogatory. But... Can you imagine what's going through his mind right now? My gravy train is over. Like, the jig is up. No more cruises. No more lucrative contracts without transparency. Oh, goodness. By the way, and me and Fani aren't staying together much longer. Oh, I get it. Nathan's hot dog. Okay. Just so long as we don't have
I guess they're all numbered 1, so.
a Nathan's
Number
hot dog
1,
eating competition.
Number 1 again, and then the third number 1. He didn't put page numbers on. He didn't put any.
While we wait here, Kenzie 67 over.
I don't know how to tell you what number 1, because when you responded, you put number 1 on all of them.
Can you
So
just point to it?
It was at that moment that Nathan Wade realized he messed up.
this one, I'm talking about this number 1, where it's tabbed. There's 2 number 1s that are tabbed.
Okay.
And there's no page number, but it is the second page.
All right.
They're asking if you have any receipts for restaurants, hotels, bars, things like that.
I thought you said gifts, Nathan.
The first number 1?
I believe it's the second number 1.
The second number 1?
Restaurants? Meals?
Okay.
Okay.
So it asks you if you have any receipts for things like restaurants, bars, hotels, things like that, where you accompanied a member of the other sex romantic partner. Correct?
I think I could see his pulse in the vein
It
in his
says
head.
identify any and all occasions.
Okay. And so
Oh, God, he's really going to get in trouble now.
it says to identify any and all occasions where you entertained a member of the other sex.
And to
okay,
provide.
Who's
and,
not related to blood.
And to provide.
And including dining, drinking, restaurants, bars, pubs, hotels, all of that. Okay. And what was your answer to that?
She's getting really close to the witness. I mean, What was your answer? Read it out loud, please. And I bet they asked for receipts.
None.
None. Okay. So May 30th, 2023, you prepared this document,
I did.
submitted it,
I did.
and it says none as far as entertaining a member of the opposite sex.
It does.
Okay. No hotels, no bars, no restaurants.
Correct.
Okay. You again updated that. Let's see. You updated it on December 22nd, 2023. And I'm going to mark that as defendant's number 5, and I have copies. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then you updated it once again on January 26th, 2024, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. that one. May I approach the witness again, Judge?
Is that what you're marking as Defense Exhibit 6?
Yes, Judge, I'm marking, number 6 is the January 26th, 2024 interrogatory, and then
No, the problem is it's not even that he's proving that he's stupid.
is the December 22nd, 2023 interrogatory response.
All right, are you tendering those at this time?
Yes, I am.
All right.
It's not just
Any
that he's-
objection from any counsel to Defense Exhibit 5 and 6?
Yes,
It's not that he's proving that he's
Seeing
stupid.
none others.
It's proved that he lied under oath because they have the receipts for restaurants, hotels, all that other stuff.
So now that you have those, let's just talk about those for a minute. Those were verified, so sworn under oath. Okay. And one of them was December 22nd, and then of this last year, so last December, and then one was just recently submitted in January, right? Okay. In May 10th, 2023, Judge Thompson heard a motion to compel in your divorce case as well, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you were actually held in willful contempt.
Yeah, I'm going to object to the relevance.
Oh, no.
His credibility,
Credibility?
is relevant, Judge, and if he was held in willful contempt for failing
lying.
to provide answers and documents, I think that's relevant to this court.
Yeah, I think you're
How
right.
is that a prior false act or crime of conviction or anything else allowed for impeachment under the rules of evidence?
I'm not offering it as a prior bad act or something like that. I'm offering it towards his credibility, Judge, which you get to determine. If he's made misrepresentations in these pleadings, you're here to determine whether or not he's telling the truth or not. So if another court has held him in contempt and that's part of the divorce proceeding, I think it's relevant.
But just contempt generally can be for many different things. Like but a failure to produce is not necessarily a false act, right?
Right, and he's welcome to explain that.
He may not have to. Ms. Cross.
I object to the relevance of that. That's clearly not a proper impeachment. We're going pretty far afield into divorce matters that don't have any direct relevance to anything that's pending before the court. I object to the relevance of that.
All right, I'm not saying that being a proper grounds for impeachment. It's sustained.
Okay, let's talk about this December 22nd, 2023 verification. I tabbed it for you. Again, they asked you if you had any documentations showing proof of this relationship, proof of any relationship, correct?
I'm going to object to the phrasing of that question. I don't believe that's an accurate read of the interrogatory.
All right, let's be precise, Ms. Merchant.
And you, please read it. I want to make sure I'm accurate. Please read it.
Which number?
This one actually has a number. I tabbed it for you, so you should be able to open right to the page. It's number 22. The question specifically is if you have any tangible evidence of any nature in your possession or control or any other person or entity which relates to any manner of your activities to any person with whom you've had a sexual relationship during your marriage. Tangible evidence is notes, cards, letters, photos, films, recordings, documents, tapes, video recordings, receipts, invoices, and other tangible evidence.
Yes.
Okay. And you answered that you did not have any documents to that effect, correct?
Correct.
Correct.
And that was on December 22nd, 2023?
Yes, ma'am.
You updated those responses again after the motion to disqualify was filed, though, correct?
When was the motion filed?
January 8th, 2024, when I filed the motion to disqualify you and alleged that you had a romantic relationship with Miss Willis.
Which you denied, by the way.
After that, you updated these responses, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And so your new responses, you now changed your answer from that you didn't have any of this to you're asserting the privilege under 24-5-505, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And both of these are under oath.
Yes, ma'am.
You also updated your response to the question about spending time with someone other than your spouse for dinner, drinks, things at restaurants, bars, hotels, or the other person's home, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So in December of 2023, you said no to all that. And then in January, after I filed my motion, you said privilege to all that, Fifth Amendment privilege.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And just to be clear, was it?
Sorry, I'm going to object to characterization of Fifth Amendment privilege. I think it was a statutory privilege, and that's quite different.
That's what I was just about to ask him. So that privilege covers infamy or Fifth Amendment privilege, correct?
So it was a privacy privilege is what I updated my response to do. Once you filed your motion to intervene in my divorce action, I then figured that you were in talks with my former wife's divorce lawyer.
Okay.
And because of that, I asserted a privacy privilege because I didn't want the proceedings of my divorce to bleed over into the proceedings in this case, which is the case that obviously you're involved in.
So your answers in December of 2023
Are
that
accurate.
you didn't have any documents about any travel that you
Those
took
are
with
still
Ms.
accurate.
Willis. That wasn't true though, correct?
They didn't ask me about any documents regarding Miss Willis.
No, they asked about
romantic
any
partner.
woman.
They asked you for documents regarding a romantic partner. So I'm sorry, I inserted Ms. Willis's name. Let me rephrase the question. They asked you for documents about travel with a romantic partner in December 2023.
And you said you had none.
And you under oath said you did not have any of those, correct?
Correct.
I did not.
Okay,
And they asked me about gifts.
right.
Never purchased a gift for Miss Willis.
And they asked you about
Well, it
receipts
depends.
for dinner, receipts for drinks,
Correct.
hotels, bars, and restaurants. And you
Cruises.
said you did not have any of those.
I did not and do not have any receipts for any of those things.
Okay. And part of the civil discovery, they say
Dude,
that
he's gonna do it.
even if you don't have it in your pocket, if it's within your purview, you got to get it.
He's
and give
going to
it
do
them,
what I
correct?
just said he's going to do.
Your Honor, I'm going to object again to the relevance of the questions about the scope of civil discovery. I think she's asked him about statements he made in pleadings. The answers,
No, the thing is
Are
this,
already in
Fanny
record
didn't pay
and,
for all of it.
All right, to the extent you're trying to establish a prior mistruth, Ms. Merchant, I'll allow you to ask a few more follow-ups, but if it's not there, we have to move on.
Thank you. So in 2023, December, you said you didn't have any receipts.
I did not have any receipts. I did not have any receipts.
Who had them?
But you did travel with Miss Willis in 2023.
Correct, I did.
I did.
And you
Right.
traveled
You
with her in 2022, correct?
And you ate dinner with her.
I did.
And you traveled with her in 2021, correct?
No.
So you only traveled with her in 2022 and 2023.
2022 and 2023 is what I recall.
Ooh,
That's
ooh.
what you recall?
Yes.
Okay. So you just don't remember if you traveled with her in 2021?
2022 and 2023 is what I recall.
Is what you recall. My question is, did you travel with her in 2021?
I don't recall.
I'm not recalling any travel in 2021.
So it's not yes or no, you just don't remember?
Yeah, I don't want to impeach
I'm not
myself
recalling
again.
any travel in 2021.
So you did not travel with her in 2021?
Your Honor.
Okay, this has been covered. Let's keep going.
Thank you.
I got out of that one good.
Let's see, you filed an affidavit in this case, correct?
I did.
Okay, and I marked that already. I gave it to the state as number 1. And that's exhibit number 1. May I approach, Judge?
You may.
Thank you. In that affidavit, you swore under oath, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And in that affidavit, you swore that, well, first of all, do you recognize the affidavit?
Yes, I do.
I do.
It's my affidavit.
Did you sign the affidavit under oath?
Yes, I did.
I did.
And you gave this affidavit specifically to refute the allegations that I had raised.
Yes, ma'am.
Nobody forced you to sign this?
No, ma'am.
No, Fanny
You chose
did.
to sign it?
I did.
And you signed it on purpose to admit into court
I
to
did.
refute allegations?
I did.
You signed it specifically to prove that you were not in a relationship with Willis prior to November 2021, correct?
Correct.
And you were a lawyer when you signed it?
I was.
Yes, I was.
And you're still a lawyer today, correct?
Yes, I
I
am.
am.
When were you barred?
2007.
1999.
Oh, wow.
Okay. And
How old is
you
this guy?
believe that your relationship with Miss Willis is subject to attorney-client privilege, correct?
I'm going to object to that, Your Honor. I don't think that's factually correct. I don't think that's a relevant question, and I don't think it's appropriate to question this witness about the scope of his attorney-client privilege. He's got an attorney who can speak for him for that, but questioning the witness, I think is
Well, but they wouldn't let him ask. No.
All right, so a lot to unpack there. The question is simply that does he believe there's a relationship that exists in terms of attorney-client privilege between him and Miss Willis? Is that accurate,
Yes,
Ms.
Judge.
Merchant?
It was. I asked if he believed his relationship with Miss Willis is subject to attorney-client privilege.
Okay, I don't see why yes or no would be barred.
maybe I'm not understanding the question. If the question is, does Mr. Wade and District Attorney Willis have an attorney-client relationship?
It is not.
There's no foundation for that. If the question to the witness is, does his relationship with District Attorney Willis impact his attorney-client relationship with his divorce attorneys? that I don't think is an appropriate question for that witness. First, first, I believe is a proper phrasing. The second, I think there's been a representation that Mr. Wade preserves and doesn't waive anything. And so I think asking him particular questions in order to potentially backdoor a waiver is inappropriate, and that's my question.
All right, if we're just trying to, again, assess where a privilege does or does not exist, and we're not actually getting into it, I think we can establish those, parameters, but Ms. Merchant, can you rephrase the question based on that concern, and we'll see where we are?
Yes. Do you believe, that your relationship with Ms. Willis is subject to an attorney-client privilege? Not if you and Ms. Willis have one, but do you believe that relationship is subject
I'd object. He's not there to testify
I'm
and
going to object to that
believe.
question as it's phrased. In what context? Any conversation with his attorneys is privileged. That I think is clear. What's not clear to me from that question is Ms. Merchant asking in the context of your communication with your attorneys, is that, or outside that context, is it?
Right, and Ms. Merchant, I think we need to figure out what are we getting at with this?
I'm just trying to figure out if he thought that their relationship is subject to an attorney-client
The judge is going to
privilege.
not.
I mean, it's been asserted.
It's
I think it's going to
irrelevant.
be asserted, and that was all I was asking.
I mean, the actions themselves wouldn't be an issue. It's more
If
communications.
someone saw them, someone had knowledge of it, is that attorney-client privilege? I want to
All right.
know.
Well, I guess I would find his legal opinion on this.
Yeah, irrelevant.
Isn't relevant. We can deal with that as it comes up. So sustained.
Okay.
In 2022, in this affidavit, you swore that you and Willis developed a personal relationship.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you said that didn't develop until 2022, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And that's different from what you said in your pleading in May 2023 in the divorce case, correct?
No, ma'am.
In May 2023, when you were asked if you had if you'd had any affairs, essentially, and you said none.
That's correct.
Okay. So
It wasn't an
in
affair.
May, you said you had not, in May 2023, in the divorce case, you said you had not had a personal relationship, an affair, a romantic relationship with anyone.
That's correct.
But you told this court in the affidavit that you did have one that started in 2022.
Let's hear how he's going to get out of this.
So that would have been ongoing at 2023.
So
He's got an answer.
here, I think there's a distinction.
Ah, yes.
If you'd allow me to explain.
Please, go ahead.
The interrogatory asked the question during the course of your marriage.
Or to date, it actually says.
I'm going to request that the witness be permitted to answer.
Mr. Wade.
So my marriage was irretrievably broken in 2015, ma'am, by agreement. My wife and I agreed that once she had the affair
What a
in
sneaky
2015,
little
that
bastard.
we'd get a divorce. We didn't get a divorce immediately because my children were still in school and I refused to allow them to grow up without their father at the time. So we waited. We waited until the youngest graduated and we dropped her off at college and
got divorced.
Didn't file for the divorce. So if you're asking me about the interrogatory as it relates to having the 2022 relationship with District Attorney Willis, I'm going to say because my marriage was irretrievably broken, I was free to have a relationship.
So the question
Wow,
was if you had
what
had a
an
relationship.
absolute scumbag.
And in 2023, you said you did not. And that is different than what you said in this affidavit, correct?
No, ma'am. I said during the course of my marriage. So in
So you believe that
2015,
Let him finish, Ms. Merchant.
So in 2015, my marriage was irretrievably broken. So I did not have.
So anything
a
as of
relationship
2015, he
with
could have
anyone
answered that answer.
during the course of my marriage.
And in that interrogatory, they asked you if you had any receipts for travel with someone of the other sex up until the time you were answering it. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said that
What
you
a
didn't. You've already testified
game.
to that earlier. But in this affidavit, you said you swore that you had travel expenses and shared expenses on travel with Ms. Willis.
It was business. It wasn't personal.
Again, during the course of my marriage,
Which ended in 2015.
I had no relationship or receipts.
I'm not asking about during the course of your marriage.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask the witness to be allowed to answer the question.
Continue. I have no problem with him answering.
As it relates to receipts today, I don't have any receipts, man.
I don't. Where are they? Where are
So
they?
you don't have any travel receipts available to you for any travel that you did with Ms. Willis?
I don't have any receipts, no ma'am.
Who has
No
the
receipts
receipts?
that, so you used your business credit card for these trips, correct?
I use my business credit card for everything.
Okay, yes. You used it for your kids' tuition.
Yes, ma'am.
You used it for personal travel with Ms. Willis.
Yes, ma'am.
And you have receipts from those business credit cards that you have to file with your taxes, correct?
No, ma'am.
No.
I filed a statement. I turn over the statement, and whatever's there on the statement, the accountant looks at it, and the accountant says, okay, this is personal, goes over here, this is business, goes over here.
I don't
pay
have
your
the
taxes.
receipts.
So you have those statements. We'll call them statements instead of receipts. You have those statements, correct?
I have the statement, yes, ma'am.
Okay. But when you answered the interrogatory under oath, you said you did not have anything to show the records of travel with Ms. Willis.
I answered the question. I had no receipts, ma'am.
You had no receipts, but you
This
had
is-
statements.
This is the wordsmith
I
of the
ordered the
devil
statement,
right
yes, ma'am.
You did order the statement. Okay. And so we're just talking to semantics between invoice and statements or receipt. I'm sorry.
I'm going to object, Your Honor, to the argumentative tone of the question. I believe it's been asked.
He's quite adverse. He gets to be
All right,
treated
it's
that
the
way.
same.
Let's see. You also in this affidavit said that no funds paid to you for compensation as your role as special counsel was shared with Willis, correct?
That's correct.
And that you never cohabitated with Willis, correct?
That's correct.
By cohabitation, does that mean that you never spent the night with Willis?
I spent the night with her.
Yeah, but my
Yes,
marriage is
ma'am.
over.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so I just want to qualify your use of the term cohabitation.
Oh, it
That
means
means you
to-
didn't live together,
Yeah, it means we don't share expenses.
but you did spend the night together.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
When was the first time you spent the night together?
Your Honor.
No, no,
What's the
no.
subject of his affidavit, Judge?
Date. We need a date.
Right, but it might not be the subject of this hearing. So the question is the nature and extent of the relationship. And so if they just spent the night on a single occasion, I don't think we're going to document in detail every single time that happened.
And I don't intend to do that, Judge, but I think what is relevant is when the relationship started, and that's what you had indicated on.
But why don't we
Monday.
start with that question and go from there?
To that question.
And that's what I asked, when the first time he spent the night with her was.
Imagine him
That's what I
thinking,
asked.
well, I considered
That's a
my
different
marriage over in
question, isn't
2015, so I didn't lie
Okay,
under oath
so
when I answered that.
Let's not talk
Bullshit.
about when you spent the night. When did your romantic relationship with Miss Willis begin?
2022.
When in 2022?
Early 2022.
Yeah, we had to
So
court
you
each
were
other.
appointed in November of 2021,
Yes, ma'am.
and your relationship started early. What's early? January, February?
Around March.
Around March.
Oh, he's a prepared witness. He's
But
very
you
well
two
prepared.
met at an October 2019 judicial conference, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And describe your relationship at that point then.
Which point?
2019.
Relationship with whom?
So I was at a judicial conference to teach a course, if you will, to newer judges. I did that in 2019. As I was exiting the conference, another judge was standing outside who was a friend of mine. I stopped and exchanged pleasantries with her. And standing, talking to her at the time was then Judge Willis. She introduced us at that time. We shook hands, exchanged business cards, and I got into my vehicle and left the conference. So that meeting was probably 3 minutes.
Okay. When was the next time you talked to her?
Didn't talk to her again probably
2 years.
maybe a month or a month and a half had gone by.
Okay. So you talked to her
2019.
November maybe?
2019.
Maybe. On the phone?
On the phone.
Okay. How regularly did you speak with her in 2021 on the phone?
Oh, 2021.
In 2021.
I'm sorry, 2019.
2019.
I'm so sorry. 2019. How frequently did you speak with her on the phone?
2019, after the meeting, I probably talked to her 2 or 3 times. She would have questions.
About what?
I was the district rep for the particular district that I sat in. And the judges would, when they would have questions, they sometimes would go to the rep. So she was outside of my district, but she would call me. She felt comfortable calling me to ask me the questions. I don't know if you know the racial makeup of certain benches, but it wasn't very diverse. So she felt comfortable calling me for advice. And she did that. And we had also in common that she was starting a private law practice at the time, and I'd already had mine up and going, and we talked about balancing the demands of the bench with their private practice. So we didn't talk that often, but when she had questions of mostly legal issues that would come up, she would call me.
I just want to make sure, because my question was just how many times, and you said 2 to 3 times, right? Okay. And in 2022, how frequently did you speak in 2022?
Oh, much more.
This is before you were appointed.
I'm sorry, perhaps Ms. Burgess, your timeline, 2022?
I'm sorry, 2020. 2020. How frequently did you speak in 2020?
2020, it was more frequent than 19, obviously, but
More frequent. Can you tell me approximately a month how often you think you spoke with her on the phone?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the granular detail. I think Mr. Wade can certainly answer however he wants to, but if we're going to go through every time they spoke on the phone as opposed to generally characterizing.
See, what's she's trying to establish now
be more detailed.
when they began their relationship.
Judge, I'm not going to go through every time they spoke on the phone. I'm asking for generally how frequently they spoke.
I think at that level, that's fine.
Thank
Overall.
you. About how frequently did you speak in 2020?
per month.
Cross my legs.
I mean, if it was 2 or 3 times that entire year, you can tell me that. If
no,
it was
no.
more than that, then you can quantify it by month.
No. We spoke on the telephone
regularly,
often. I mean, I don't know how many. I couldn't give you a amount of time because you remember, COVID happened and the world was shut down. But so we spoke on the phone more than 2019, definitely.
Okay, let's qualify it. Before her election in 2020, how frequently did you speak?
You mean as she was campaigning?
Before the
Before
election.
the election.
Before, yes, as she was campaigning, before she was elected.
It's two different animals.
As she was campaigning before she was elected.
Okay, so during the course of her campaign, we didn't talk as much, obviously, because she was busy. Fulton County is a large jurisdiction to cover. So we didn't talk a whole lot, but she did know that I'd gone through the election process. So when things would come up, that she had questions about, she would call me and ask me. So
And just to be fair,
sometimes it would
I'm only
Ms. Merchant.
Judge, actually, he's not asked and answered. And I mean, I don't mind him explaining, but I just wanted to know how many times. I mean, if we talk about every conversation they talked about,
You gotta let him finish his sentence, and then if you need to redirect him or have me direct him, I can. Mr. Wade, you can continue.
Yes, sir. So sometimes it would be like a 3-second call. She would go, during your election, have you ever seen this? And I would say,
yes, no,
but
maybe so.
Here's what I would do. And we'd hang up. She had a lot of professionals working for her, but she trusted my judgment, so she called me.
Oh, she trusted your judgment, all right.
Be brief conversation, but she called.
so my question was, how frequently did you speak with her prior to her election? Frequently?
Well, I can only remember what she called me for, but I
Infrequently?
can't.
More than 2019.
And less
but
than 2021.
It wasn't a everyday thing, no.
In 2021,
There you
before
go.
you were appointed in November, so January
appointed
to
in
November
November.
2021, the only time I'm talking about.
Right before he got the
How
contract.
frequently did you speak with Ms. Willis on the phone?
In 2021,
A lot.
then it became frequent.
Then it became a
Yes.
love affair.
But you did not work at the DA's office at that point, correct?
I did not.
So the affidavit that you submitted, you showed on it, you submitted one record that showed that Ms. Willis had paid a couple $100s for one flight, correct?
Say again?
The affidavit that you submitted to this court
What a sneaky little bastard.
showed that
I
Ms.
still
Willis
can't
had
get
paid
over
for
that.
one flight several $100s. Is that correct?
No, ma'am. I think that, are you drawing a distinction
This guy is a master
her paying for
linguist.
a flight or for her actually booking a flight? Because those are two separate things.
I will re-ask it. The affidavit you filed in this court, you alleged that Ms. Willis paid for one flight. Paid for one flight, correct?
No, ma'am.
You did not allege she paid for one flight.
No, ma'am. What I allege is that our travel was split roughly evenly. So where you see I have booked a flight or I've paid for a flight with my credit card, what you don't see is that she covered her own flight reimbursement to me. The flights that you see here are the flights that she would have booked with her own resources, with her own cost.
And there's one flight, correct?
One flight reflecting that she
submitted
actually
one
booked.
flight.
Ms. Merchant, let him finish and then you can redirect him.
One flight that she actually booked, yes. The other flights I booked, she paid for.
How'd she pay for
So-
them? Oh my God, this is amazing.
The affidavit, you submitted one flight that she booked and paid for.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the phrasing of that question. The line in the affidavit is not as Ms. Merchant is representing it. It said
Drink that water.
examples of the District Attorney Willis purchasing plane tickets for she and I with her personal funds were attached as an exhibit. It certainly did not represent that it was the only example of the District Attorney purchasing flights for.
I think didn't he just say that though?
for Wade or for compensating.
These speaking objections, they're really
other
trying to
travelers.
Understand, Ms.
manipulate the
Cross. I think that's
witness.
something you can, it's now on the record, but also something you can take on cross.
Thank you. And just so everybody is clear, all I asked you is, your affidavit, you submitted proof of one flight that she paid for on board. That's all I'm asking. Correct?
With the explanation, yes, ma'am.
Okay. It's all I needed. You said in the affidavit that you roughly shared travel though, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So this roughly sharing travel, you're saying she reimbursed you.
She did.
And where did you deposit the money she reimbursed you?
Oh, it's cash. She didn't give me any
Oh my
So
goodness.
she paid you cash for her share of all these vacations.
Mr. Schaefer, you'll step out if you do that again.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Ooh, what just happened
so
there?
all of the vacations that she took, she paid you cash for.
Oh, he scoffed.
Yes, ma'am.
He scoffed.
And you purchased all of these vacations on your business credit card, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you included those in deductions on your taxes, correct?
She paid him cash.
No,
My
you did not.
ass.
No, ma'am.
So she should have the cash withdrawals. She'll have the cash withdrawals from her bank accounts. Can you
We'll get to
imagine
in
that?
just a minute then. Let's see.
Thousands of dollars in reimbursement of expenses, cash, not a check.
So the only thing that you have actual documentary proof, not cash, is this one receipt that you attached to the affidavit. Is that correct?
Your Honor, I object to that question. That is a mischaracterization of the.
Oh,
assertion
sit
that is in the
down, be
affidavit.
quiet,
asking.
Cross.
Then he can deny it. I think he can fend for himself.
Yeah, and stop testifying
Is
for him,
this
Cross.
the only written proof that you have of a trip she paid for?
That I have?
Yeah,
Yes.
but,
Yes, ma'am.
other than cash, yeah.
So you submitted the one piece of written evidence that you have that she paid for something.
Did you
Everything
declare
else
the
is in
cash,
Is that accurate?
Nathan? He expenses it.
That's not
and then
accurate.
takes the
Okay.
cash personally.
Please tell me what other receipts do you
That's-
have
that's
then
bad.
that show that she paid for things?
I don't have them.
So this is
Holy
the only
crap.
receipt that you have to show that she paid for travel.
So he would
I have, yes,
he would
ma'am.
business
Thank you.
expense the travel, and then he would
In your
take cash
divorce
as
case,
reimbursement.
You filed a
IRS,
domestic
are you
relations
watching?
financial affidavit, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
The first one you filed was in January 2022, right?
Oh my goodness, this is the moment, people.
And those are under oath?
Yes.
And
Holy crap.
you also filed corporate taxes in 2022, correct?
Yeah.
And tell me about your business. Do you have a partnership or are you a solo practitioner?
Always in cash, never in writing, says Sushi
As
Hunter
it stands today?
on
Yes.
Rumble.
So today,
Oh, well, it's
I
very
have
complicated,
a
eh?
separate PC. My law partner has his own separate PC.
Okay.
So, but we're under the same umbrella, under the
expenses.
same roof. So we share
Expenses.
expenses.
There you go.
we
That's
share
called a
income,
nominal partnership, by the way, in most
split it.
places.
So are you a partnership?
A nominal
We
partnership.
are a partnership in the sense of we share expenses, we share income.
Are you registered with the state of Georgia as a partnership?
No, nominal
So,
partnerships don't have to be registered, at least in
WBC
Quebec.
firm that included myself, Terrence Bradley, and Christopher Campbell, we were registered with the Secretary of State as a partnership
Okay.
for a short period of time.
That
When
was dissolved, though, right, in 2023?
I'm going to object to the witness answer his question.
Mr. Wade, do you have something else to add there?
I did, when things happened and we
Things
excused
happened.
Mr. Bradley from that partnership.
Excused Mr.
it
Bradley
left
from the partnership.
Christopher Campbell and myself. So now you have two separate PCs under the same umbrella.
You got PCs and something else.
Sharing expenses
PC.
and
Private
income.
company? What is that?
Okay. So let me just narrow down my questions then.
Cash, people.
Are
She
you
reimbursed
registered?
me in cash.
And have you been registered at any time in the state of Georgia as Wade and Campbell?
Wade, no ma'am.
You've never been registered as a partnership?
As Wade and Campbell, no
Wade
ma'am.
and Campbell, yes, thank you.
But as Wade Bradley Campbell,
Yes,
ma'am.
until we excuse
Wade Bradley
Campbell.
Campbell was registered on April 1st, 2021, and administratively dissolved on September 8th, 2023, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Other than that partnership, you have always been registered as law office of Nathan Wade,
Yes, ma'am.
not with Chris Campbell.
Correct.
Thank you. So the affidavit that you filed in your divorce case, the first one in 2022. I think I'm up to number 7. I'm going to just show you, give you a group of exhibits so we don't have to go back and forth. I'm marking the 2022 as 7. I'm marking the 2024 as 8. I'm marking the credit card statements as 9, and your taxes as 10.
I'm going to object to taxes, because of the relevance of them at this point. The relevance of this entire business structure doesn't seem clear to me.
Writing
as
off
other
expenses
relevant
and then
issues
get taken
of the
cash
court's,
as repayment
under
personally
court's
without declaring that as
consideration.
revenue.
But insofar as talking about tax returns and other things like that, certainly that's, should be redacted, and I would object to the relevance of it.
I agree they should be redacted. I don't agree to the relevance, but I haven't tried to tender them yet, Judge. I'm just marking them right now so that everyone can follow.
All right. And what is the eventual relevance that you were getting at here?
Well, I'm going to ask him because one of the things that we have to show in this case is a personal and financial interest. So, and he's talked about how he was reimbursed for these things, and so I have a right to go into the veracity of those statements. So let's see, 7, 8, sorry, 9. And then 10. All right, so right now I'm just going to show you what I've marked as these exhibits.
Ms. Merchant, can I see what you're showing?
Oh, yeah, of course. They're all from the USB drive I gave you.
So I think unless I misunderstood what happened, where the judge admonished that guy, I think someone scoffed at the cash answer, and the judge said, "You do that again, I'm going to kick you out of here." Viva, how as a Canadian are you able to live in the U.S. for more than 6 months at a time? I got a visa. Poon Age Productions.
Can I approach Judge?
Poonage.
I'm just showing you what I marked as 7, 8, 9, and 10.
Proper scoff. Damn right.
All right.
So,
Holy crap. No, dude, I had to go through a
So
very
these are
costly
sworn.
visa process.
I'm first going to ask you about the domestic relations financial affidavit. These are sworn. They're filed under oath, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And the most recent one that you filed was filed on January 26, 2024.
Yes, ma'am.
So a few weeks ago.
Yes, ma'am.
And in that one, you said that you made $9,500 each month, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Not bad at all.
You said that in 2022, Well, in 2022, in this case alone, isn't it true you were paid $303,000? Over $303,000?
I was paid?
Yes.
No,
in
my
this
firm
case.
was.
Fulton County, by Fulton County.
My firm.
I see where you're going.
He's got the answer here.
So,
And Judge, I just
In
asked him
that-
to answer the question. If he wants to explain it, I've got no problem with
All
that.
right. Mr. Wade, just listen to the question asked and just answer the question asked. And if,
In 2022, isn't it true you were paid over $300,000?
no, ma'am, that is not
It's
true.
my
You
firm
were
was.
not
My
paid over
firm.
$300,000
My
by
PC
Fulton
was.
County.
No, ma'am, I was not.
My PC
How much
was.
were you paid in 2022 then?
I was paid nothing.
So, what I was beginning to explain was
I get a salary from my company.
Fulton County wrote a check to my firm.
There you go.
What happens at that point is the checks are then deposited. As you have the bank statements, you see that.
Smug
And then they are dispersed
snake.
between the three of us. So there was Mr. Bradley, there was Mr. Wade, and there was Christopher Campbell.
His answer is that the firm
Third,
gets it.
A third. So when you ask me if I was paid $300,000, the answer is no. I got a third of that went to my personal firm. Now, once the money was distributed to my personal firm, obviously the expenses come out of that.
Oh, yeah, they like to travel.
And I get, at the end of the day, whatever the profit is.
Expenses.
So I did not get $300,000. No, ma'am.
And let me just clarify. My question was not, did you put in your pocket $300,000?
Yeah, I know,
My
but that's
question
how a
was,
liar will
was the law
misinterpret
firm
it.
of Nathan Wade paid over $300,000 in the year 2022?
Again, a third of that came to the law firm of Nathan Wade.
So you're saying that the law firm of Nathan Wade did not receive checks from Fulton County government?
Who would receive the check?
$300,000
Who would
in the
receive
year
the check,
2022?
actually? He has to receive the check.
That's a different question. A third of the $300,000 came to
That, oh my
Nathan
God, this
Wade.
guy's so he gets the check. He gets $300,000 from his
Again,
sugar
I'm
mama.
not asking what went in your pocket.
That's right. Who got the
I'm
check?
asking,
Who was the check made out
was
to?
the law firm of Nathan Wade paid over $300,000 in 2020?
Well, it was. We received the money. We received it, but then we have to divvy it up.
dancing around.
Who was the check made out to? Just ask that question.
That's fine. I can move on, Judge. Thank you.
Who was the check
So
made
you
out
said
to?
that they were dispersed amongst all of you, or put into an account with all of you. So it's your testimony that for 2022, every check you received from Fulton County government went into an operating account with you, Bradley, and Campbell.
No. That's not what I testified to. So the Wade, Bradley, and Campbell firm established an account when we decided to purchase a building in 2022. At that point, every piece of income that came into the entity went into that account.
Okay.
And then after expenses were paid, it was split a third, right? Once that was dissolved, then the funds would go into a different account. My account, one of my accounts. And then I would disperse the funds between now Attorney Campbell and myself, one half and one half.
Who was the check made out
It
to?
does. Let me be more direct then. So the Synovus operating account that you had for Wade, Bradley, and Campbell,
Yes, ma'am.
the checks from Fulton County from January of 2022
Were made
until
out to what
June
name?
17th, 2022.
What name?
Those checks were deposited in that operating account.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Starting on July 15th, 2022, the checks you received from Fulton County up until May 26th, 2022, all went into an escrow account that you had at Fifth Third Bank, correct?
Interesting.
No, not all of them. Some
Not all of them?
Some of them, yes.
Why would it go into escrow?
So it's your testimony that some of your checks from July 15th, 2022 up until May 26th, 2023,
Escrow.
some of them went into an account outside of Fifth Third Bank?
Your Honor, I'm going to check to the relevance of the financial transactions.
How much money you made is highly relevant in this case.
Well, made, but
The
you're saying
personal
made.
financial business
How much
and
checks
where-
was
where
written to
the
him?
money was,
That's not
and
English,
I mean,
but
it's
you know what
just a
I'm saying.
follow-up on other things that he's testified to.
And why is how much money he made relevant?
Well, the financial benefit.
Because he
aspect.
represented it's very relevant. He filed an affidavit with the court saying, with another court, he told another judge that he made $9,500 a month. That's what he swore to.
The
And-
conflict
All
of
right, so
interest part.
this entire inquiry is just to is to establish that prior and consistent statement.
Yes.
All right. I'll give you a minute or two more to
Okay.
try that, but we're
Great.
gonna have to move on.
Thank you. So I know you're saying that you only got a third of the $300,000, but you were paid over, the firm was paid over $300,000 in 2022, correct?
So, Ms. Merchant, it's not what I'm saying. They're numbers. They're there. It's the truth. The funds were paid. They were divvied between the three of us, going into an operating account.
Yep. We pay the expenses out of it and take
Expenses
cash
paid out
for
of it.
reimbursement.
At the end of that, the 9,000 figure is what you have.
So that's where you got the 9,000
Oh,
figure.
that's interesting.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And
he
let's see,
netted
let's,
10 grand after taking cash reimbursements for trips and stuff. You know, remember, don't forget that part. I think everybody really has to understand. I hope that's clear. He's expensing through the company, so deducting the expenses, getting the tax benefit there, enjoying the personal expense, and then collecting cash reimbursement from Fannie,
Prior
even
to
by
when
his
you
own
filed for
testimony.
divorce in November 2021, you would use Mr. Bradley's credit card to pay for things with Miss Willis, correct? And then pay him back in cash.
I've never used Mr. Bradley's credit card. in my
You've
life.
never used his credit card
Never.
for transactions to
Mr. Bradley's or
anything
the Bradley
with Miss Willis?
firm?
Out to dinner, anything like that? Hotels?
I've never used Mr. Bradley's credit card. I've never used anyone else's credit card. Not even my father's, and we have the same name.
And you'd pay back, if you ever did use someone's credit card, you'd pay back in cash though, correct?
Ma'am, I've never used someone else's credit card.
That's not what she. Oh, he's going to be semantics again. Did the company pay for
Can you
expenses?
take a look at the bank records that I gave you?
I've never used. He's in his own mind.
the
Like, I
largest
never
tab you have.
For
fraudulently
the record,
used
which
it.
exhibit is this?
It is exhibit, hold on, Judge.
Did Bradley's firm
Exhibit
pay
9.
for expenses?
It should be the largest section.
By the way, we're over 10,000 live
Before this
on
starts,
Rumble.
let me reference
Booyah.
from the-
How many we got in
exhibits have been
locals?
tendered, and I maintain my, relevance.
243.
All right, let's see what the next question is, and maybe then the objection is.
She needs to be really specific and repeat the same question over until he answers it. It says Pyron 54. No, the question about the check is the big mistake. Like, who is the check made out to?
Is that
Period.
an accurate copy of your Capital One statements that you provided in Discovery?
What's
to,
in your wallet? Look at
Is that an accurate reflection of your Capital
Dude,
One?
it's my statements.
That
Come
I
on.
provided in discovery to whom?
To your divorce lawyers, or that you provided in the divorce proceeding.
Is the question, does he recognize it by sight?
I'm asking if it's his statement, his bank
I
statement.
think that is the question.
Well, I mean, it's a thick document, but I believe you if you say that this is what my wife's divorce lawyer gave you. I believe it.
Your name's on every page of that document, correct?
On every page?
Pretty much every page, if not every page.
No, it's not on every page. No, ma'am.
They're all Capital One bank records
They
showing.
are.
Okay?
Okay.
Just take your time, look through it. Tell me if there's anything that you think is not yours.
No, they appear to be.
Okay. And those bank records show that you paid for travel with Miss Willis.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I'm going to object the relevance of these documents and the,
Well, I think, are you tendering Exhibit 9?
I'm going to, Judge, and they're highly relevant to the whole
Well, you've
reason.
asked him a question about the contents of them, and they haven't been admitted yet, so why don't we start there?
Thanks. Those show travel that you and Miss Willis took.
Well, so you're asking about the contents of something that hasn't been admitted yet, right?
Well, I'm asking him if that's what it shows because I know that they're going to object on relevance.
Well, first we got to see if it's you've authenticated it, perhaps, and before we get into other details of what's in it, I think
I can
it needs
tender
to be
them. That's
admitted.
fine. I move to admit them.
All right,
object on relevance.
on relevance. All right, and on
No,
that,
he's gonna
rule.
let this in.
Ms. Merchant.
This is directly relevant to contradict the witness.
Those records demonstrate that you paid for travel with yourself and Miss Willis, correct?
Yes, and she paid me back
They
in cash.
they should.
Okay.
They should.
And let's just talk about that travel.
Okay.
Were you having sex when you
The
did
first
that?
trip is Belize in March 2023. Is that a trip that you took with Miss Willis?
Oh, Belize, that's where we made love
Are
under
you
the.
asking?
Did you take a trip
Under
with
the
Miss Willis
moonlight.
in 2023 to Belize?
I did.
Did you take a trip to California with Miss Willis in 2023?
I did.
Did you
Have sexy time with her at that same
pay
time.
for those trips on that credit card?
Yes, I did. I think.
I used the credit card to book the travel.
And then she paid me back
but
cash.
Understand.
She
that-
paid you back cash.
Well, let me say this. Let's take the Belize trip, for example, since
Okay.
you started there. That was a birthday gift to me, so I paid nothing for that trip. Zero.
Okay. So the charges that are on your card, she gave you cash for?
She did.
Okay. So all of the charges,
Excuse me, Your Honor, I believe the witness has finished answering the question.
oh, did you have more?
I did.
Yeah.
Okay.
Please explain.
I wanted to get into the charges on the card because so traveling with her is a task. You can probably imagine the attention that happens. So
I doubt that.
safety
I highly
reasons,
doubt that. Yeah, Fani Willis is like
she
everyone's asking for autographs.
would limit her transactions. I mean,
Oh my God, he's going to
imagine
say that
trying
he had to
walk
book it for
through
safety.
an airport or sit at a restaurant or do anything. So there's no attempt to conceal. It's a credit card. Everything is here. So
What's he
and-
talking about right now?
That's not what I asked.
What are you talking about? What question are you answering?
What I asked was the charges for Belize in March
She
2023.
paid you
on
back
that credit
cash.
card. Those are things you purchased to go with Miss Willis to Belize.
those are things that we booked with my card that she
Yes.
paid. Yes.
Yes.
Paid
So those
cash.
show up on your credit
After
card.
after you expensed it.
And you're saying that she paid you cash to reimburse you for all of that.
Yes.
She did.
And she paid you cash for both of your
How much was it?
portions or just hers?
Both.
Okay, so that trip, Belize, just Belize.
She paid
She
for it.
paid you for everything on Belize.
The entire trip.
Okay. So the
It was a gift.
food, tattoo parlor, all that stuff, she paid for.
Tattoo parlor.
I'm gonna. I'm sorry, maybe repeat the question?
There was no tattoo parlor in Belize.
The charges, there's a tattoo parlor on the charges. I'm not getting into what it was for. I'm just asking if everything that's on that card related to Belize, she paid you back for.
So,
She paid for it.
the noise is not my end, by the way, people.
Let's talk about California. In
California.
May 2023. You all went to California together,
Yes.
and you booked plane tickets,
Yes.
and her name was on those plane tickets.
They were.
And so I know you said that you were worried about security and things like that, but that was in her name. When she traveled, she had to use her name.
Oh, so the plane tickets? Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you paid for those plane tickets, and you paid for a hotel.
and she
so-
paid you back cash.
Again, the card, yes.
You used your credit card
To book
I'm
the
not
hotel,
asking
the
about
plane.
After what happened, I'm asking, did you use your credit card to book your
Someone
flight
vacuuming
and
in the
hotel
courtroom?
to California?
I did.
And there's a lot of Ubers on there as well for California. Did you pay for those Ubers as well?
Yes.
Did
We
you
were
pay?
in Napa.
Did she pay you
And you're
back?
saying that Miss Willis? Are you saying that Miss Willis paid you back for that?
Yes.
Did she pay for the entire trip, or did she pay for her half of the trip?
The Napa trip, she paid for the excursions. So the expenses sort of balanced out. I
These
mean,
fu- they're just-
there
they're
was
fr-
never-
they
let
are
me be clear, there
gangsters.
was never a time when
Here's some cash.
I would say,
Keep it under the
"Hey,
bed."
I bought dinner. Dinner cost $25.
No, it didn't.
You need to give me $25. If you've ever spent any time with Miss Willis, you understand that she's a very independent, proud woman.
I'd object. We're not.
So she's going to
Overruled, Mr. Wade.
so she's going to insist that she carries her own weight, and it actually was a point of contention between the two of us. She is going to pay her own way.
And
So
I'm
let me
going to
re-ask the
take it.
question to make sure that you answer it.
Oh, yeah, please.
A California trip that you paid for, saying that she did not pay you back for cash. Instead, she paid for excursions, and you believe that was roughly half.
No, she gave me some cash, yes.
Oh, yeah. She
But
gave you
what I'm
some.
saying is everything that we
His
did
laughing
when we
like-
got into Napa,
Such a
she paid
sneaky
for.
little bastard.
The trip that she booked on her credit card in Miami, did you pay her cash back for your half of that?
No. man.
No.
Why would I have done
So
that?
you never paid
No.
her back for the ticket she bought for you?
she's-
No,
She's my
I would
sugar
say
mommy.
I did pay her back because there were times when I would pay for dinner.
Okay.
She would pay for dinner. It would balance out. But in a relationship, ma'am, you don't, particularly men, we don't go asking back for anything. So you're not keeping a ledger of things that you pay for versus the thing that
No,
she's paid for.
especially not when it's out of a
Which is why I
slush fund
said that
of
it
taxpayer
was a point of
dollars.
contention because she was very emphatic and adamant about this independent, strong woman thing. So she demanded that she pay her own way.
But she's the district attorney of Fulton County, and she has to file financial disclosures disclosing any gifts with anybody that she does business with in Fulton County, correct?
I don't know. I don't know what she is.
Okay. Let's talk about Tennessee. You booked a cabin in August 2023.
I hear it's
and
beautiful
paid
that
for
time of
a
year.
cabin in Tennessee. That's when you paid for it. I don't know when the trip was. Can you tell us about that?
Were the mosquitoes bad?
August of 2023.
You booked a trip for $1,481.54.
Did you go to Tennessee with Fani Willis?
Asking me, did I take that trip with Miss Willis, or are you asking me?
First, I was just asking you to acknowledge that that is correct from the records, that you paid for a cabin in Tennessee. Do you recall, and hopefully you can do it from your memory, do you recall paying for a cabin 6 months ago, $1,400.81 in Tennessee?
This person's reminding me I better go check my credit card statements.
Where are we now?
Make sure there's no fraud.
I'm just asking from your memory.
Dude,
Do
did you
remember
book a
paying for
trip to
cabin
Tennessee?
in August?
Did you book a trip to Tennessee?
Maybe asked about a particular transaction.
You can answer whether he remembers or not.
Dude, how often do you book trips to Tennessee?
Mr. Wade, I'm not asking you to go through 1,000 pages of records. I'm asking
can't
if
see
you
too
remember
good, Bill.
paying for a cabin 6 months ago in Tennessee.
No,
Do you remember booking a cabin?
I booked lots of cabins.
Oh my God, this guy's a pathological
Did you
liar.
go to a cabin with Miss Willis ever?
You book lots of cabins?
Ever.
Ever.
It was at that moment he realized he screwed up. Dude, take a little longer. Take a little longer. The wheels are in motion. Sir, are you having a stroke right now? Mr. Wade, are you okay? Do you need medical assistance?
No,
You've never gone to a cabin with Miss Willis?
no.
Why the hell did it take so long to
You ever gone to
access that
Tennessee with Miss Willis?
data bank?
Yes.
Oh!
Okay. When was that?
Look at him. Oh, you asked the right question, Ms. Merchant.
That was around 2022.
Hold on one second.
Early
No, here.
2022.
He's cheating on Fanny.
Early 2022?
Define cabin.
It was a
Oh my goodness.
a day trip.
It was, if I can recall correctly.
Okay, so you didn't spend the night?
Oh, we spent the night.
So it was a day trip.
Okay.
Did you spend the night?
We would drive there, have lunch.
We would drive there? What
Drive back.
hypothetical is he living in?
The reason we would do that is because
The hunting was very
the
good that time of year.
Attention, she couldn't get any peace of mind going locally, so
What a
we'd
load
get
of
in my car
crap.
and
Oh,
drive
maybe not at that
to
point, actually, with the Trump thing. So.
someplace off the beaten path and have lunch and drive back.
At a cabin.
Is that when you went to Fainting Goat with her?
30-second pause.
I think it's in Jasper, Georgia.
No, that's in Georgia. I don't recall going to Fanning Goat with her.
So the Tennessee day trips were only Tennessee?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever do these day trips in Georgia?
Yeah.
Do
Georgia's
we
wonderful
drive
this
anywhere
time.
in Georgia?
Yeah, you were
Of course.
talking about day trips
we
going
drove-
out, and I'm talking about outside of the metro area. Day trips that you were just talking about. These trips you were talking about.
Oh my goodness.
The ones that I'm only asking about the ones you were just talking about. Are all of those in Tennessee?
She needed her time off.
No, we drove to Alabama before.
Okay.
Back.
You drove to Alabama? Did you go anywhere in Georgia? North Georgia?
You know, I'm going to object. If he wants to direct his attention in some way to a time frame or a location, then I think it might be easier for the witness to accurately answer.
Ms. Merchant, I think if you don't have the specific details yourself, we need to start getting into specifics or more maybe broadly phrased questions. We can't just be exploring around indefinitely.
Is it fair to say that you've taken so many trips with her you don't even really remember all
Yes.
the places you've gone?
Oh, the places
So
we've
many
been.
trips.
You're having
many
trouble
trips.
remembering if you went to North Georgia or not.
Well, you're asking me about specific places, and I want to be
I wanna
candid
be-
in my
oh,
responses.
yeah.
So I have to jog my memory because these
jog
are
it.
places that I have frequented, but not with her.
with other
So
women.
I want to make certain that
Dude's in trouble.
if there was ever a time that she accompanied me, that I was candid in that response.
Oh, if someone clip
Aruba,
that part.
October 2022.
The 40-second stare into
Business record
space.
certificate for these, Judge, might be a little faster. But did you take a trip with her to Aruba in 2022?
Yes, ma'am. So that Aruba trip there was a package deal there. My mother had recently retired, and I decided to take my mother on a cruise.
Okay.
And
Energy
the
time,
second
people.
leg after the cruise concluded, D.A. Willis and I
D.A.
went
Willis
to
now.
Aruba. So that was all one trip, if you will.
That my mother
Okay.
paid for.
So my question was, did you go with D.A. Willis to Aruba in 2022?
I did.
Thank
Yeah. Did you make sexy time there?
And
Did you
paid
have
for that
fornication
trip
relations?
Using your business credit card, correct?
Yes.
I did.
You got paid back cash
And
for that.
you paid for a cruise as well, correct?
Yes, I did.
That's the cruise I was referencing with D.A. Willis, my mother, and myself.
Okay, and because there's two cruises, so let's just talk about the first one. So the
D.A.
first
Willis.
one was, that's the one with your mother.
Yes.
And so you introduced D.A. Willis to your mother. That trip, you all took a cruise together, the three of you.
Yes.
After the cruise was done, you and D.A. Willis flew to Aruba together, and your mom flew home.
Yes,
And you paid for all of this with your credit card, on your business credit card.
I did.
And you got paid
And
back cash.
Are you saying that Ms. Willis paid you cash back for that?
Oh,
She
yes.
did.
Yes, you did, of course.
And
But
This is going to be
let me
headline
make this
news for those who are
distinction,
paying attention.
because the number that you're looking at reflects the 3 people on the cruise ship. There were things that my mother and I did, just the 2 of us, that D.A. Willis didn't do.
And I'm not attributing that. I did not, my math is not good, but I did not include anything with your mother on those. Can I show?
You wouldn't be able to see it because it's not separated out. It just shows a charge on the account when actually it would have been something with my mother and I.
Judge, may I approach with exhibits 10 and 11? They're both certified business records.
Dude's going to fill up his bladder if he keeps drinking like that.
Vacation Express ones from each two.
Dude, it's so
I'm sorry,
it's
11 and 12.
it's so bad. They're just like, hey, here's that's like the question is this: do we believe that Fannie Wade paid him back in cash? I don't think we do, but it would make sense that he did because it's a double whammy. I get the trip, I expense the trip, and Fannie Wade gives me cash in addition to my contract.
All right, defense 11 and 12. Ms. Cross?
Based on Ms. Merchant's representation that they are true and accurate as to the certification that was provided to her, we have no objection.
All right, again, seeing no other objection, they're admitted.
Go home to mommy, says
So
Elastica.
the trip, just the trip
in
to
Rumble.
Aruba alone for you and D.A. Willis was $3,835.26,
For
correct?
both of them?
Just Aruba.
I'm looking for the
Aruba, Maduba, come on.
the amount.
Which exhibit? Question about 11 or 12?
This one is 11.
I had a funny joke that I was going to make, and now I forgot what it was.
Yes, ma'am. $3,835.26.
And then the Royal Caribbean for just you and Miss Willis was $1,269.70.
Yeah, that's a good
correct?
price.
No, ma'am.
Uh-oh. Oh, he takes off his glasses. You don't
Your mother's
understand.
got a different line item on there.
No, ma'am, you don't
I'm
understand.
talking about the cruise.
That was the
actual
one with my
cruise.
mother. My mother paid
Cabin.
me back cash, too.
I think you need to rephrase that as in the form of a question, Ms. Merchant.
Did you do it?
Did you pay Royal Caribbean for yours and Miss Willis's cabin $1,269.70?
That's what it says
Where
here.
are we? Which page?
We're on.
Dude,
the
you don't
receipt.
remember your
There's
life?
Just a few pages of receipts on exhibit number 11.
I book a lot of cruises.
I'm in 11.
You might say it. Oh, I wish I could bring up the chat from Rumble. Rumble, that's what I wanted to say. I'm going to get to the Rumble rants when there's a break. I'm surprised they haven't paused yet. So I'll get to the Rumble rants. I'm going to get to the tips out in locals, and I'll give
Can you
the
direct
love
me to where you are?
to the chat in
On
locals.
in Exhibit 11?
The receipt for Royal Caribbean?
This is the best advertising for Royal Caribbean. How was the cruise, Mr. Nate? It was fantastic. We made love while looking at the ocean and talking about my ex-wife, although I was still married to her. Wait a minute, was I? Yes, I was, but the relationship was over since 2015, so I wasn't cheating on anybody.
One page. I already asked you about Aruba. And just for the record, I blacked out their dates of both. And then Royal Caribbean may be on. Oh.
Don't give her those eyes, Nathan's Wade's looking at Ms. Merchant and with those Fani eyes.
Do you recall paying around $1,269.70 for a Royal Caribbean cruise for you and Miss Willis? You don't remember that?
That amount seems kind of small. I don't.
It's an expensive cruise.
Okay. While you were in Aruba, then you bought a cruise, a Norwegian cruise, right? And that was the New Year's Eve cruise?
How much was that cruise?
While I was in Aruba, no, ma'am.
The credit card documents that were
when did you buy it? Just Ashley.
The purchase date.
When did you buy that
Aruba,
cruise?
But you don't remember doing that in Aruba?
I didn't purchase a cruise while I was in Aruba. That may be when the cruise
charge went through.
Company decided to run the invoice, but I didn't
when did you book it smarter than everybody, Nathan?
Around the time you went to Aruba. You purchased a cruise for Norwegian for you and Miss Willis to take for New Year's, correct?
Before I went to Aruba, yes, ma'am.
Oh, you remember.
And
how much was it?
That was roughly $3,300.
Yeah, so why would the Caribbean have been so much cheaper?
The cruise to Aruba. I mean, the cruise to, I'm sorry, the Norwegian cruise.
The Norwegian New Year's Eve cruise.
That cruise was with my sisters.
Okay.
And the number that you are seeing would reflect my buying dinner for my sisters and their husbands.
I'm just talking about the cruise, the amount that was paid for the cruise ahead of time when you booked the cruise.
This guy's got a pathological, unable to answer a question problem.
Okay.
That was a little over $3,000.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yep.
So, and I understand you're saying you paid for other things, but I'm just talking about the cruise amount. Okay. And you paid for a Jeep and you paid for dinner while you were there in
Did he expense the dinners
Bahamas.
with his sister? Did he expense the dinners with his sisters and their husbands?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That's the one that Miss Willis paid for a flight for, correct?
That's one of the flights she paid for. Yes, ma'am.
Actually, a documented paid for, not cash. I'm talking about a non-cash transaction. That's what she paid for.
Did the state of Georgia
You mean the one
expense
that I
your dinner
provided
with your
the
siblings?
receipt for?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. That's that.
Okay. And so she booked that on her credit card and wasn't worried about, I know you said earlier that you were booking everything because she was worried about people knowing where she was traveling. She didn't have any fears booking that one though, correct?
I'm going to object to the phrasing of that question. Speculate as to what was the motivation of the district attorney. She wants to ask if that was the transaction, and he responded that was the transaction.
Oh, boy. I got to pee
Ms.
again.
Merchant, I think you can rephrase the
Great.
question, but I'll sustain it on the current phrasing.
So she purchased that under her own name, correct?
She did.
Okay. Let's see. So I know we talked a little bit about the seminar where you all met.
I had a dirty
Isn't it
joke.
true that you would go to Miss Willis's house in South Fulton County
For sex.
occasionally?
I've never gone to her house in South Fulton County.
You've never gone to her house in South
I've
Fulton
never seen her house. The first time I even heard the
He's getting
address
very
of that
defensive.
house was when
Why is he so defensive about this?
one of the individuals in the election fraud case somehow doxed it and it got out. That was the
Why
first
would
time I
he be
even
so
seen that
defensive
address.
about that, actually? That's curious.
But you would go to the East Point condo, correct?
What East Point condo?
East Point, Hapeville, something like that.
I've never been to East Point with Miss
Where
Willis.
did you have
You've
your
never gone
relations?
you've never gone to a condo in either the East Point or Hapeville area with Miss Willis.
Wait, that's different. I have gone to a condo in Hateville.
Okay? So Hapeville.
Yes, ma'am.
Hateville?
So you have gone to a condo with Miss Willis in Hapeville.
I have.
Hateville?
Have you spent the night there?
Never.
Oh.
Never spent the night there.
Never.
I was always done before the night.
Is that the condo that was rented by Robin Yurdy?
How
I believe it
long?
was.
And other members of the DA staff were there as well, correct? Sometimes.
I've never been around other members of the DA staff at a condo in Hateville.
There's never been any security for Miss Willis?
Not around me.
Did you ever ride with Ms. Willis with her security detail to and from the house?
No.
You served on Ms. Willis's transition team, correct?
Yes.
And you were part of all of her interviews where she interviewed and re-interviewed employees?
I would say probably 98, 99% of them, yes.
Is it fair to say you took an active role in these interviews?
Oh, very active.
Yes, ma'am.
Prior to this, you'd never worked at a DA's office, right?
Have I ever worked in her DA's office?
At
No,
a
ma'am.
DA's office, any DA's office?
No, ma'am.
No.
Have
But
you
why
ever
did you
managed
see
a
what a
large law
sneaky
firm
little
or a large-
bastard?
I'm going to object to the relevance.
I've never worked at her DA's office.
You
Any
served on
DA
the
office? No.
transition
Same
team,
answer.
And so, I mean, what we're trying to prove is that there's a personal and financial relationship and that it was improper. And so, you know,
Yep.
whether or not he had experience to serve on this transition team, I think is relevant.
Right. I think I already said that we don't need the evidentiary
Okay.
hearing on that point.
I'll move
so
on.
it's sustained.
Terrence Bradley also received a contract for Fulton County, correct?
Yes, you did. To the best of my knowledge. Oh, think about it. How to frame it. How to frame the answer.
Correct?
You're asking me about Terrence?
I asked if Terrence Bradley also received a contract for
Ask
Fulton
Terrence.
I believe that he did.
County. And you were partners with him at that time, correct?
I was.
So under what you testified to earlier, you would get a third of that contract as well, correct?
I would have.
And Chris Campbell also had a contract with Fulton County.
And you'd get a third of that too.
And so under what you've testified to, you would also get a third of that.
So it's
correct?
almost like he would get all of his payment
They
from
both
Fani.
had contracts for what are called first appearance, which is where they would appear on behalf of the district attorney to do first appearance hearings, correct?
What's a first appearance hearing for those who don't know? It was at that moment he realized he couldn't keep track of his lies anymore. He thought back to what his mother said as a child.
I believe they did.
Okay. And they also had what's called a taint contract. They both entered into them January 25th, 2021,
I
correct?
have never seen Fani Willis's taint.
Filter, yes, ma'am.
Taint or filter.
Yes, ma'am.
And that was for work in the anti-corruption unit?
I don't know that it was anti-corruption. I think that it was civil rights, maybe.
Okay. And Judge, the DA's or Fulton County's come,
Taint.
I guess, brought a certificate now, so we would move to admit the contracts. I've got those. Under that certificate, I was planning on doing it under the open records officer, but I believe now they've certified it. I just haven't looked at everything they've certified.
What does Fani Willis's taint
I'm
look
going to
like,
ask that the
Mr.
document
Wade?
be looked at and confirmed prior to its tenure.
Have you
All
ever
right, Ms.
seen her
Merchant, is
taint?
there anything else? What other areas were you planning to cover on his direct, other than these documents?
I'm planning on introducing all of the contracts and invoices, but I haven't had a chance to look at what Fulton County certified. So I'm planning on introducing those and then not much.
Can we do the not much? We'll do the not much, and then we'll get back to the contract.
That's a Canon.
Okay, yeah, definitely.
7200 telephoto
so
lens,
this
2.8.
taint contract,
Maybe.
and we're not admitting these right now, but if I represent to you that they say anti-corruption unit, can you tell us what a taint attorney for an anti-corruption unit would do?
I didn't have a part in those contracts.
They were your partners at the time, though, correct?
Just ask you what they mean. You know what they mean.
And so you didn't have a part in those contracts, but you got a third of the contract payment.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, so the taint contracts that Bradley
great
and Campbell,
slush
who are
fund
your
they've
law
got.
partners at the time, had for doing taint review, you got a third of those.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I need to know if all three of these separate contracts are the same amount, because then it comes back to his question earlier.
You signed a confidentiality agreement with the DA's office as well, correct?
I did.
When?
And I think I'm up to Judge 13.
I hope Ashley
Marking that
hears
as
me.
number 13.
She is killing it, and she's amazing.
May I approach, Judge?
You bet.
Showing you a copy of what I marked as number 13. If you could take a look at that and tell me if that is the confidentiality agreement that you signed.
Taint review, by the way, for Rumble. Everybody seems to be grossed out by the
And
taint.
this basically says you can't talk about anything that happens inside the DA's office, right?
They review potentially privileged information to see whether or not they withhold it from the
No.
prosecutor, so they don't taint
It doesn't
the
say you
file.
can't talk about it?
No. You said it basically says that I can't talk about anything that happens inside the DA's office, and that's not what.
Are you tendering this exhibit? Ms.
I am, yes. We would tender 13.
Ms. Cross.
Fail to see the relevance, so I lodge a relevance objection, but otherwise.
Ms. Merchant, relevance of this?
Judge, it's relevant to his testimony. If he signed an agreement that says he can't talk about things that happen in the district attorney's office, I think that's relevant to this. I also think,
How?
That because it's motivation in his testimony. I mean, whether or not he's going to testify to something. It's also been certified. I mean, it's part of the record as
Well,
from what
it's
Fulton County
financial
gave us.
incentive. Oh, no, sorry, this is the NDA. Okay.
He hasn't said that that's preventing him from testifying in any way today, is it?
Go on, and I can ask him about that.
Okay, Mr. Wade, is this confidential agreement affecting your testimony today?
No, sir.
Okay. All right, that's fine.
Oh, but when was it signed? Just get the date. Oh, please. Does anyone know what date it was signed?
The contracts judge and the invoices that I wanted to admit all of his invoices and contracts with Fulton County. I have them certified. I guess I have them certified through Fulton County, so I wasn't sure if I needed to do that. I just wanted to know if the state had an objection to those before.
Say it
Well,
tain't
I don't think
so.
they've had a chance to look at them. So that's the sole remaining exhibit in line of questioning here?
Yes.
And in terms of the follow-up questions, would it just be for him to say what's reflected in these documents themselves?
If they have an objection to the certificates that Fulton County has given, I would admit them through him because he could recognize them.
But assuming they're
stretch my
admitted,
legs.
would there actually be anything substantive he would add other than the documents themselves? All right. Okay.
When was
So
the
subject to
NDA
that
signed?
qualification, do you have any other questions of this witness?
May I just have a moment?
Sure.
Thank you.
Oh, do I go
Is
into
it possible actually we take a quick break?
do I go into Gouvea's
Okay.
chat and ask him?
Thank you.
Ooh,
Certainly have the
maybe.
opportunity over lunch to take a look at these documents and work out whatever we could.
Let's see if I could do something here, actually.
Did you discuss your relationship with Miss Willis in social settings?
Help me understand your question.
Did you discuss your relationship with Miss Willis in social settings?
No, I heard the question. I just need to understand what you're asking me. Like,
Did you
what relationship when,
your personal relationship?
Did you make it known that you were an item?
Did you discuss your personal?
I don't like the
relationship,
question.
Your private, personal, romantic relationship.
That's a silly
with
question.
Miss Willis in social settings.
no ma'am,
You've never discussed it in social settings.
no ma'am,
So you were hiding it from people.
Did you ever discuss it in front of Robin Yurdy in a non-social setting?
no ma'am. Miss Willis is a very,
Professional.
as am I,
She's a professional woman.
we're private people. Not, our relationship wasn't a secret. It was just private. So, not at all. I wouldn't have discussed my relationship with Miss Yurdy or anyone else publicly.
Okay. I actually did have some questions just about the invoices.
Oh,
You wanna
this is
just-
fantastic.
These are the documents.
Someone who's got the
Yeah,
balls to
they
make
are.
the
It's all of
shirt
his invoices. I mean,
What kind
could
of
say,
questions
say
would
it
be
tain't
other than
so.
The invoices say what they say.
it just yes, that they say what they say.
All right.
Just
Any
talk
other
about them. That's fine. No.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, at this point, we'll take a break. I'll ask the parties to take a look at, had you marked that as a defense exhibit?
Yeah, they're not going to break
I
for
have
lunch.
his
Oh, it's
contracts
12:15.
in his invoices that I'm about to mark. So before he leaves me, I just want to make sure that the state doesn't have any objection.
But those are marked as,
They're about to be marked.
Ooh, we're almost at 12,000 in Rumble.
14.
Booyah. Guys,
15,
we'll get to it during the break.
17, and 18.
Let me see what
all
we
right, so
got.
14 through 18. So
Locals,
take
gross
a
the
look at those.
stream, cross the streams. If you do it, you and Gouveia. I'm trying to think of how to do it. Let me DM him.
And then we'll address whether they are tendered for the record when we come back, and from there, then we would turn over to the remainder of defense counsel and then the state for any examination as well. So to that end,
Give me 2
let's
seconds
take
here.
45 minutes. We'll be back at 1 o'clock. Mr. Wade, you're still under oath, and I'd ask you not to speak with any other witnesses about your testimony or about any testimony that's already occurred.
Yes, sir.
All right, we'll be in recess.
I'm on mute. Okay, so what I'm going to do here, yes, look at Fani. Look at, by the way, this is funny. She's still the hero to Atlanta News. What does ANF stand for? Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to take this out. I'm going to stop the share screen. I got to remember which window that is in the background. It's that one. Okay, I got a couple of windows that I'm not using. I've got the locals window up there. Let's see. Okay, we're going to go, before we go to locals, people, we're going to take the Rumble Rants over on Rumble. Okay, so now we're obviously behind schedule here. Smug arrogance says plants heal. There's no smug arrogance because they are very well prepared liars. And you can see the way he knows what questions he has his prepped answers to. Which one was the one that I found the sneakiest? Oh, geez. Which one was the one that I found the sneakiest? I'll get to it in a second. Although if someone in the chat in Rumble can remind me, that would help. All right, but let's get to the Rumble rants. Where did Fani's representation go? Ample diversity towards prosecuting the former sitting president, but not when being held accountable. Says Snuggle Struggle. I get it, because she's got Caucasian attorneys. Uncle Kenny says, Viva, some legal challenge wins in Quebec follow the disbarred lawyer at... I'm going to see what's up with that. Let me just put that up in here. And then we're going to go summarize what's going on here. I'm going to drop one of these windows because there's too many up here now. Yeah, we'll drop it here. Okay, boom. Shakalaka. I'll see who that lawyer is in a second. What was the other question that we had here? Okay, Kenzie says, please interview... Oh, that's the same place. Gloriane Blais, ex-lawyer from Montreal. She was charged for standing on a grassy knoll because COVID. She is taking her case to the Supreme Court. Unconstitutional. You will love her. Hey, we got a Canadian subject matter coming up tomorrow, so we'll see about that. Snuggle Struggle says, come to the dark side, Viva. Being a crinkle bottom is the new trend. Many of the Swifties are doing it. It's moist, warm, and sexual? What's a crinkle bottom? Going to go Google that in real time and hope it doesn't get me in trouble. Crinkle bottom. Crinkle bottom. It's the perfect for a girl who wants minimal coverage with a little extra featuring a high... It's underwear. Okay, I don't need underwear. And now my eyes are dirty for actually having looked that up. Okay, no crinkle bottom for Viva. King of Biltong is back in the house. Good morning from Anton's in Roanoke, Texas. Free shipping for your Biltong with code VIVA on www.biltongusa.com and www.antonusa.com. Something just came up in the backdrop here. Hold on. I'm going to let me finish reading this, and then we're going to get yourself some healthy beef snacks. Hold on. Listen to this. Here. Let's just see if we catch something that's going to be a hot mic moment in real time. Okay, we're not going to. I'm going to put it on mute, and then I'm going to go back. No, dude, we might have to leave this for a second and see if we capture anything. Yeah, on the hot mic. Let's see this. Let's stay here and see what we got in real time, because... Someone bring a baby to the court? Oh, shit. They got wise. Okay, I'll take that back out. Okay, so nothing there. I'll have that running in the backdrop. And let's go back to the rumble of the rants. So we got come to the dark side. Okay, King of Biltong. So we got that one too. And then we got Mike has bad knees. Mike, get your knees looked at. I just want to say hi to my mother, Pauline, who loves your channel. Mike, say hello to your mom, Pauline. Thank you very much for the support. I went jogging yesterday, and as I was jogging, someone said, I saw you on my TV last night, and I felt happy, actually. It was weird. Robert Wicks says, Viva, can you kick Meow out of the chat? He is a racist. I kicked him out because he was just spamming relentlessly with rubbish, but I didn't notice it until you said that. And how has the judge been so far? Just joined. Okay, let me put that on pause. The judge has been very fair. The judge has been, I say, fair and, hard on Ashley when she's, meandering with the questions. The issue here has to be to show the conflict of interest that both Fani and Nathan Wade, because of their relationship or whatever, they stood to gain financially from their arrangement. And so that's the bottom line of it. Like, this is to disqualify Fani from the prosecution and Nathan, because he's the external counsel that she hired. And, oh, that's what it was. I get the payment, we split it a third. Okay. Understand the word games going on here now, because the evidence that has been adduced, Wade, Campbell, Bradley, they were once a partnership, but no longer. Then, they're a nominal partnership because it's Wade and who's left in this now? They are sharing expenses, but they're not a partnership. All three have contracts with the DA. Taint, first representation, and prosecution. All three have contracts, and now we've seen it's a very, very subtle sleight of hand in terms of, how he can answer to the fact that, well, I didn't get 300 and some odd $1,000 because I split it a third. It comes to me, and then we split it. Oh, and then Campbell gets his contract, his first appearance, and we split that a third. Oh, and then who's the other guy? Bradley gets his taint review contract. We split that a third. Do you know what? All things being equal, you know what happens if you split a third 3 times? Everyone gets one whole. There's a dirty pun in there that I'm not going to go to, but I just went there. Disgusting, gross, and shame on me. So you basically have this accounting game where they're saying, yeah, I don't get all of that money from the prosecution contract because I split it a third. But then I go get another third from Bradley's first representation or taint. I get a third from Campbell's contract. So I basically get either all of my contract, and I do question whether or not they even subdivide each specific contract up. All right. Oh, it was the bank statements. Everything that Nathan Wade answered was an elusive question. But chat, remind me of what it was that I said, oh my goodness, this snake had the answer prepared for that particular question. I'm going to go to locals for this because I want to make sure that it'll be easier to follow the chat there. Chat, in the chat here, we got Lutka with a $1 tip says, it's Roanoke. It's like Roanoke. Okay, thank you. What was the answer that he had? That he answered, and it was just like, I knew you were going to answer that. I'm prepared. Rockahora in vivabarneslaw.locals.com says, Viva, crinkle bottom equals someone who wears diapers and acts as a baby, aka members of the ABDL community. What's an ABDL community? The term refers to the sound that comes from wearing the diapers. Well, now I can't pretend that I don't know the answer to that question in the future because now, unfortunately, I know the answer to that question. Great. Now I know what crinkle bottoms is. I'll get to some of the other tips in here while we're at it. Ginger Ninja in the house, Fani spanking, but Ginger Ninja. Let me see something here. Who made this beautiful chessboard behind me? Okay, so there's that. Let me get back to vivabarneslaw.locals.com. We got Clifferman says, Viva, given the tyranny of Canada, you should apply for asylum. Dude, look, I can't say I'm not contemplating it. Forget that. You think maybe I think too much of myself in that I might be any form of legitimate target for the government, but I get scared going back to Canada. I get scared the idea that, giving my passport over to border agents. It's like, c'est toi, David. Je pense que je t'ai vu à la télévision. You called François Legault Supreme Leader? Let me just take your passport behind. Oh, you never gave me your passport. I'm joking. That doesn't happen because corruption like that never happens. Of course not. S_Ren says, my dad and brother are CPAs, chartered something accountant. Tax attorneys, okay, corporate and IRS laws, and accountants. They would ask, what the F is this BS accounting, and tell you to expect IRS problems. Oh, dude, there's no question about that. I don't know if I can read this. Tampered says, I can't read this. Tampered, it's a joke about, accidents happening to people who are running in the street, because I don't know if that was in response to Nathan Wade's testimony or Yurdi beforehand, but my goodness. So, Yurdi had her issues with Fani Willis. Oh my goodness. I do wonder if it had to do with the relationship. Like, I wonder if she made a stink about the relationship. This is my GoPro tripod, and that's it. Okay, we got Roanoke. Okay, now, chat. I'm gonna be in the chat. The IRS is not going to dig in, says MP Schaefer. There's no question about that. So the question is this: certified public accountant. Thank you very much. That's Salty Yankee. Updates on Prime Minister Blackface asks, my name is Trinity. No, but from what I understand, so I put out a video yesterday. By the way, people, I think I'm like, simplicity seems to be what's gonna reign over, because The amount of work I put into editing funny stuff and then it just gets totally buried is very, very discouraging. But that's what they want to do, people. YouTube wants to discourage people out of telling the truth and exposing the truth. It won't happen. But yesterday I did just a very summary, a very quick breakdown of a lawsuit. Amazing lawsuit, by the way. I'll share the link with everybody. I will, because I don't think I put the link to the PDF in the chat. Because I can't post PDFs in comment sections. vivabarneslaw.locals.com. Okay. And I put the link to the decision yesterday. Here we go. Okay. I'm going to go now, and I'm going to go to Twitter. So, by the way, everyone who's watching now, this is the link to Tom Marazzo, one of the multiple plaintiffs now suing the government. 2024 is it's shaping up to be a wild year, but it's crazy. So, you know, we've had two good decisions coming out of Canada. One was the Alberta decision out of the summer that I never heard of that declared these public health orders that Dina Hinshaw issued ultra-virus, unlawful. And that opens the door to a claim in damages because people sustain damages now from unlawful government conduct. Same thing just happened federally, and now we've got our first batch of plaintiffs suing the Trudeau government for the damages resulting from their unlawful, unconstitutional, unwarranted invocation of the Emergencies Act, subsequent freezing of bank accounts, and subsequent damages resulting therefrom. So the lawsuit's amazing. And Tom Marazzo is an amazing guy. I had him on the channel. He's just an amazing guy. Like there are good people on this earth, and there are people you're not sure about, and there are bad people, and there's, you know, everywhere in between. I like to think that I know that I'm a good person, and I think that I know that Tom Marazzo is a good person, because some people, you know, they don't ask for the punishment that's doled out on them. And Tom Marazzo is a veteran. If you haven't seen him, go watch the sidebar or the interview when he came on the channel. He's an amazing person. He's one of the plaintiffs. Tamara Leach is one of the plaintiffs. And they're suing the government, Justin Trudeau, for, you know, a couple million apiece, for the damages resulting from the unlawful invocation of the Emergencies Act, freezing of bank accounts. Tom Marazzo's got a special needs kids with autism and a heart defect. Freeze his bank account. He can't pay for stuff. Can't pay for insurance. Auto pays canceled. A load of shit. It's just outrageous. So they're suing. Lawsuit is good, and now you all have the link there, and I'll put it in over at Rumble as well. So go check it out. There are 5 lawsuits that I have copies of right now. I'll post all of those in Locals, but they're all mutatis, the same type of lawsuit. They're just filed in different provinces and different plaintiffs. Now, okay, back to the Fani thing. It's fantastic. But chat, I'm going to go to Rumble because I don't... What was the first well-scripted answer that Nathan Wade had? Oh, it's driving me crazy. I can't... okay, someone has to help me with the answer. How has the judge been so far? He's been fair. He's been on point. He understands what's going on. Imagine, by the way, like Ashley Merchant, it's David versus Goliath, or it's Ashley versus Georgia. She's you know, Trump has jumped on, asks his questions, but it's Ashley leading the charge and being bombarded by Wade's attorney, by Bradley's attorney, by Yurdi's attorney. Just like it's wild. She got a little flustered at one point in time, and you know, judge tells her to move on. Okay, move on. The bottom line is she's literally getting the receipts in. Encryptus says, Viva, you are talking about him smirking when he was asked, do you have the receipts? No, I do not have receipts. That's right. Oh, I just go to my account. I don't have the receipts. No, it was the marriage question. Oh, there we go. It was the marriage and the receipts. Because you see, the man is, I don't know, I want to say he's not dumb. He's Wade of being dumb. In fact, you'd accuse him of being smart because smart people can feign stupidity when they need to. Oh, I'm not allowed doing that? I didn't know that. No, the receipts. Technically, it would always be true. If you pay for everything through your business, you don't have the receipts. The business has the receipts. Okay, so I didn't have the receipts. And it'll be in his, you know, dastardly mind, it'll be a true answer. He's not even lying. To quote George Costanza, it's not a lie if you believe it. It's not a lie if semantically it's true. So yeah, and there you go. Angel RD 2015. So with the irreparable marriage, sorry. That's a lot of marriage. So he said, oh yeah, I never had the receipts. It's not a lie. I had access to them, but I don't have to go get them. My accountant had them because I give my accountant all my business records, but I never had the receipts. Wade and Campbell did, or whatever the hell the name was. Okay, that's a fucking liar. I'm sorry. Like that is where I would qualify something as being a lie through omission. Sorry, something's driving me crazy here. First of all, I just had the greatest idea ever. They should make GoPro tripods that double as billy clubs. Like that. Yeah, there you go. Boom. Oh, look at this now. I can. So that's a lie. That's a lie through omission, but it's also just like, okay, I think I'd be able to pick up on that in real time and say, ask him, all right, Mr. Wade, so your statement right now is that you personally didn't have the receipts. Did the company that you had control over have them? Well, I don't need to go get documents that's not what I asked you. You didn't have the receipts. Okay, is that because your company had them? Yes. All right. Okay, thanks. You're a liar. The marriage. When I answered that question, have I ever had a romantic relationship, gone to bars, dinners, restaurants, trips, whatever, with a woman of the opposite sex, a member of a woman in the context of my marriage? Well, no, because as far as I was concerned, my marriage was over in 2015. I mean, on paper, we were still married. But in my mind, I mean, that's like, by the way, you know how many times he's probably cheated on his wife by saying in the moment, our marriage is over? Well, it's back together tomorrow. But it wasn't, our marriage was over last night when I was boning that other woman. So I'm not cheating on you because our marriage is over. Now our marriage is back on. Now I'm going to be loyal to you. It's actually just pathological dishonesty. So there's that. And what else? No, it's been going great. Can you imagine? It's like all of this occurred because Ashley got wind of some details in this divorce proceeding, and she's like, "We're gonna blow the effing lid off of all of this." It's wild. Now, okay, hold on a second. I actually have I got Crinkle up in my search engine now. That's great. I'm gonna go to Rumble for 1 second. How many people are watching who are not currently subscribed on Rumble? That's the question. Because I've been stuck. The number is just driving me crazy. There's 11,400 people watching on Rumble. Surely you are not all subscribed. Although if you are, my goodness, that's a damn good ratio. Go hit the follow button or the subscribe. I think, what is it? Let me unfollow for myself for a second. Okay, it says follow, the little green button right next to the join button. You can join on Locals if you want, but just hit that follow button so I can get that damn number just to say 400, even if it's just for the day. What does that say? Magal and Marco. Magellandi Marco says, what's a subscribe? And then Diamond Cloudy says, you can't pause marriage like you pause toast. No, and the thing is, they're married on paper. Whether or not they had an arrangement, no, the answer was a lie under oath back then, even if he believed it was true. The whole thing is he knew that the marriage still existed. They didn't get divorced because of the kids. But he can bone around as though he's... No, sorry, it's not even that he can bone around. He says, I know that we're still married for the kids, but we're still married for the kids, but for the purposes of answering that question, I get to provide a dishonest answer because for the purposes of that answer, I'm pretending our marriage is over. Our marriage is over for the answer to that question so I can lie under oath, but our marriage is still on paper so that we can preserve it for our kids. No. Now the question is going to be this, the judge is going to ask, I don't care if he lied under oath in that deposition. I don't care if he lied in that affidavit. So how many cabins did he say he booked? So the judge might very well say, look, he's a liar. He may have perjured himself. It's irrelevant to the disqualification, but the rest of it most certainly is not irrelevant to the disqualification. Are they going to get Fani to testify? That's going to be the real question. Holy crab apples. I like the fact that the chat in both Locals and Rumble are very good. Viva Fani says AD Flav. I don't want a Viva Fani. Jeez Louise. It's so crazy. Okay, so here's a little story time. I'm always totally honest. In fact, I have a fear of not just a fear of lying. I have a fear of accidentally saying something that's not true, and then people think of me as a liar. Because I can't really think of anything worse than being a liar. If nobody trusts you, what greater curse is there? I'm very familiar with the confession through projection. And so when I say, like, I always say, you keep your schmeckle in your pants, because if you cheat on your spouse, expect to wake up, with someone pointing a gun at you. What movie was that from? Oh, Goodfellas. Do I play the scene from Goodfellas? Expect to wake up with an angry wife pointing a gun at your face, asking you about your extramarital affairs. And they would be within their rights, not legal rights, moral rights, to do that. Now, I also say this with no judgment to infidelity, because I've been a lawyer for a long time. We know by the time infidelity comes around, it's a symptom of a problem and not the cause of it. Like, no, the marriage doesn't end because somebody was an infidel. Because someone cheated. The marriage doesn't end because someone's cheated. Someone's cheating because the marriage is basically emotionally over, or there are serious problems, and that's a symptom, not the cause of the marriage falling apart. But by the time the spouse finds out about it, well, then nothing else matters. It doesn't matter what happened up until that point. That's the breaking point. So, what was I saying? Oh, yes. When I say, like, it may be wrong, but you're playing with your life when you cheat on your spouse. It's not because I have these reflexes of, like, confession through projection. It's just the reality of it. You're playing with your life, and you should know that. Now, what the hell else was I going to say? Keep your damn schmeckle in your pants is the bottom line. Nathan Wade is basically admitting he's had affairs with other women throughout the course there. And from what I understand, by the way, like, not that it really matters for the disqualification, but from what I understand from the testimony from the marriages, they what's the word? The opposite of rupture is they rekindled, reignited, they rejuvenated. Hold on, what's the opposite of rupture? Google opposite of rupture. Opposite of rupture. Come on, Mal, what's the opposite of rupture? What the? Why did it give me the antonym for rupture? That's what I'm looking for. Synonym. They reconnected. They abducted. No, they reestablished their marriage after the alleged incident. So, anyhow, the guy's a liar. But the bottom line, judge might say, okay, good, he perjured himself in the marriage case. What does it have to do with this? Bottom line in this is, holy crap, he's got a lucrative contract that he entered into the day before he got divorced. All the divorce and the nastiness there is irrelevant to this. Getting paid up the wazoo. He's got taint review contracts. I'm trying to understand how that couldn't be a conflict on its own. Like, technically, they'd say, look, the prosecutor needs to hire external taint review so that the external independent taint review team will say, oh, we're looking through the documents that have been seized under a whatever seizure. Prosecutor can't see them off the bat because we don't know if they're going to be privileged or confidential, and the prosecutor shouldn't see them. So the taint review says, okay, this you get to look at, prosecutor, this you don't. That's fine, if it's truly independent. If she's boning one of the three partners of the external firm that got the taint contract, would that be a conflict of interest? Yes, I would dare say yes. I'm no American lawyer, but I do consider myself to be an ethical person. I would say yes. Then the argument, because Nathan Wade is not a stupid person, well, we're not partners in that. That's Bradley's gig. I have nothing to do with that. We're a nominal partnership. He's got the taint review. He gives me a third of it, but I don't have anything to... Dude, they're in big fucking trouble. Because even if that were going to be the argument, and Ashley, if you're listening to this, that will be the argument. Oh, I don't know if it's Bradley or Campbell, but that's their contract, the taint review. I have nothing to do with that. We got a China wall there, a muraille de Chine, as we say in French. So I don't have anything to do with that. I don't know what they're doing. But I get a third of the remuneration that they get for having that taint review contract. The man who's boning the prosecutor, who's not supposed to get the privileged communications documentation that the taint review team is looking over, where the guy that I'm boning is getting a third of the remuneration from that contract. Seems like a patent ethics violation on its face. Ethics. Seems like a conflict of interest on its face, but that might not have to do with the Trump taint review. That might not have anything to do with the Trump case. All right, so unethical, corrupt under other circumstances, but does it play towards disqualification of Nathan Wade and Fani Willis from this prosecution? If they're going to establish, and this is sort of what it looks like, that they're basically just using this entire prosecution like a slush fund. And they're both just, bathing naked in bathtubs of cash. Here's some cash, Nathan. Yeah, you got paid. You paid for my trip, and I'm giving you cash. Where's Fani coming? Where's she getting that cash from? Is also what I want to know. Here we got Sliced Thought. 2022 says all Wade's extra explanations will sink him on cross redirect, and when Willis, stop moving, chat, has to save herself. Dude is a lousy lawyer, and his testimony is a direct reflection of his attorney skills. He's definitely. I would say that Wade is the Dunning-Kruger effect in real time. It's a man who thinks he's a lot smarter than he is, and thinks people are a lot dumber than they are. My dog just made a noise that indicates he agrees with me. So that 40-second pause where it looked like there was a glitch in the Matrix. Dude looks like a smarmy, dishonest bastard. I think some of his answers are indicating as much, confirming as much. Oh, but my questions, if Ashley Merchant is taking notes or listening to me, he did talk about that the Norwegian New Year's cruise. Oh, that was 3,000 some odd because I paid for my sisters and their spouses. And all right, good. Did you business expense that? And did Fani? Oh, and then I'd ask the question, knowing the answer would be no. Did Fani Wade reimburse you for that? And he's like, of course not. Why would she? Did your siblings reimburse you for that? Are you just bilking the business expenses that you're getting through the contract with the prosecutor to line your pockets by being reimbursed for what you're expensing as business through the business that's doing the DA's external prosecution? Certainly looks like what it is. I hear another dog whining outside. So that's that. Let's see what's going on in the chat in Rumble. If nothing else, she managed to make him look like he's not exactly operating in good faith, says Swampy Rumbles. Let me make sure I don't read any chat that's going to get me immediately canceled from the interwebs. Fani and Wade both have ethics and moral issues. Their government jobs, they should both be fired, says 1313 Lucy. I don't see how they're going to get out of this. Sethradine Squibb says, if she were paying, I'd be going on a $10,000 cruise. Oh, I took her to lots of cabins. Viva Las Vegas, says Ambient Lux. All right, now let's go back to vivabarneslaw.locals.com. Down to the bottom of the chat here. Oh, my goodness. I grew up and survived the hood. That's how he thinks, says Danny Boy. I'm not reading exactly what this is because I'm trying not to get canceled in life, but okay. Jeez, guys, stop. I don't want to get... Dandy Boy, he thinks he's smarter than he is. LOL, that's the whole... Okay, jeez Louise, everyone's going to get me into trouble here. Fani has access to Scrooge McDuck's bank money. She dives into it all the time. That one I can read. Thank you. Let me see if there's any more tips in our locals community. No more tips in our locals community. Oh my goodness, let me stand up. So we're coming back at 1 o'clock. We'll go do this. I think I've got an appointment this afternoon to fix my old iPhone. I've been feeling very naked because I'm down to an iPhone. I don't know if you can see this. Let's see here. Yeah, there you go. Wait, right there. You all see that crack on that lens? There, right there. Oh God. Do you know what that's like? For a perfectionist OCD man who doesn't like seeing any glitches in photos or videos. Oh, that's very upsetting. Living, what does it say? Living to Learn says, he said he's booked lots of cabins, but that doesn't mean it was only trips with her, possibly other women over time. Oh no, there's the living to learn. That's exactly what I understood from that question. Yeah, I book lots of cabins with Fani. No. By the way, what do you think the chances are that Fani and Wade are still together in a year from now? I'll place it at 0, and I'll place a bet. My prediction is they will. I mean, they're probably already effectively broken up in Nathan's mind right now. But can you imagine that? Like their relationship is going to be over, and they got to go back to working together. How the hell is that going to work? Let me see if I can find a video here. I might have to make another pause to go pee-pee, people. Just so you all know, I have a hyperactive bladder. It's a medical condition, so you can't make fun of me for it. But let me go. I'm joking. Nobody's gonna make funny for that. But it is called a hyperactive bladder, I'm told. Of course, it's typically for older women who have given birth to multiple babies, but it was Fani Willis, don't date subordinates. Let's see if I can find this here. Now we're getting a lot of live. Judgment here is no expert. District attorney will be disqualified. Judge make a big decision. That's 5 hours ago. Geez, how hard is it? Fani Willis dating office. Who can find the link to this? Oh, no. Dude, there's a lot of people live streaming this trial today. It's fantastic. A lot of exposure, baby. The Georgia case is falling apart. The DC case is falling apart. The Florida case is never taken off. And you know what's funny, actually? This is actually so amazing. You know, one of the big catches of the Georgia state case was that it being a state case, Trump couldn't win the election and then pardon himself for it because it's a state case. And from what I understand, it's not even like the governor in Georgia could pardon the case like they could in other states, so it was a particularly difficult one. The case is going to fall through the effing ground. The case is basically done already. They just don't know it. Fani Willis, The Guardian, Trump prosecution. Let me see here. Wow. What's amazing is how the search results are changing in real time. Yeah, it's amazing. Like we're seeing a shift in narrative in real time. It's actually phenomenal. I've got to get this case. This one's really old. Oh, God, look at this. Fani Willis. Just the headlines. Look at this. You can't actually even find non-critical headlines anymore. They're no longer fawning over Fani. It's not bad. The article that I put up on Twitter, which said he's going to be very surprised. Let me just put that in there. He's going to be very surprised. I hear the dog whining, and it's noon. The dog is whining for dinner already. How much should I give to the Guardian people? Listen to this. He's going to be very surprised. Georgia, this is over 5 months old, people. Oh, my butt hurts. He's going to be very surprised. Georgia DA Fani Willis prepares to face off with Trump. Well, she's facing off with... Listen to this fawning rubbish from barely 5 months ago. The synopsis for a Fani Willis biopic would probably go something like this. In Fulton County, the first black woman to serve as district attorney takes on an unlikely case. Willis grew up attending court with her father, a defense attorney and Black Panther. Now she sits on the opposite side of the courtroom, hoping to indict a former president who sought to overturn election results and often espoused white supremacist rhetoric while doing so. Hey, shitheads at The Guardian, can you update that, please? Let me go ahead and screen grab this because that's enough to make you want to puke. Well, my goodness, how things have changed now. Here, let me do the update. Fani Willis, a woman with no morality, engaging in extramarital affairs with a married man while taking government contracts to pay her boyfriend, while taking cruises with him and then reimbursing him with cash, is now standing up for her life, her political life, as she defends against corruption, lack of ethics, and disqualification from the trial that, was so great. Whatever, I've screwed it up, but you know I'm going with this. Wow, let's just see where else. The film's montage would pull from real life depicting a determined, unflappable Willis. Well, I think she's been flapped a little bit. Ask Wade, she can be flapped. Relentlessly poring over documents, leading her team that she's been boning. Long hours, and working hard. Security risks that come with bringing an indictment against an often inflammatory... Can you believe that this is called news? This is the most editorialized propaganda I've ever seen. We'd watch her face racist threats and unsubstantiated rumors of misconduct. Oh my goodness. No, get out of there. Oh my goodness. Oh my damn. According to some of Willis's callers who worked with her over 20 years, all of this would be... What did it say here? But she'd refuse to back down from the task at hand. She'd advocate for what she believed to be right when it wasn't popular. Holy shit. Did she pay them for this crap? Oh my God. Get that out of here. That's gross. I mean, that's gross even for propaganda. Hold on, who guys? Here, go. Someone. I think this has probably been archived, but let's just here, take that. Boom. Oh my goodness. I hope the judge is not a lib in sheep's clothing. Oh, what doesn't the judge look? But the problem is this. I mean, you could probably draft the. How would you steel man, not disqualifying Fani? That's the question. Whether or not you believe in it, steel man it, and I think I can. So let me think of how I would steel man it based on the evidence we have right now. But before I do that, let me go and read a chat here. BS Havers or B Shavers or BSH Avers. He says, did I miss if he was asked, quote, when, end quote, he was reimbursed with cash by Fani? I think he answered it or implied the answer was basically contemporaneously, but it might not be a terrible question to clarify. And then we got Sunbeam Valley says, remember Fani's speech at church? Play a bit of it, Viva. Dude, do I remember it? Oh, Lord. They're going to be angry at me when I call them out. Let's get that. Unbelievable. Unbelievable, disgusting disregard. I mean, I say I'm not religious, and then, you know, Fani Willis. Let's play some of that. Fani Willis Church. I even remember the timestamp. Fani Willis Church. Here we go. Look at that. You can even... You could see where I stopped the last time because that's where it got good. Fani Willis Church. I believe it's here. Yeah, see right there. Right about there. 20 minutes in. Don't play an ad. Oh, it's StreamYards. Okay, well, that's fine. Hi, it's Vanessa from StreamYards. Are you tired of glitchy stuff here?
Personal friend and great lawyer.
Listen to this. Here.
Days and nights that I would spend them in isolation because that was the safest place to be.
No, not that.
Unimaginable fear as I believe my oldest child was dead in my home.
Okay, no.
Called your house. God, wait a minute. Pray for her.
Okay,
I am using all of these.
Okay, it's about.
Question my decision.
Here we go. This is it. Let's just go back a little bit.
God, are you listening?
Oh God. You're humble.
Why does Commissioner Thorne and so many others question my decision in a special
While you listen to this, I'm going to go pee-pee.
Lord, your flawed, hard-headed, and imperfect child, I'm a little confused. I appointed 3 special counsel, as is my right to do, paid them all the same hourly rate. They only attacked one. I hired one white woman, a good personal friend and great lawyer, a superstar, I tell you. I hired one white man, brilliant, my friend, and a great lawyer. And I hired one black man, another superstar, a great friend, and a great lawyer. Oh Lord, they gonna be mad when I call them out on this nonsense. First thing they say, oh, she gonna play the race card now. But no, God, isn't it them who's playing the race card when they only question one? Isn't it them playing the race card when they constantly think, I need someone from some other jurisdiction in some other state to tell me how to do a job I've been doing almost 30 years. God, why don't they look at themselves and just be honest? I mean, can't they keep it 100 with themselves? Why are they so surprised that a diverse team that I assembled, your child, can accomplish extraordinary things? God, wasn't it them that attacked this lawyer of impeccable credentials? The black man I chose has been a judge more than 10 years, run a private practice more than 20, represented businesses in civil litigation. I ain't done, y'all. Served as a prosecutor, a criminal defense lawyer, special assistant attorney general, won Chief Justice Robert Benham Award from the State Bar of Georgia. You know, they ain't just giving this to black men. How come, God, the same black man I hired was acceptable when a Republican in another county hired him and paid him twice the rate? Oh, y'all ain't hear me. In a County,
Has she gotten to the racist part yet?
has the authority to pay him twice the rate. Why is the white male Republican
They made it racist, though, people.
good enough, but the black female Democrats not?
That was not a... I didn't do number 2. I went to get carrots. Salt and pepper on carrots, people.
Now, please hear me. I'm not criticizing his judgment. The people of his county elected him to make that decision. In fact, let me put it on the record. He's someone I respect because he was always willing to hire diversity. He was just looking for quality. I don't care political party. They care about it. My only question is, why is it question me?
Racism.
Now, I want to be clear. All 3 of these special counselors are superstars. But I'm just asking God, is it that some will never see a black man as qualified, no matter his achievements?
Oh, we've seen his achievements now.
The other 2 have never been judges, but no one questions their credentials. I'm just saying.
Oh, it must be because they're white.
Lord, I'm just asking, is it that I, because of the shell you chose to put me in, will never be qualified in their eyes to make the decisions the voters put me here to make?
Well, you should be impeached, Fanny. All right.
Lord, never mind your flawed, imperfect servant has composed a team that wins, and wins.
Yeah, we can pause it here. All right. Oh, that noise was coming from the church. Jeez, I thought in the background, I thought my dog was there was a baby crying in the back that I thought was okay. So we're gonna stop the screen here. I think we've heard enough of that rubbish. Disgusting is the word. I mean, it's disgusting. Lord, your hard-headed child, while I sit and freaking lie to a church full of churchgoers. That's unbelievable. Don't go golfing, Fanny, because you'll get struck by lightning. I mean, that's the karma that you bring into the world when you do things like that. And I'm not even religious. Okay, so it looks like we might be coming back live. I don't know how prompt the judge is. Hold on. I just saw another Rumble rant and a chat. Here's the Rumble rant. 11,000 people watching. Give this man some likes. Thanks for what you do for Mr. Frei. Joke, UHL, thank you. First of all, I love doing this. It's like people don't want to hear the chatter. They can watch it without my chattering, but my goodness. No. And first of all, I was on a roll this morning in terms of predicting what was coming. What did I say they have to do this afternoon? Oh, they better ask Fani for some bank records. And by the way, now, how the hell is Fani going to get out of testifying? Hey, Fani, did you pay him back cash? Why, yes, I did. Because that's totally normal practice. For a hard-headed child of God, when I want to be everything equal, I'm a woman, he's not going to pay for me. I always pay for it in cash. No checks, no Venmo transfers, no PayPal. Cash, of course, because I'm the DA of Georgia. I've got freaking briefcases of cash lying around my office. Now, there's some questions there there's some answers there that need to be provided. Then in our Viva Barnes Law, .locals.com, I see something here. Okay. Finboy Slick says, Viva Frei, new rule. If you're going to submit us to super cringe content, you can't run off to go pee. You have to watch it with us. Finboy, do you know how many times I watched that entire thing? I had to pull the clips from it for one of my vlogs. I had to sit there and then listen to it as I'm editing the video. Like, oh, God, you think it's annoying listening to me once? Like, my wife's like, when I'm sitting there editing, she's sitting there listening. I rewind, I hear my voice, I try to cut like the right. Oh, God, hearing me over and over and over again. But I had to listen to that over and over and over again. But by the way, I could hear it echoing in my head as I went pee-pee. But thank you for the chat, as always. Now, how did I just closed the window down here. Here we go. And then Dandyboy5 says, post some clips. I need a good laugh. Oh, what can we post that could make us laugh and distract us from this world of absolute corruption and rubbish? It's wild. Oh, well, for the good laugh, we can go back to that Guardian article. Probably. Oh, by the way, this is the same media that's complaining about Putin portraying... Tucker Carlson portraying Putin as like a hero. These people, this news industry in America, I hear noise. Hold on. It's coming, people. Oh, I can't get them. Don't panic, Viva. Don't panic. Don't panic. Here we go.
15,
We're live.
17, and 18.
This judge reminds me of my brother, by the way.
And so far as
Not
exhibits
Dan, another
15,
brother.
16, 17, and 18.
I'm gonna go back to
these
eating a
documents
carrot.
that I recognize, and I don't have any objection to those. They clearly came from Fulton County. However, as exhibit number 14 contains several items that did not come apparently from Fulton County, and I'm standing next to Ms. Merchant to show them. But they're not in that group of them.
I don't know, the county attorney, I have no idea what it is, but I got them from the county attorney. So it's me to come back and testify.
I can't agree that the documents that are not in the certified bundle are properly admitted as part of the exhibit.
Okay, Ms. Merchant, would you like to repackage and present to Ms. Cross Defense Exhibit 14?
They're exactly what I got from the county attorney. Apparently, they didn't want to testify, so they gave us a certification, but didn't put these in, so they're gonna have to testify. I got them from them.
The documents the difference between the two document productions, what is the difference?
They didn't even
Bank
get
credits,
these.
bank records, credit card statements, things like that, that wouldn't ordinarily be part and course of the Fulton County records.
But I got them from the open records portal, so, that's where I printed them.
No, I understand.
There's no way
And-
Fanny's staying on the case. There's no way
but
this judge
the
likes
difference
her.
in
That's my
production,
prediction.
Ms. Merchant, you've taken a look at them, and they're actually material to your case.
Yes.
In what way?
They're all of his invoices, Judge, and then he has like this is what I got from them. It's all of his invoices, and one of the invoices a reimbursement that he printed some things for the reimbursement. I mean, I don't really care if they take the reimbursement out because they actually are already admitted in the other exhibit I did.
I don't have any problem with the invoices. The invoices are clearly the records and contained in the certification. So if we remove the items that are in dispute, then I don't have an objection to that.
They're already in exhibit.
So you're removing them?
Yeah, that's fine. You want to take them out?
All right, so again, let's have opposing counsel look at a revised Exhibit 14, and then I'll hear whether there's any objection.
I'm putting it on mute because no one wants to hear ASMR carrot crunching eating while we watch.
The revised exhibit number 14 contains only the invoices that were submitted, and the state has no objection.
All right, then, not seeing any other issues from other counsel, we'll note Exhibits 14 through 18 have been admitted for the record without objection.
Leave them here.
I think at this point, it'd be good to make sure we've got, I think, 1 through 18 with the court reporter.
Others, but do you want me to give them to the witness?
Let's, if he's done looking at them, let's just get them all compiled and organized and with the court reporter, in case other defense counsel are going to reference them. No, it wasn't for him to have
This
them all.
procedural
We just need to have
crap
1
is
through
so-
18
is so
organized
annoying.
with the court reporter. Yeah,
Also goes to show you why you have to file your,
I think we ought to do that.
label your documents properly so they're easily retrievable and identifiable when you want to reference them as exhibits.
All right, as Ms. Merchant is doing that, let me go down the list. Mr. Sadow.
Your Honor, if the court will permit, Mr. Gillen is going to ask some questions that I was going to ask. I'd like to be able to just follow up with anything that he doesn't touch on. That'll work.
Let me just to keep it consistent, I'll go in order. So, if Mr. Sadow is deferring, then I'll go to Mr. Stocks,
I'll defer to them.
Mr. Durham on Zoom.
Interesting point.
All right, Mr. McDougall.
The real Zooch.
I will defer to Mr. Gillen.
All right, Mr. Rice. All right, thank you, Mr. Gillen.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Wade.
Good afternoon, sir.
A few follow-up questions.
Who are we
I'd like to start off with the exhibit number 4 that you should have up there. Those are the interrogatories.
I hate this word.
They're not up there.
Remember, I asked her to compile them all, so
I'm
now you can
sorry.
grab
Right
them.
here, I'm gonna give it to you if you want me to come in.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, these are the interrogatories that you had filed on May the 30th, 2023 in your divorce case, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, you went over in part some of those interrogatories, but what I want you to do, because I want to get down to the specific language to clear up exactly what the interrogatories asked for and exactly what you answered, okay?
Yes, sir.
Now, if we look on the interrogatory that I believe, as we indicated, they're really, I think, on page 2, the one that starts off, describe each instance in which you've had sexual relations. You see that one?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, that interrogatory begins, describe each instance in which you have had sexual relations with a person other than your spouse.
Go on.
During the course of the marriage.
The marriage.
Including the period of separation. You see that?
Yes, sir.
Now.
Yes.
These were filed on May the 30th, 2023,
yes,
correct?
you little bastard.
Now, at that time, you had had sexual relations with Miss Willis, correct?
Well,
Your Honor, I'm gonna.
No, he's going to answer that damn question.
Object to the question as phrased.
You were porking her.
At that time, certainly asked about his answer, but.
You were stuffing her like a Thanksgiving turkey.
All right, Mr. Gillen, I just asked you to rephrase, but I think you can make the same point.
Well, Your Honor, it's a specific interrogatory, and I would, so the words do matter, and I would like him to answer whether or not he had sexual relations with Miss Willis, because if he answered yes, then this interrogatory is a false interrogatory. So I would ask the court's indulgence. I'm not here to jump into some salacious
We all know that he had sex with her.
bedroom situation, but this is an interrogatory that matters. So I would ask the court's indulgence.
Yes, absolutely. Do it.
Questions have been asked and answered several times. I
Then no
understand
problem to do it one more
that
time.
from the
Judge is
point
going to
this
allow
question
it.
is not substantively different than those that have already been asked and answered in the information.
Judge is going to answer. Judge is going to allow it.
Mr. Gillen, I'll allow maybe this question and one more, but I think you are asking it in a different way. And
That's right.
I'll
Sex.
stick to the point.
Right.
Sex.
Now,
P to the V.
As of May the 30th, and may I answer the question that okay, thank you, Your Honor. As of May the 30th, 2023, you had had sexual relations
with
that
Miss
woman. Willis, isn't that correct?
Yes.
The interrogatory, sir.
No, just answer the question.
During the course of the marriage.
Just answer the
and
question.
The period of separation.
Excuse me.
My
Your
response.
Honor, I would ask that the court direct the witness to answer my question, yes or no. As of May the 30th, 2023, had you had sexual relations with Miss Willis?
Yes, Mr. Gillen. Let's start with at the higher level whether he believes he answered it truthfully, and then we can drill down into why or why not he doesn't, and maybe we'll end up exactly where you left us.
Well, but again, Your Honor, the point of it is that the words matter, and that we have to establish what did and did not happen, and then he can give whatever explanation he chooses to what apparently is a false answer. But I would like an answer to my question.
And you may get one. I would like us to start at the high level before we drill down into specifics to see whether he actually contradicted.
Start at the high level? Judge, I don't think you know.
Making sense.
There's a double entendre in there.
The interrogatory is relatively direct and explicit. Sexual relationships with a person other than your spouse during the course of the marriage, including the period of separation. That's pretty simple.
Sure. Let's see if that's something you can get him to admit.
You did have sexual relationships with someone other than your spouse during the course of the marriage and during the period of separation, which included up to May the 30th, 2023. Isn't that correct, sir?
My answer to this interrogatory is none. Is no.
So you're saying that you did not have sexual relationships with anyone outside of your marriage, and the period of separation is during the period. Then you're answering the question to this interrogatory, correct, sir?
I'm saying during the course of my marriage, I did not have sexual relations to anyone, and this answers no.
Well, Again, Your
Up
Honor.
until the
I need-
moment
you can proceed,
of
Mr. Chairman.
separation.
We need a yes or no. Let's just get down to it. Did you or did you not, by May the 30th, 2023, have had sexual relations with Miss Willis, yes or no?
Yes.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what you did is you answered no to that question, didn't you, or none, correct?
I didn't answer no to the question you just asked. I answered no to the interrogatory question.
Read it.
And the interrogatory stands that you answered as a pleading in a civil proceeding, your divorce case, right?
Yes.
Now, excuse me. The next interrogatory,
I didn't mean
Let's
to bring
move
that
there.
up. Sorry, I meant to bring this one up.
that interrogatory states as follows. Identify any and all occasions in which you entertain a member of the opposite sex other than your spouse who is not related to you by blood or marriage. You see that?
I do.
Now, there are two parts to this. The second part is, I read on, or in which a member of the opposite sex, other than your spouse, not related to you by blood or marriage, entertained you. And then it goes on to say, including but not limited to dining, drinking, in restaurants, bars, pubs, hotels. You see that, correct?
I do.
Now, as of May the 30th, 2023, when you filed this interrogatory, you had in fact entertained Miss Willis on many occasions, had you not?
Again, during the course of the marriage was irretrievably broken in 2015.
Well,
the
then
answer's still no.
Let's read what the interrogatory says about the time period required to answer the interrogatory.
The deposition.
Because what it says is, it goes on to say, including but not limited to dining and or drinking at any restaurants, bars, pubs, hotels, or persons' homes from the date of marriage to the present. You understand what the word present means?
Yeah.
I do.
And present
It's what
means
Fani Willis gave
the
me every time we
filing
went on vacation.
On May the 30th, 2023. Isn't that right?
It is.
So as of May the 30th, 2023, you had done a lot of entertaining of Miss Willis, had you not?
I had done some, yes.
And in fact, under your testimony, you would have said that she had also entertained you. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Oh, she
And so
entertained
your
me all right.
answer
All
to
night
this
long.
interrogatory is false, is it not, sir?
No, it's not false.
Well, hate to dance around the, the answer is yes, you did entertain Miss Willis, correct? Right?
Yes.
She's not your spouse at that time or any time, correct?
That's correct.
She's not related to you by blood or marriage, correct?
That's correct.
She
But
might
you
be.
entertained her, right?
Yes.
And during the course from your marriage,
This
the
is it.
period of time up to the present.
This is
so the answer
devastation.
would have been, yes, I did entertain somebody, correct?
During the course of the marriage, no.
Including the separation
Mr.
period.
Wade.
As
Mr.
in,
Gill, I think we've made her point. I think it speaks for itself.
there you go.
We can save that
Bam!
for argument.
The judge has got it.
And
End
I'll
of
just
it.
follow
You're
up
an
with one quick
effing
question.
liar, and the
You
judge
understand
knows it.
what the word present means?
Your Honor, that's been asked of us.
I think we did cover that
It means
already
a
as well.
gift you get from Fani Willis
Now,
for
what has
prosecuting
happened-
Trump.
From the time that you filed this court document in May of 2023, let's go over some of the things that you had been involved in terms of being entertained or entertaining. Prior to your filing on the answer on the interrogatories on May the 30th, 2023, we've already established, have we not, that you had paid for a Royal Caribbean cruise to the Bahamas with Miss Willis, correct?
That was a present.
Yes, sir, with Miss Willis and my mother.
Well,
I don't care what
your
your
mother's not part of this interrogatory. I'm talking about Miss Willis, okay? So you paid and caused to be paid approximately $3,335 on that trip, Bahamas trip, from October the 28th through October the 31st, correct?
Your Honor, objection. I think we've touched this ground several times already.
Mr. Gill, let's cover new ground.
Well, I'm just trying to establish with specificity the things that he had done to entertain or be entertained prior to May the 30th, 2023. I'll try to move through it
Sure.
quickly.
Well, that's already part of the record in
Is
terms of this
entertain
prior
or be
testimony.
entertained?
And so if you want to link
Sex?
those two things together, you can do that during argument.
Well, so let me discuss this.
They're
You
gonna get there.
indicated that during the course of your explanation concerning the Belize trip, that Ms. Willis paid you all that money back in cash, remember?
Oh, yeah, here we go.
Yes, sir.
Now, the Belize trip had just happened, hadn't it? That occurred in March 18th, 2023, right?
Yes, sir.
So you're filing this maybe 2 months after you have gone to Belize with Ms. Willis, correct?
And she paid you back cash.
Again, I believe all of this is our.
I think you might be getting somewhere new. We'll see.
Oh, there we go. Judge likes
Yes,
it.
sir.
So we've got the trip in to Belize on March the 18th, 2023.
Interesting.
You and Ms. Willis, correct?
Yes,
Yes.
Now, 2 months later, you file the interrogatories that speak for themselves that we've gone over a few minutes ago, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, the March the 18th, 2023, to state the obvious, is before
Oh, turn your phone off.
If
I have to warn you again,
2023.
contempt.
Will you agree with me on that?
I do.
Okay. So then you tell us that Miss Willis paid you in cash.
No.
All the money for the entire trip. It was a gift
No,
for you
her-
for your birthday, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I'm sure you probably have the deposit slips
For the
where
cash.
you took the cash and deposited the cash into your
No,
account.
sir, I
don't
put
you?
it under my
I did
bed.
not deposit the cash in my account.
You don't have a single solitary deposit slip to corroborate or support any of your allegations that you were paid.
He's got an
by
answer for it.
Mrs.
You can,
Willis
you
in
can, you can say
cash,
he's got an answer.
do you?
No, sir.
Not a single solitary one.
Not a one.
Now, when Miss Willis would pay
Oh
you
my
in
God,
cash,
is this embarrassing?
would you scamper down to the ATM with her, and as she drew money out of her account
Your
to
Honor.
pay you these thousands
Scamper
of
down.
dollars?
Object to
Mr. Gillen, I
formulation.
scamper, But there's been no evidence that Mr. Wade does. I object to the phrase.
Look at that. Look at the curl in his lip going up and down.
On that issue, overruled.
Did you and Miss Wade scamper down to the ATM machine and have her dry out? For example, on the Belize trip, just on your payment would have been $2,794.
She's so screwed already.
For clarity, yeah, thank you.
Pardon me?
Miss Wade and I didn't go to Belize.
No, excuse me, Miss Willis. I'm sorry. You go down to the
Yeah, my wife
ATM
didn't come to
Miss
me with
Willis.
Willis. That was
All she
that was
drew
Wade.
out,
That was Willis.
$2,794 to pay you in cash. That you did you go to the ATM with her?
No, sir. She didn't go to the ATM. She carried the cash.
Oh, and so
Oh,
she
really?
would give you the cash. Did you have a little place in your house where you just stack up all this cash that you apparently got to repay you for these
I like this
benefits
guy.
that you bestowed on her?
And Mr. Gillen, if I answered that, I'm putting myself in jeopardy. If I tell the world that I have cash someplace.
We know you got the cash, dude.
That could be problematic.
No, I don't. I want an answer as to whether or not you have a little cash hoard in your house.
You don't
where
deposit
you
it.
Have allegedly taken the money.
You dig it
that
and
you
bury it
got
in the
from
backyard?
Mrs. Willis and went and put it somewhere. Where'd you put it?
No, sir.
Now, just put it on the hip and kind of walk around money?
Did I put it on my hip and
Yeah, just walking around money where you would spend cash yourself?
It's
Let me
either
finish. Did I put it on my hip in Belize and walk around with
No,
it?
when you got paid back, would you take the money, the cash
this is-
that she
this is
gave you,
good.
and
This
would
is
you just
gold.
carry it around with you for spending money around town?
So we have to break down each trip because, for
no.
example,
What did you do with the
for
money?
the cruise, she paid me the money before we took the cruise.
So where'd you put it?
I was here.
Where'd you put
and
it?
I could put the money in my pocket or put it away wherever I wanted to do with it. Other trips,
This guy is so
she would give me the money
effed.
there.
It's beyond.
So at
it's
that
beyond
point,
description.
I could either spend it or put it in my pocket or put it in the hotel safe.
There's no special place that you would have all this cash that you would be getting from her that you've told us about.
How much
to
cash
pay
did
back
he
for
get
the
from her
benefits
total?
that you have bestowed on her?
Ashley, let me
The
see.
only special place that cash would have gone would have been to one of my children.
Okay.
How
Now,
much
are you aware?
cash total?
Have you discussed these pleadings with Miss Willis?
Oh yeah.
No, sir.
Well, of course I
So
believe
there's been
that.
no discussion between you and Ms. Willis about the allegation concerning the benefits that you have bestowed on her? Is that correct?
To the phrasing, the benefits be served upon, I don't believe that's an accurate reflection of the testimony, and I don't think that's appropriate.
I think overruled. You can answer the question.
Oh,
Okay.
the judge is
When
not
you said
happy.
proceedings, are you talking about the divorce proceedings? Because we were talking about the interrogatories.
Oh, he's all
To that
confused all of a
question,
sudden.
the answer is no. If you're at, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Go ahead with your answer. I'll hear the complete answer, then I'll follow up.
Okay. If you're asking me about this hearing, the proceedings of this hearing, have we discussed the financial piece based upon Mr. Roman's motion? Yes.
Yep.
So you have discussed.
He might have been an
the financial
administrative
piece.
judge, though.
Where did that discussion take place?
Conference room.
Ooh, I didn't like his face
Other
right there.
people there, or were you and Ms. Willis discussing this about what your position was going to be?
Relevance of this.
Mr. Gillen?
And the relevance has to do with suddenly we have a declaration from Mr. Wade in this case, where he says roughly equal, and then shows
Look at the
one
judge. Look at the judge, by the
alleged
way.
payment by Ms. Willis. No mention of cash, none. So I need to find out a little bit more about how suddenly we have this revelation about cash from the witness stand today.
Overruled.
Nice.
So we part company there when you say no mention of cash. If I provided one receipt that didn't amount to what you would think was roughly equal, the rest of it is cash.
Well, did you in your declaration, sir, that was filed in this case,
I got a pepper in my tooth.
did you tell the court in that declaration that the expenditure that you had provided on behalf of Ms. Willis was paid for back by her in cash, yes or no?
I believe that I did when I said that the expenses were split roughly evenly.
If you could point to me any place in your affidavit where you used the word cash, I would appreciate it. Take your time.
I didn't use the word cash, no, sir.
No, you didn't use the word cash, did you?
But I didn't say that she didn't give it to me in cash.
No, you just didn't tell anybody that you allegedly got paid back in cash, right?
No, I told everyone who asked.
Today.
Yes, sir.
Now, who else was with you, if anyone else, when you and Ms. Willis were discussing how you would be handling the financial component of the motion here today, that is the personal benefits?
I'm going to object to the relevance of that, Your Honor.
Mr. Gillen?
Well, the relevance is if they know that they're going to be called as witnesses, they've been subpoenaed, and they are discussing what they're going to say, we need to know that. The court needs to know that. It goes to the veracity of Mr. Willis and, Ms. Willis and Mr. Wade.
Overruled.
We didn't discuss how we were going to handle testimony.
My question was, when you were discussing...
They're out of this case, there's no
Ms.
question.
Willis in the conference room, when you were discussing what you perceived to be the situation concerning the benefits for the payments...
Yes, sir.
Was there anyone else present?
No, sir.
How long did the meeting take?
Probably 5 or 10 minutes.
Did Ms. Willis tell you what she was going to say?
No, sir.
Did you ask her whether she had any bank withdrawals that would corroborate the assertion that she would pay you back in large sums of cash for these trips to the Caribbean, Belize, California, on and on and on?
Your Honor, again, I object. The proffer, when the last relevance objection was made, was that Mr. Gillen needed to know who else was there, these could be potential witnesses that he could cross-examine. That question has been answered, so I can object.
Okay. I think it's still exploring possible bias or motive to shape his testimony, so overrule on that ground.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Willis, Mr. Wade, when you were having this discussion, did you ask Ms. Willis, do you have anything to support these cash withdrawals?
No, sir.
Did you ask her where she got the cash?
This is the conversation. I produced my credit card statement that showed what Ms. Merchant in her filing was representing. That was the conversation.
Okay, so when she would pay you back in cash, were you aware of what her financial situation was? Do you know what?
No, sir.
Your Honor, I object to the relevance.
Well, Your Honor, it's relevant because we've been bombarded with the book, Find Me the Votes, in which...
What's at issue is the financial benefit, and if that plays a material interest in an actual conflict of interest. So I think that's relevant.
No, the judge is basically
Now,
giving the lawyer the answer.
Have you read the book, Find Me the Votes?
I have.
You have?
I have.
Okay. Now, in that book, Ms. Willis is telling the authors about how financially destitute she was, or kind of hitting down on the bottom as she was running for DA. Do you remember that part of the book?
So let me qualify the response. I've read the book in parts. I hadn't had the time to sit and read the book in its entirety.
So I thought you just said you read the book. You sounded very proud.
About how she's telling the authors about how little money she had and how financially she was in bad shape prior to when she was running. Did you read that part?
No, sir.
Did you ever have discussions with Ms. Willis about her financial situation?
They're damned if they do, damned if they don't.
Which was apparently in rough shape prior to her being elected DA.
No, sir. Ms. Willis made it clear that her financial business was just that. It was her business. I know nothing about her financial status. I know nothing about how she was faring before or after the election, or even now. I know nothing about her finances.
You're telling us that she didn't share that with you, but chose to share it with the authors of a book that's been published and printed and sold nationally.
This lawyer
I think that's a fair question for Cross.
I don't know that she shared it with the author. I don't know that the author is telling the truth. I don't know the author, so I don't know, sir.
Okay. Now, did you give an interview to the authors of that book?
I've given no interviews, sir.
So you haven't talked to them at all, correct?
I haven't talked to any media.
All right.
None.
Now, as it relates to the...
I'd like to, though.
What's that supposed to mean?
As it relates to...
What the heck is that supposed to mean?
Again, from your bank records that you're aware of, there'll be no
We just hit
cash
12,000
deposits, right?
people on Rumble, people. 12,000
I didn't
people
say that.
watching on Rumble.
Are there cash deposits which line up with the money that you have allegedly received from Ms. Willis?
No, he already answered that. He didn't deposit
part of
it.
the trips.
So here's the thing.
Here's the thing. I'm
In
about to
my
lie to
bank
you.
records, you will see cash deposits. You will see check deposits. I can't say that you look through the bank records and you won't see cash deposits, because I have two sources of income, sir.
Go on.
Income comes from my private practice, my firm, and income comes from
Fani Willis.
the contract here with Fulton County. During the course of
It's got a lot of income.
private practice, occasionally I will have
Cash.
occasion to deposit cash into my account.
Oh, boy.
And in preparation for this hearing and your testimony, did you go through your bank records to find out if you could locate any cash deposits that would corroborate your testimony?
No, sir, I didn't go through my bank records.
And by the way,
at
if a lawyer takes cash, unless it's different in Georgia,
Now,
they've got to issue a receipt for taking cash
So what
for
you would
payments.
do, the money that you received, of course, the money that you received from your work for Fulton County, that's public funds, correct?
No, sir, that's private funds. It's my
Public funds
Are paying.
pay you to do work for Fulton County, correct?
I don't know where the money's come from.
Tell me what the definition of a public fund is.
A public fund would be your funds.
Comes from the
as in
government,
not
biatch.
fund, But funds, money, public money, as in money from taxpayers, either in Fulton County or the state of Georgia, pay you to do the work that you're doing here in this case, yes or no?
One or the other, I'm certain.
You know which
is
one?
the case. I don't know which one, no, sir.
Now,
okay.
you would take those public funds, and those public funds were then used, deposited in your account, and they were then used to pay on the credit cards for the trips that you would take with Ms. Willis, correct?
I object to the question insofar as the characterization of public funds. The witness didn't testify to that, and I don't believe there's been any evidence.
I
of
think
that.
the judge can take of judicial notice.
Well, the point of it is that you got
All
money.
right, Mr. Gillen's rephrasing.
Yeah, I'll rephrase.
The judge wants to
Let's
let him
break it
answer.
down. You got money from Fulton County for the work that you do here, right?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
You would send in invoices, and they would pay you money, correct?
Yes, sir.
Those money, that were private money, that money was money from either the citizens of Fulton County or from the state of Georgia, correct? That's what I mean by public funds. Agreed?
I guess I'm having trouble with
A lot of stuff.
the notion that
Life right now.
the citizens of Fulton County have paid me any funds. I'm not certain the funding source. I can tell
Yeah, it
you
could
that
come from investments.
either the state of Georgia or Fulton County has written me a check.
So that would be, those two entities are public entities, correct?
Yes.
So that would be public funds, right? Right? Yeah.
Yes.
And those public funds are from the same source that you would then use to pay out on your expenses for the trips that you took Miss Willis on, correct?
No, sir. As I testified to moments ago, I have income coming in from my law firm. I also have income coming in from
Fannie.
the funds that we're here discussing.
I have a dirty
now
joke.
from
I can't
either the
make
state
it
of Georgia or Fulton County or both. I'm not certain
It's from
what
Fannie.
it is. So
What
to say,
percent?
so to
Yeah, what
say
percent?
Sorry,
that
I didn't mean to
that
cut you off. Go ahead.
So to say that I'm paying a credit card statement with funds coming from Fulton
I'm gonna
County
say-
or the state of Georgia would not be an accurate
I'm gonna say
statement.
50%
because the
of his
funds could have
income.
very well come from my private practice.
What percentage
50%, half, comes from
of
that
your
contract.
income in 2022 came from
Fani Willis.
money where you're working on this case or from your partners working for the Fulton County office?
50%, about
In
half.
2022, I would say 50-50.
Yes!
You think 50-50 in 2022?
Oh my goodness!
What about 2023?
Probably
60.
60-40.
Oh my
60-40.
goodness.
Yes, sir.
So,
Someone clip
of
this
money
just so that the world
would be
knows
in
that I'm
those
actually
accounts,
smart.
At least 60% of those, in your view, would be public funds.
Oh
that
my
those monies were then
goodness.
used
Gravy
to pay
train.
for the expenses that you had incurred for the trips that you took Miss Willis on, the cruises,
Oh
the
my
Napa
goodness.
Valleys, the Bahamas, correct? Right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
How much cash did you get?
And
How
now,
much cash above
what
and
you-
beyond all of this?
What you did
He's in so much
is that
fucking trouble. It's unbelievable.
when you signed on in November 1st of 2021, that's when you signed on to be counsel for the
By the way, he hid all of that from his wife,
Yes,
from
sir.
what I understand.
Now, as you know, in your engagement letter, it doesn't say that you're signing on and your scope of work is to work on the Trump special grand jury investigation, doesn't.
No, sir.
It says that you're signing on to work on anti-corruption, the anti-corruption unit matters, correct?
Yes,
Well,
sir.
that's ironic.
Matters with a plural, correct?
Yes, sir.
So in your contract, there is no specific reference to any specific case. Isn't that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, but you didn't sign on for the duration. There was a period, you have a contract, and then it would then expire, and then you would have a new contract, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, of course, the extension that you received, the first one was in November of 2021, and then you filed, or excuse me, there was a renewal in November the 15th of 2022. Is that right?
Sounds right.
Oh, okay.
Drink that water,
Now,
man. Drink.
That was right after you got re-upped by Miss Willis, right after you took Miss Willis to Aruba.
Aruba.
Isn't that right?
Oh,
On
yeah,
that
give it,
November
mama.
the 1st, 2022 trip to Aruba. And through November the 4th, 2022.
Peru,
Correct?
Aruba.
What does re-up mean?
Well, re-up means that you came back, your contract was up, and then on November the 15th, you and Ms. Willis signed a new contract for you, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, when you were in taking her to the Aruba and on the cruises and the resort there, did you discuss your re-upping of signing an extension on your contract?
Take those glasses off.
No, sir. But you make an excellent point.
I re-upped her many
I'm glad
times.
you pointed that out. So the trip to Aruba, the contract was not in existence then.
So you're saying that you were not
under contract.
In your contract, did you send any invoices in for work that you did after your first contract expired?
No, sir.
You didn't?
No, sir.
No. When that expired, that was it. So then you're saying that after the Aruba trip, you get re-upped with a new contract, correct?
I signed a new contract.
Yeah,
yes.
well, after I
Was there any
re-upped her, she re-upped
modifications
me.
on that contract?
To the
Did you
amount?
get, an extension on the cap that you were limited on the first one?
Did you get
Were there
re-upped?
any modifications at all, Mr. Willis?
Remuneration.
Excuse me. I've done that again. I apologize.
What did he do?
I've been called worse.
Wait, I'm sorry.
I've been called worse.
Now, were there any modifications on that?
Yeah, money.
Do you have the contracts in front of you where you could?
I don't have it in front of me, but I think that Birch is going to.
Because I believe as the work gradually
got more. He's going to justify his increased up
as
salary.
the time of the work gradually increased,
So did my remuneration.
the hourly cap would increase. In other words, starting out the investigation, it was impossible to anticipate the level of cooperation during the course of the investigation from some of the
Is that what
witnesses.
they call it now?
So if you assume that there would be great cooperation with the witnesses in terms of interviewing and speaking and being voluntarily speaking with you, it doesn't take as much time. So after getting into it, realizing that most of the witnesses were not willing to speak or willing to turn over evidence or information, quickly you figure out that this is going to take a little more time than originally anticipated. And because of that, you have to compensate for those hours.
And that's why there was a compensation on your extension?
Yes, sir. The caps.
A cap. Now, did Mrs. Willis, did Miss Willis review your invoices with you when you would submit them?
Never.
Did anyone ever question whether or not you worked 24 hours in one day and billed 24 hours in one day?
I've never worked 24 hours in one day. And
Here we go.
billed 24
I
hours
called
in
it.
one day.
He's going to say,
I'm glad you asked me that question.
Yeah, because I got an
I
answer.
like the opportunity to talk about that.
I think we should go
I
there.
accidentally
So,
didn't
if
mark
you look
down.
at that invoice where it says
Time frame.
24 hours in one day, it actually doesn't say one day. If you look at the top of the invoice, it says date completed. The date that's reflected on that invoice reflects the date that the work was completed.
By the way, I
it doesn't
predicted
say when
this
it started.
long
It just
time ago.
says this is the date that is completed. So if you go through the invoices, probably around the first 5 or
was
6,
multiple
you'll
days.
see that that's the billing format. I would bill only after that particular task has been completed. That's why you see a 24-hour period with the one day there. I kind of wish some of the experts who had opined on that had called me and asked me the question. But there was never a billing of 24 hours in one day.
Yeah, of course
now,
there wasn't.
Probably around the
Now,
6th
what
or
about
7th invoice, you
detailed
see
billing?
the format change.
Yeah,
I
'cause you gotta
started using
detail
a
it.
range so that it got less confusing, right?
I'm confused, so maybe you can correct it.
Okay.
In Exhibit 14.
Does part detail billing?
You've
Part-
got it. You've
24
got
hours.
down a specific day. Prepared cases for pretrial. November the 5th, 2021, 24 hours at $250 an hour, 6,000. No, this wasn't about a range. It was about the work that you did on November the 5th, 2021.
No, Mr. Gillen, look at the top of the invoice
Let me go get the invoice.
where it says date completed.
What I want you to do, Mr. Wade, is focus on the date that you have down there and tell the court what you billed for on November the 5th, 2021. I thought it was already in.
His answer is going to be, I didn't do detailed breakdown billing.
Again, Mr. Gillen, it says completed date completed. The dates that you see here are the dates that work was completed. So on November the 5th, I completed the task of preparing the cases for pretrial. That's the date I completed it.
Just read, if you would. Then my question was, read out loud the entry for November the 5th, 2021, and how many hours you billed that day. Just do that for me, if you would.
I can't do that.
Excuse me, I believe the witness is entitled to answer his question. That certainly wasn't the question that Mr. Williams asked.
All right, well, the question now is to read a certain entry, so.
Just read into the record, Mr. Wade, on November the 5th, 2021.
It didn't match all of his other billing, by the way, but whatever. He's a
The
liar.
citizens of Fulton County for on that day. Just read it out, please.
I completed the task on November 5th, 2021. 24 hours was billed at $250.
I completed the task on that day. And now you knew this was going to be his answer, so it shouldn't come as a surprise.
Now,
some of it was detailed invoicing, and others wasn't.
You talked about your relationship with Ms. Willis, and your testimony is that it began in 2022. You remember that testimony?
Yes, I do.
No, sir. Our relationship began in
Your romantic
2019.
relationship began in 2022?
Yes, sir.
That's your testimony?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, when you were re-upped on this contract, you had a romantic relationship already established.
Yes, sir.
With Ms. Willis. Yes or no?
In 2022?
When your contract was
Re-upped on
renegotiated.
November the 15th, 2022, you had a romantic relationship with Ms. Willis.
I signed the second contract. Yes, sir.
Answer my question, please.
I'm not going to use the words re-up.
Signed up on the we re-up or whatever you want to call it, your contract on
Renegotiated.
November the 15th, 2022, you had a romantic relationship already existing with Ms. Willis. Yes or no?
I signed the contract, the second contract, yes, sir, during the course of a romantic relationship.
Yes or no? You had a romantic relationship with her at the time that you signed up the extension on November the 15th, 2022. Yes or no?
The answer to that question is yes.
Thank you. Now, this was before the special purpose grand jury released any a report. Isn't that correct? Correct?
I got a
Are you
package.
asking me if it's before the work was completed or before the special purpose grand jury actually publicly released the report?
When they
Those are
released
two
the
different.
report. Your relationship with Ms. Willis already existed when the special purpose grand jury released its report, correct?
At the time the report was released, yes, sir. But you understand that the report, the
Was in the
work
making.
had been completed prior to the release of the report. You understand that?
And your relationship with Ms. Willis, of course, was prior to the indictment in this case, correct?
Yes, sir.
Relationship was prior to the indictment in this case, okay? He
Your Honor, if I may
renegotiated
just
his
ask,
contract up while boning
folks
the
over
person
here
who's...
whether
Did he
there's-
negotiate with her? Like, how'd they negotiate?
That's all the questions, Your Honor, I have. Thank you.
Did they negotiate while making baby sex? This judge has seen enough.
I don't think we went through.
No, I had asked you for permission, but he was going to go first on this, and then I was going to follow up. That's the deferment, was to allow him to go first. That's what I thought I had asked for.
All right, with the understanding next time, we're going to keep going in order. and skip around the order. All right.
That's why I brought it up, because I thought that's what.
Okay. All right.
Did they negotiate when they were in Aruba? Yeah, so my prediction, by the way, is they're both out of, they're going to both get kicked
I'm
out
going
of
to
this
try to
file.
keep my questions very specific.
Yes, sir.
Okay?
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to also, of course, try not to go back into specific questions that have already been asked. Okay?
Yes, sir.
When did your relationship with Miss Willis end?
It hasn't.
2023.
Oh, it's
Can you
over.
give us an approximation of, not by date, but by month?
I can give you the date.
Summer 2023.
So they're done.
Forgive me.
Oh, the romance is
I'm a
over.
man. We don't do the date thing.
He's getting annihilated. There's no question.
Summer 23, I would say.
Shouldn't
June,
take this
maybe.
long.
Okay. Using the euphemism personal relationship, did you have any personal relationship at all with Miss Willis after the summer of 2023?
Did you bone her after you broke up?
I want to make sure that I'm answering your question.
Did you have sex with her after you broke up?
Let me rephrase if I might. The way it has been characterized in, for example, the response of the state, and I believe in your affidavit,
make it uncomfortable
is
for
there's
him.
a difference between a personal relationship and a professional relationship, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm not talking about a professional relationship. I'm talking about a personal relationship. Have you had a
Sex with
personal
her.
relationship at all? And you know what I mean by that.
Sex.
After the summer of 2023.
Did you have any
Are you
booty
asking
calls?
me if I had intercourse with the district
Yes.
attorney?
I was trying not to, but I guess if you're
Yes.
going to characterize it as that, the answer would be.
The answer would be no.
Okay, did you have oral
So,
sex with
It's
her?
been purely professional since the summer of 2023.
So that's where we're having issues.
Oh my God. Sorry, oh my gosh.
Okay, you'll have to explain because I don't know what the issue would be.
No, I will explain to you.
Thank you.
You say personal.
Did she touch your
We're
pee-pee?
very good friends.
Oh.
Probably closer than ever because of these attacks. But if you're asking me about specific
bullshit
intercourse, the answer is no.
How about general
How
intercourse?
about if I change it from intercourse to romantic?
No.
Did she touch your pee-pee since the summer of
During the direct
2023?
examination, you made a statement, at least I believe I heard it correctly, that you, personal relationship, and now I'm talking about that characterized
goodness.
the sexual romantic relationship, was not a secret. Is that correct?
Wait. If you're asking me if people knew that we were
Bumping uglies.
having sex, no, they didn't.
I'm asking you whether the people knew that you were dating, whether you were romantically involved. You said that it was not a secret.
Oh, it wasn't a secret. It was just private. My mother knew, obviously.
Did anyone in the district attorney's office that has worked on this case know that you were dating or had a romantic relationship with District Attorney Willis?
I don't know what they knew.
Well, did you tell anyone?
No,
Do you have any knowledge of whether Miss Willis revealed it to anyone?
I have no clue.
Okay. So as far as you know from personal knowledge, no one in the DA's team knew.
Oh,
Correct?
they all
That's
knew.
correct.
Oh, bull crap.
So if it was a legitimate relationship, is there any particular reason why it was kept secret or private?
Wasn't kept
It wasn't kept
It
secret,
was
we
kept private.
And the purpose for that was?
It's what we chose to do.
I'm asking you why, though, not just because you chose. Why, if you're dating someone, why keep it private?
Oh, I see where I'm so stupid. He's obviously going
two
to the
reasons.
conflict. Keep it quiet
The
so they
first
don't.
one is,
No, to keep the conflict out of public
and I want to
sight.
say this respectfully in the right way.
None of your
There are
God.
some people
Oh, yeah?
who are in the public eye
Yeah.
who just don't like it, don't wish to be there.
Oh, he's just. Is it
I
not
have
because you knew it
tried
would be a
to
conflict?
have
Shut up
lunch
and
or
just answer
dinner
that.
with her publicly, and I can't count the number of people that would approach the table or would accost us as we're trying to walk into a restaurant.
Or
and
ask
just
you whether or not it's an
have
inappropriate
lunch or
relationship if
have
you're
a
both
meal.
prosecuting Trump. Maybe that.
It is not secret. It is private. We don't want the world asking
you are
questions
so
or
screwed.
interrupting
It's beyond words.
that time. So we weren't trying to keep anything a secret, Mr. Sadal. There's nothing secret or salacious about having a private life. Nothing.
I'm not suggesting that there was. I'm
Well,
asking
we might
questions.
disagree.
When you went on the various trips that have been outlined by both Mr. Gillen and by Ms. Merchant, did anyone in the district attorney's office know that the two of you were traveling on personal trips together?
To my knowledge, Mr. Sadal, no.
And again, that was for privacy, according to your testimony.
Purely privacy.
Privacy, yes, sir.
Yeah, of course.
Did you and Ms. Willis go to the Hapeville condo prior to your relationship starting the beginning of 2022?
Prior to having physical contact, prior to having intercourse, did we go to the Hapeville condo?
Again, you keep going to intercourse. I'm trying not to, but fine. The answer to that, or my question would be yes. Did you and Ms. Willis go to the Hapeville
This is
condo
utter liar.
prior to what I want to say November 1st of 2021?
Did you have sex with her there?
Yes.
And the purpose for going to the Hapeville condo with Ms. Willis
Sex.
prior to 2021
Was for
would have
sexy
been
time.
what? Or prior to November 1 of 2021?
wait, maybe
Could have been what?
Could have been any number of things because at that time,
That's what I'm asking. So tell me.
yeah, could have been any number of things because at that time, she had a friend living in that condo. Miss Yurdy lived in that condo.
Oh, okay. Oh, this is getting so good already. I think you just
Maybe
said
it was
something.
my question was poorly worded. Let me try again. Your answer is yes, prior to November 1st of 2021, you would have gone to the Hapeville condo and been there with Miss Willis, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
And you would have been there, as you indicated, for many reasons.
Yes. Was
right?
one of them sex?
Yes.
Can you give me, just list a few of the reasons?
Sex.
Miss Yurdy resided there.
Why would you be there with
Went to
Wade?
visit her.
Bullshit. Bull crap.
Maybe went to talk about
sex. Maybe.
a document that I received.
Let's talk about you and me.
You would go to the condo
I
to
needed
talk
to
about
see-
a document that you received?
Absolutely.
Okay, go ahead.
Absolutely.
That's a lie. I can tell that's a lie.
Any
right
other
there.
reasons?
Sex. Just ask him. Did you
None
go there to
come
have
to mind.
sex?
None come to mind.
No, sir.
And would you say that was frequent? When I say frequent, do you think prior to November 1st of 2021, you were at the condo more than 10 times?
No, sir.
So it'd be less than 10 times?
Yes, sir.
Not
So if phone
stripping-
records were
not
to
stripping
reflect
her.
that you were making phone calls from the same location as the condo before November 1st of 2021, and it was on multiple occasions, the phone records would be wrong?
If phone records reflected that, yes, sir.
They'd be wrong.
They'd be wrong.
Okay. Where did you live during that time period?
The same place I live now.
Which is not in Hapeville, correct?
It is
Hateville?
not in Hapeville.
It is north of Atlanta, the city of Atlanta, correct?
It is.
Okay.
That's
And
what I'm
the
wondering
Any
now,
other
Dad,
reasons why
Florida.
you would be in the Hapeville area on multiple
Maybe he was
occasions
having
prior
sex
to
with
November
Yurdy.
1st of 2021?
And that's why Yurdy and Wade had Willis had the falling out.
Let's see. The Porsche experience is there.
I'm sorry?
The Porsche experience is there.
Okay, so that would have been one. Any other reason?
Yes, sir. The airport is there.
Airport in Hapeville.
Yes, sir. Delta Airlines is
Okay.
headquartered there. Let's see.
There was a fine piece.
Restaurants there.
Okay.
Is it Hatfields?
If that's your recollection, that's fine. I'm not asking you to try to remember everything, but if that's.
okay.
Oh wow, this is amazing. Yeah, drink that
Did
water,
you
man.
discuss your affidavit filed in connection with the response with Ms. Willis?
No, sir.
I don't
Did
believe
you
that, but who cares?
know, personal knowledge, whether Ms. Willis reviewed your affidavit before it was included with the response?
I have no clue.
So as far as you know, personal knowledge, Ms. Willis did not know what you said in the affidavit.
I didn't give it to her.
That's what I said. You have no personal knowledge.
No personal knowledge.
And as far as you know, no one else has told you that she did or didn't.
I hadn't asked anyone.
We've kind of worked this up a little bit, and the numbers could be off. But according to our numbers, $10,000, give or take, would have been reflected on your credit card statement in connection with things
Trips.
Of potential benefit to Ms. Willis, okay?
Oh,
I want you just to assume that. Assuming that there was $10,000 that you had on your credit cards, is it your testimony that Ms. Willis paid you back $10,000 in cash? Not my argument.
No, sit down, lawyer. I'm not finished my question.
Characterization of $10,000 for Ms. Willis's travel, I don't believe is an accurate reflection of.
How much cash did
numbers, at
Fani
least
Willis
summary
give you?
that I've
Let's
been
just simplify it.
provided. That's-
Simplify it. She asked for it.
joint Travel. Is that right, Mr. Sato? I'm sorry.
No,
Clarify the question.
it's not joint travel. But all I'm trying to understand, I'll rephrase because I don't want to get bogged down on it specifically.
How much cash did
You would have
Fani Willis give
received
you?
thousands of dollars in cash from Ms.
Fani
Willis,
Willis,
correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the thousands of dollars in cash from Ms. Willis, do you know, I'm not asking you whether she took it out of her pocketbook or she took it out of a suitcase. I'm saying, do you know the source of the cash?
Just that, out of her pocketbook. Yes, sir.
You don't know where she
He
obtained the
is
cash.
so
I didn't ask her.
screwed. It's
And the whole
obvious.
time that she was paying you in cash, you never said, hey, why do you have this amount of cash?
Why would, Mr. Sadal, in my practice, people come into my law firm all the time with cash. I never question where they got it.
Yeah, but we're talking
So
not
you're
about people
suggesting
that
she's
come
a
into your
criminal.
law firm. We're talking about the district attorney of Fulton County, who I'm assuming receives a paycheck. She doesn't get paid in cash.
So just like you assumed, I assumed she got it from her paycheck. I don't know.
Okay, but of course, it's already been, and I'm not going to go back into it. You've not seen any records indicating withdrawals of cash from Miss Willis at all.
Why would I ask her?
I didn't
No,
ask.
sir.
All I said is you haven't, right?
No, sir.
Okay.
And you were
Now,
never with her at the bank when she pulled it out. Took it out.
Can you explain why you filed for divorce one day after you were
Yes.
hired by Miss Willis?
Yes, let's hear
You
it.
filed on November 2nd of 2021. You're hired on November 1st of 2021. Why the day after?
You mean one day before? So
You filed for divorce one day after you were hired, right?
okay, I'll answer your question.
Well, of
Okay,
course you're
please.
going to. You have to.
So in
Truthfully.
2015,
Irreparably
when
separated.
my wife had the affair.
Oh, throw her under the bus.
We had
you
a
bastard.
conversation that we
We'd
would
wait
divorce
until the kids
right
are
there.
majors.
Again, the better practice, at least for my children at the time, was to stay in place until the
We
youngest
heard
could
this already.
graduate and matriculate into college. We did that.
Okay, and
When
it
she
happened.
graduated, matriculated into college.
Matriculated into college. Yep.
At the time, my wife
When does
had
college start? November
moved
1st?
back and forth to Houston, to Texas. So she's in Texas. We take our child off to college. We come back to Georgia for a brief period of time.
He wants to remind everybody of that.
Divorce gets filed. She gets served. There we go.
Oh,
Now,
so
the
it's just a
reason
coincidence.
That date was selected.
Just a
Yes,
coincidence.
sir. That's what I asked.
The specific
Yeah, but he had to mention his
reason
wife's
that
affair.
That specific date was
Bastard.
selected was because she was only in town for a brief.
Your Honor, this is attorney-client privilege. Why he decided to file this.
And why do you have the right to object on his behalf for attorney-client privilege?
Ah! Shut your mouth and let him answer, basically, is what the judge just said.
All right, there we go.
Well, it's too late now. He was about to answer
and-
it. Someone was
I
kicking that
believe
lawyer.
He's already attempted to answer this question, and there was no privilege raised. So he's given a partial answer.
Yes.
And now he's
Effing
about
guy
to finish
should-
that. So
That
first
guy
of all, I
has
don't
no
think it's covered by attorney-client privilege, and I'll deal with that if you want me to. But otherwise, he's already answered.
Answer the
part of
damn
it. So
question and
He
finish
doesn't
it.
get to say, now I'm going to stop. So
Well, it was a long preface, but I don't think it ever actually got to what might have
Oh.
been at issue there. So if you
Doesn't
can
matter.
lay the foundation, we'll deal with the objection.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. Oh.
Take a step back.
Someone was kicking that lawyer. Dude, you should be objecting
You
right now.
realize that an attorney-client
Bradley?
privilege is the privilege of the client, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you, in connection with
Wow.
your representation, at least has been proffered to the court by Mr. Bradley, that it's up to you to decide whether you want to raise the privilege, right?
Yes, sir.
It's not up to Mr. Bradley.
Yes, sir.
So you have the power, in order to get to the truth of the matter, you have the power
This is
to
good.
waive the attorney-client privilege, do you not?
Quiet, let him
I believe that's
finish.
an appropriate question, certain privileges there, the
Whether he uses it or not, it doesn't matter why. Mr. Sato, I think if we're trying to get to the answer to your question, let's figure out whether it covers the question you were trying to get to.
Why did you serve her on November
If I may
1st?
finish. And your position is you have no intention of waiving your attorney-client privilege, correct?
That's correct.
All right, so now, can you answer the question why you waited until November 2nd, the day after you were hired by Ms. Willis, to file for divorce?
I can.
Okay.
All right. Oh, God, my legs. Sorry.
So, again,
Stuttering.
Joycelyn had relocated
After
to
her
Texas.
affair. After her affair,
And
right?
she had been in Texas for months.
With another man.
She was only here for a brief period of time to drive my daughter's car back with her. And when she came here to do that, I was able to then get her served.
You're saying you couldn't have served her in Texas? Is that what you're saying?
Okay, so your answer as to why you waited until the day after you were hired by Ms. Willis, which would be November 1st, 2021, to file the complaint for the divorce on November 2nd, 2021. Your testimony under oath is because your wife was here, but had not been here in October, had not been here in September, had not been here in August of 2021.
She had been in Texas taking care of her ailing mother
So
and
your testimony
an aging
that
father. So the first opportunity that I had,
This is such a lie. It's
after
unbelievable.
speaking with my lawyers to take care of that, was the date it was filed and served, because she happened to be here. It had nothing to do with, that was purely coincidental, that contract.
I understand it's purely coincidence, your testimony.
Yes,
My
sir.
specific-
And understand that this was by agreement between she and I, she being my wife and I, that we would divorce when the children matriculated out, and that there would actually have been an agreement attached to the filing. It became apparent that the agreement wasn't going to happen, and things got a little contentious. So that's when the privilege will kick in, and I was forced to do it when I did it.
Okay. Yeah, well, that's fantastic.
So, if I understood correctly,
This is
again,
wild.
you tell me if I'm wrong.
Yep.
Is it your testimony that your wife was not in Atlanta, Georgia, or the metro area
Anytime before.
throughout October of 2021?
I guess the question is, what difference would it? Why would he have had to do it
No.
the day before?
In October of 2021, she was back and forth between here and Texas.
So
right.
she was,
So
at
she
least
was
on
there.
some
You could have
occasions,
served her.
in the Atlanta area.
But that was during the time when we were working through the consent agreement that fell through.
Again, I think we're pretty far afield on relevance.
The other question is, what difference does it make? It's suspicious, but like, okay, so he did it.
Understood, Ms. Cross.
Did he
Mr. Sato,
disclose
what are
the
we going through here?
contract?
We're about to finish this area, since I'm not going to be able to go any further about, if we want to call the X, we'll call the X for
Did
that
he
purpose.
disclose the contract?
Well, we might have to
that's-
discuss whether that's a collateral issue altogether.
No, I'm just
Yeah, well,
saying
no, it's
if. I
relevant
didn't
for
say
this.
we will, but we'll.
Okay.
All right, so you said that you were aware of the contracts that Mr. Bradley and Mr. Campbell had with the
Here we
Fulton
go.
County District
How much
Attorney's
were they
Office,
for?
correct?
He knows
Yes,
what they
sir.
were.
And how did you become aware of those?
They paid me for them.
Just through conversation, they
With
told me.
who? Conversation with who?
Mr. Bradley and Mr. Campbell.
So you were discussing matters with Mr. Bradley which were not related to attorney-client privilege, correct?
Related to the contracts, yes.
Okay, but you were having conversations that would not, even though, if I understood correctly, Mr. Bradley was your attorney at the time, correct?
At what time?
At the time that Mr. Bradley received his contract from Fulton County, which would have been beginning of January, or in January of 2021, right?
Is that the date of his contract?
Pretty close.
A step too far.
I don't know what the date of his
In
contract
Rumble, I'm not
was,
sure I get
but
that
if
comment.
it,
Say
if
for my
it was
purpose-
after the date of the filing of the divorce, then yeah.
I'm not talking about after the date of the filing of the divorce. It's been represented to the court that you had an attorney-client relationship with Mr. Bradley from 2015 forward.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
for his
Yes, sir.
divorce.
That is correct.
When Mr. Bradley received his contract
Oh,
with
there you
Fulton
go. I see where
County,
it's going now.
that
Okay.
was in 2021, correct?
And they talked about it.
I don't know.
Okay.
We can prove that through other evidence. But at the time that Mr. Bradley was doing work for Fulton County, if I understand, you still had an attorney-client privilege, at least you're claiming one, with Mr. Bradley, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So when you talk to Mr. Bradley about matters with his contract in Fulton County, those were not covered by your attorney-client privilege, correct?
They were not.
Okay, and that meant that not all communications with Mr. Bradley
Obviously.
were covered by attorney-client privilege, correct?
Correct.
Well, those certainly weren't.
Well, but my question was,
Which ones
not all
were?
communications with Mr. Bradley were covered by, at least as you've been represented to the court, by the attorney-client privilege, correct?
Those communications were not.
So there were communications outside of the attorney-client privilege, correct? With Mr.
Yes.
Bradley?
If you're asking me if I ever communicate with him outside of the attorney-client privilege, the answer is yes. I've
Okay.
communicated with him outside the attorney-client privilege.
Stretching my legs again. Oh my goodness.
Let's finish this up.
How much were those contracts
And-
for?
Did you call it Roman number 4? Or is it just defense? Okay, in defense exhibit number 4, and Mr. Gillen went over with you your responses to certain interrogatories on May the 30th, 2023. Remember that?
Yes, sir.
Imagine how much money's been wasted on this prosecution.
Not going back into
Paid
those.
to
The
Nathan
words in the interrogatories are already in evidence, so we're not going to do that. But the ones that we've gone into, there were 2 of them. And your answer to both of those was none, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, on January 25th of 2024,
Yes, sir.
you
Oh, God,
again
she's-
were in a position
she's sweating.
that you answered those same interrogatories, the 2 that we're talking about. I can get specific if we need to, but as long as we understand we're talking about the same 2,
Yes,
right?
Sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. And they are in defense exhibit number 6, and they are interrogatories number 4
Oh, Fani is watching this.
and number 5.
And she's
Okay.
probably pulling a Hillary Clinton, like throwing shit at the television.
No, I want you to be able to see it. So it's a defense exhibit number 6.
I don't.
See, you have 6 up there?
How
I'm
much
told-
were the
I'm told that
contracts?
you
I-
have 6.
They,
Okay.
they know, they have the answer. But how much were the contracts that his partners had with Fani Willis, or the DA? Oh, and then did he disclose? He didn't disclose any of this to his wife, so that's where irrelevant to the disqualification. But
here we are.
oh my goodness, relevant to the
You would
divorce.
agree with me that in defense exhibit number 6, and we're talking about interrogatories of January 25, 2024,
Yes, sir.
that as to interrogatory number 4, that's the same interrogatory, same words that were in the interrogatory that Mr. Gillen went over, which was dated May 30th of 2023, correct?
Yes, sir.
And your original response in defense exhibit number 6 was none, correct?
Yes, sir.
Your updated response was, the plaintiff declines to respond to this interrogatory and asserts his privilege pursuant
You
to
already answered.
OCGA section 24-5-505, correct?
That's
Yes,
correct.
sir.
Yeah. So I would like to retract my lie. Too
You
late.
know that 24-5-505 breaks down into two privileges, right?
Which is why I was specific. I said I asserted the privacy privilege.
Well, that's what I'm asking you. But in your updated response, there's no reference to privacy, correct?
I think
Yes, there
Fani
is.
would testify
in
tomorrow.
the code section,
Let me check.
24.5-505.
Okay, but it also-
Reference to privacy.
Just go with me, okay? That code section says, does it not, no party or witness shall be required to testify as to any matter which may incriminate or tend to incriminate such party or witness, or which shall tend to bring infamy, disgrace, or public contempt upon such party or witness. You'd agree with that, right?
I'm not reading it.
I'm sorry?
I'm not reading it. I don't have it in front of me.
If
Can
if I may.
Here, I'll give it to you. You can read it.
Mr. Seno, we can, I can take judicial notice that is what the rule says if you want to ask him any follow-up questions.
Okay, thank you. You are not claiming that your answer to number 4, interrogatory number 4, on January 25th, 2024, incriminates you, that is, as in Fifth Amendment privilege, right?
That's correct.
You're claiming the second part, that it would bring infamy, disgrace, or public contempt, correct?
I'm going to object to that. I don't think that's the full thing, but, and also the witness doesn't have it in front of him, so I don't know how he could respond to that. I think he has said several times privacy is largely invoked to that statutory.
Overruled. I'm claiming privacy.
The privilege that you make reference to is to infamy, disgrace, or public contempt upon the witness, right? Or party.
Privacy.
That's the section that you were
Privacy.
relying on, correct?
If that's what it says, yes, sir.
Okay, look. I could show you, but I think the court has already indicated he can take judicial notice of the statute. So you assume that what I'm telling you is accurate, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How would an answer of none bring infamy, disgrace, or public contempt upon you?
So as I explained in direct of Mr. Roman's counsel, the minute she elected to intervene into my divorce proceeding, I then started to understand the bigger picture, which was that all the attorneys in the election interference case were colluding with Joycelyn's divorce lawyer. And because of that, I said, privacy. I don't want my divorce proceeding to bleed into this criminal
I'm not
proceeding.
changing my answer. I just want to hide my
didn't
answer.
want that.
So you raised a privilege, if I understand, that indicated that your answer would bring infamy, disgrace, or public contempt upon you, right?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the relevance of this. It's been asked and answered several times.
Mr. Seda, where are we heading with this?
Yeah.
I think I can finish that up by saying, you didn't say none again. You asserted a privilege, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you did the same thing, did you not, with number 5?
That's correct.
That is, you didn't say none again, right?
Correct.
Okay. Is the answer to the interrogatory number 4, as you have it in front of you, is the answer none? Is that the truth?
The answer is to that interrogatory is as I placed it at the time I responded, sir.
I'm asking you now, is the answer to that interrogatory none?
The answer is still privilege.
All right. So he's apparently electing to apply the same privilege, Mr. Seda, to that exact same question.
And I have a case which indicates that we can get beyond that if the court deems that appropriate.
And to what end? To what end? Where?
That the privilege actually does not apply and he must answer the question.
And where does that get us? Even if he answers the question, hasn't he already
basically
said everything he has to say about the nature of the relationship, how long it lasted, when it ended?
No, I think it would
when it started.
I think if he is forced or compelled to answer the question, he will either answer it falsely by saying none, or he answer it truthfully by saying yes, and then
that he
telling
lies
us
then.
what it is.
Okay.
That's what I believe.
But that's the
why I'm
conclusion of the
asking.
argument anyhow.
The interrogatory you're referring to, though, the question contained there.
Two interrogatories, yes, sir.
It's the entertaining one. It's whether there were other relationships.
I don't think we're seeing Fani
With a
Willis
specific
testify today,
language
people.
that's in the interrogatories.
Sure. Haven't we already covered that in all the other questions? that
Yeah,
we've had so
you've
far?
proven it. It's now it's argument.
We have, but
I want to hear him
Yeah.
say it.
the court could, if I could require or compel an answer from him as to whether
I want to
his
hear
answer
him
would
say it.
still be none, then we would know whether or not he was telling the truth. Now, if the answer is no, then obviously there was a time in the past where he was not. It simply requires him to now answer under oath what he refused to answer and claimed, what I might suggest, is a bogus privilege, and that you can pierce that privilege because it's a material fact in connection with this case. Again, it's a call that Your Honor makes. I have case law that says you can do that, but it's your discretion.
Ms. Cross?
Your Honor, Mr. Wade's been on the stand now for several hours. He's been asked and answered very personal questions that I believe cover the issues.
He basically is caught in the lie, so he just wants to hear him definitively say it one more time.
And not a question to propound.
Oops, didn't mean to bring that
So
up.
as I see it, the only relevance these interrogatories have to this case really whatsoever would
Credibility.
be as either prior inconsistent or consistent statements. And to that end, I think the question has been put to him again and again and again. He's answered how he believes he felt his answer should be.
And I believe he's a
and
liar.
why he answered a certain
And we can
way.
move on now.
And as it goes to credibility, I think at this point we're arguing weight, and I don't really see the value in pushing
Yeah,
this,
no, I think
this issue further.
the judge basically says,
Well,
I've got
just for the
it.
record, the case that I was going to refer
Please
to
do.
is State versus Wakefield at 324 Georgia Appeal 587. And specifically, let's see, it would be 590.
Yeah,
in which
okay,
they
the
talk
judge
about
gets
this
it, but
specific
oh my
privilege.
gosh.
This is a
hold on
2013 case. And then they footnote to footnote 3. And footnote 3 says, there are times when the materiality of the evidence outweighs the testimonial privilege. And it goes and explains what that is. That's what I'm bringing up.
And I see what you're saying, that we could say that you need to answer the question regardless of the privilege you asserted. At this point, though, I think we've covered that ground and we're ready to move on.
Yep.
Based on that, I have nothing else. Thank you.
Good.
Okay, Mr. McCulloch, anything
Let's go back to this chair, see how this works.
on behalf of Mr. Floyd? Moving through defense counsel.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I'm looking behind you. Mr.
thought so,
McCulloch,
okay.
on behalf of Mr. Floyd, he's elbowing you, sir. Okay. Mr. Cromwell.
This chair's a lot lower.
All right, Ms. Cross.
All right, here we go. This is sort of cross, but redirect, but it's their witness.
Mr. Wade,
Oh yeah, let's hear it.
have
I'm
you
going
still
back to
got exhibit number 14 in front of you? The one with all of the invoices, I believe.
I believe I have them all.
All right. So you were asked, Mr. Wade, about a couple of the invoice items. And your testimony, I think, was that the percentage of income
It's 50.
post special counsel appointment in November 2021.
Went up.
The percentage of your income roughly after that time
Doubled.
was about 50-50 Fulton versus other income from your law practice, correct?
Roughly, yes, ma'am.
Sometimes more, sometimes less.
Yes, ma'am.
Probably more, but who knows?
How about your time? I'm interested in the percentage of your time from.
Good question, good question. I
From
spent
November 2021.
so much more than
to, let's say,
50%
the
of my
close of the
time.
special purpose grand jury, when it was dissolved in January
was
2023.
day in and day out.
You estimate for us the percentage of your time that was spent on Fulton County work versus other work.
Oh, gosh.
Oh gosh, so much.
99.1. 99% of
In
the
cross-examination,
time here in this building.
they have to ask whether or not that
Working on
includes
this case.
boning Fani time.
It was, as I understood your testimony, it was an intense period in terms of hours while that special purpose grand jury was meeting,
Oh,
correct?
it was intense.
Yes, ma'am.
Long,
And,
hard hours.
Who was head or manager of the election integrity
Fannie
case
was
during
really
that time
working
for the
him
district
hard.
attorney's office?
I was.
You were coordinating the efforts?
Yes, ma'am.
And those efforts included not just the proceedings that were happening in this building, correct?
That's correct.
We don't need to go all through it, but is your representation that 99.9% of the time, let's restrict it to 2022, 99% of your professional working time was devoted to this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And the remainder, whatever it was to some of your other cases that were ongoing?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. 2022, I want to focus on that a little bit because if we are looking at, I believe, the financial affidavits, do you have those in front of you as well?
I do.
The financial affidavit that was filed in your divorce case in January
Hold on a second.
2022.
So he only
You
was
estimated your
working
monthly income
1%
at that time was
for the income that
$14,000 a month,
represented
right?
50%?
In 22?
That's interesting.
January 22.
Yes, ma'am.
January 23, what'd that number come to?
9,000.
What about 2024?
I don't know.
Is that there in front of you? Is that one, that's not one of the ones that's there in front of you?
No, ma'am.
All right. So as reflected in those financial affidavits, your income decreased as a result of your work in this case, correct?
Significantly.
The structure of your firm, we talked a lot about that, and I don't want to go through it anymore, but than we need to. But 2022, the structure of your firm changed. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. In the early part of 2022, there were 3 of you. You and Mr. Campbell and Mr. Bradley, you split expenses. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you profit shared among yourselves, correct?
Correct.
Correct. After Mr. Bradley left the firm, then there were just 2 of you, correct?
That is the cause of the significant change. Yes, ma'am.
So now you have 2 people bringing in income, correct?
Correct.
And one of those people, you, is spending almost all of your time devoted to this election integrity
Yeah,
case,
it makes you
correct?
wonder how he was billing his clients for 50% of his
And your
income.
from this election integrity case is less than what it was the year before.
Yes, ma'am.
He's the victim in all of this?
We talked about
I
the
never knew
monthly
that.
caps, we
Oh
did
my
talk about it,
goodness,
but
I
let's
feel
talk
bad
about
for him
the
now.
monthly cap that was included in your contracts, indicating there was a certain threshold that you could reach, number of hours a month, and over that amount, you were not going to be compensated, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And you kind of smiled when you said that. That's a little bittersweet there, isn't it?
Why don't you feed him an
That's
answer a little
bitter,
more?
bitter.
All right. Exhibit 14, is that still there in front of you?
It is.
I want you to take a look, please. That's a collection of exhibits that includes all of your invoices, as was represented. I want you to take a look at invoice number 9.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that there in front of you?
I have it.
Invoice number 9, Mr. Wade, indicates that you performed hours of work that you were not compensated for because your cap had been reached.
Yes, ma'am.
I want you to take, and what did you do in those
Oh,
circumstances?
he worked so many
When
hours,
the
he didn't even
hours
get
that you
paid for them.
worked per month were more than the cap that was in your contract that you were permitted to be paid for.
I was forced to lose that time. I didn't get paid for it.
Okay. And that's what exhibit number 9 shows?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And in exhibit number 9, you've got a task, hours that were completed, and you just didn't bill for it. You noted the time and then a 0 beside it because you didn't bill the county for that time.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. What about exhibit number, invoice number 13? Can you flip to that for me?
It's not ours, going. Close the door.
I have it.
Is that a similar situation?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And what is it on exhibit invoice number 13?
Maybe he did. Maybe he's going to say, oh, yeah, I did
This
work 24
invoice
hours
makes me
that day.
cry. There's so many hours here that I worked that I couldn't get paid for. So,
And you work those hours anyway, Mr. Wade?
oh, absolutely. This is not the type of job that you could walk away from just because you're not getting paid for it. I think there's some professional rules of responsibility to an attorney who's engaged in a case. You have to see it through. So it's not like I could just throw my hands up and say, well, I reached my monthly cap, I'm done. I can walk away. I can't do that. This is
1 second,
ongoing,
people.
it's constant,
Clean up
and I
mess.
have
I'll
to
be
do
right
the
back.
work.
Can you look at invoice number 23 for me there in exhibit number 14?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that reflect a similar situation, the hours worked that you were not compensated for?
Yes, ma'am.
Invoice number 24 and 27, can you take a look at those and let us know if that reflects the same situation?
Are you trying to depress me?
No,
Looking
I'm
at the money I'm
I'm sorry.
It's the same, yes.
Okay. And there's no workaround to that? You didn't attempt to work around that contractual cap on your hours?
Oh, no, ma'am.
All right. You were asked a lot of questions, Mr. Wade, about the affidavit that was submitted, correct? Do you recall those questions?
I'm sorry, I'm stuck on this invoice. You know, if I was going to get a benefit, I'd like that benefit. That's the one I want. That didn't happen.
That didn't happen?
Okay.
All right. And there was no renegotiating your contract to reflect that those hours should be paid or anything?
No, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Do you have your affidavit there in front of you?
I do.
The affidavit, of course, was attached to and provided in support of the state's response to Mr. Roman's motion, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And you prepared that affidavit?
I did.
You signed that affidavit?
I did.
All of the allegations and the representations in that affidavit are true. Is that right, Mr. Wade?
Every one of them.
Every one of them. You were asked a lot of questions about our line number 34. Can you turn to that for me, please? It's on page 4 of that affidavit.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you read it out loud for me, please?
The district attorney and I are both financially independent professionals. Expenses for personal travel were roughly divided equally between us. At times, I have made and purchased travel for District Attorney Willis and myself from my personal funds. At other times, District Attorney Willis has made and purchased travel for she and I from her personal funds. Examples of District Attorney Willis is purchasing plane tickets for she and I with
her personal funds for our personal travel are attached.
Funds, Mr. Wade. As you understand the term funds, does that include cash?
Yes.
Does that include credit?
Yes.
Does that include reimbursements?
Yes.
You didn't represent in your affidavit, Mr. Wade, that you were including all of the receipts from funds or travel expenses that were paid on your behalf.
Objection, leading question.
That's correct.
You had, I think your conversation with Ms. Merchant was, you produced the receipt that you had.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you aware of any other receipts? What, and they asked it this way, may I put you on there for this side?
By the way, just I want to highlight something. The fact that he worked more hours than he could bill is a sign that he wasn't fit for the job in the first place, not a sign that he's working so hard that he's not getting paid enough.
I'm going to mark this as.
It's like they say as a young lawyer, you don't get to bill for every hour you work in a file if you weren't fit for the job and you have to learn how to do it.
His entire trip to Belize.
Oh,
That
shit.
was her treat to you for a birthday?
Yes, ma'am.
And you testified that she purchased the plane tickets for you, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And while you may not have had the receipts on hand when you filled out the affidavit, because they weren't in your possession, are you aware now that there are receipts and that it reflects that the district attorney?
This is going to go into evidence. We'd like to look at it first.
I've got a copy. Do you remember, Mr. Wade, approximately how much, and that's again, safe exhibit number 1, I first looked at. Do you remember how much the flight was for you, your flight to Belize? And if you don't, I'm not tendering it for you, I'm just asking you to take a look at that and see if that refreshes your recollection as to the amount that that plane ticket cost that was extended by District Attorney. You may keep it.
I'm going to come back to that point, not to belabor it, but like, he had never done a RICO case before. Of course, he's got to have
Does that
a learning
refresh your recollection,
curve. Don't get the
Mr.
bill
Wade?
for that.
It does. Thank you.
Approximately how much was the amount of the ticket that District Attorney Willis purchased for your travel to Belize?
$887.35.
Wow.
And I'm not tendering it, Your Honor, but I will leave it with the court reporter for reference.
Yeah, like so it's an instant. He might have worked all those hours. Maybe he worked 24 hours in one day.
Mr. Wade.
Never done a RICO case. He's got to learn how to do it. Oh,
Your
I didn't
testimony
get to bill.
here in court today,
Let's hear it.
and consistent with your affidavit, was that
Leading.
the personal relationship, I think we called it dating today as
We
well.
call it sex.
The
Sexy time.
personal or dating relationship between you and the district attorney began sometime in early 2022, March, I think was your testimony, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. And that March date isn't included in the affidavit. The affidavit is less specific, but that was your testimony today?
Yes, ma'am.
And that there was no personal or dating relationship prior to that time, right?
None.
Okay.
No. I
Mr. Wade.
think that's a lie, but whatever.
I'm sorry. I'm going to direct your attention to 2020.
Yep.
In 2020, were you dating the district attorney?
No.
2020, that was during the COVID pandemic, correct?
It
Yeah,
was.
We weren't allowed kissing, so how could I have done
Was
that?
there a situation for you, Mr. Wade,
Go on.
that made you particularly vulnerable during the COVID period?
Oh my goodness.
Yes,
Thanks
ma'am.
for reminding me.
In 2020,
Someone died.
and a portion of 21, I was battling cancer. And that prevented me from pretty much leaving environments that aren't sterile. And I had health on my mind.
You were particularly cautious during that time.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you dating anyone in 2020?
No, ma'am.
So he didn't have sex with her because it would have exposed him to germs, basically, is what I understand.
Thank you, Mr. Wade. That's all I have.
That's terrible. I
Sergeant,
mean,
recross on those points only.
Yes, thank you.
yeah.
All right, Mr. Wade. The state asked you about how much money you're making now versus before, and you said you're making significantly less since you've started working for Fulton County, correct?
Well,
No, I'm making more. I'm just
I did
working
say
more.
that, but
what we're talking about is because now at this point, the splitting of the financial obligations in the firm.
Well, what kind of cancer do you
now
have?
there are
I
two
would ask
people
that. I'd be
carrying the weight.
interested
of
to know.
3. So that would scale back on the amount of income, right? Amount of profit.
Well,
Amount
you're
of
splitting the
profit or
profits
income?
50/50 though, instead of 1/3, correct?
The profits, yes.
Okay. So, but you did testify that you're making
Good point,
significantly
Ashley.
less now. We heard about it for a few minutes. Significantly less now that you work for Fulton County, right?
Yes.
Okay. Would you agree with me that $236,000 is more than $184,000?
Yes, I would.
Absolutely.
Would you agree with me that $262,000 is more than $236,000?
He didn't say what type of cancer it was, and I'm curious.
All of these years, despite you saying that you were a 3-way partner with Wade and Campbell and Bradley, and now a 2-way partner with Campbell, all of your corporate tax returns are filed in the law firm of Nathan Wade, though, correct?
My returns, yes, ma'am.
Yes, for your law firm.
Well, for my law firm, because I also have personal returns.
Right, and I'm not talking about your personal returns. I'm talking about your business returns.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the question contemplates that my
He's in so much trouble
bring
right
home
now.
money is more or less.
No,
so
income.
I want to be clear
Income is
that
what-
is reflected in my personal returns.
I didn't ask you anything about bring home money, though.
Yep.
I'm not sure what you're talking about.
That's right.
What I'm talking about is
I was-
your question was the portion of my testimony dealing with earning significantly less money.
No, my question is I'll just break it down. During 2019, you filed your business returns. I'm not talking about your personal, your business returns for the law firm of Nathan Wade. Only, correct?
I filed personal and business. Yes, ma'am.
And even though you said you were partners with Bradley and Campbell later on, you filed your business returns not with them, but as a solo practitioner, correct?
I see where you're going. There's a different return for that Wade, Bradley, Campbell entity.
And I'm not asking about that. What I'm asking about is during the years 2019, 2020, 2021, and 2022, you filed a business return for the law firm of Nathan Wade.
Yes, ma'am.
And it's going to show more
And
income.
in 2019, you said that the law firm of Nathan Wade made $184,000, correct?
No, I don't know.
Well, I'll tell you.
Does that sound familiar? Does that sound about like what you made in 2019
his
and
firm is
reported
gonna have
on your
made more
taxes
money.
as a business law firm?
If that's what's on the return, yes, ma'am, you're right.
Okay, and I'm happy I can bring those up. I've got one copy.
I'll jog your memory.
Tax returns, but- okay. All right, may I approach, Judge? Thank you.
Don't get too
So
close.
in 2019, gross profit for the law firm of Nathan Wade.
Gross profit.
Is $184,000.
184 for the law firm. 184.
Let's see.
Gross profit, not gross income.
Yes, ma'am. 184,
No, gross profit
824. Yes,
is not going to be net. Okay.
And then in 2020, you also filed Nathan Wade, attorney at law, and your gross profit was $230,000.
That's
correct?
more. Oh. Insert flame emojis around his
In
head.
2021, you also filed as a solo Nathan Wade PC attorney at law, and your gross profit was $236,000, correct?
That's not bad.
Yes, ma'am.
And then in 2022, you filed as a solo practitioner Nathan Wade, and your gross income was $262,000.
That's more.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm not getting into business. You've got your social. But nowhere in these documents do you document that you received cash payments from Ms. Willis, correct?
Of course not.
I don't. I hadn't looked through them. I would be surprised if there were something in there that said that.
Do you want to look through them?
Listen to the answer. I'd be shocked if there was something in there that said that I received some cash from Miss Willis.
Okay. But there is itemized expenditures for travel in here. You did itemize that.
Yes, you expensed it.
I didn't itemize anything.
My
Your
accountant.
accountant
My
itemized
accountant.
I hope so.
But you're responsible for your taxes, even if your accountant files them, right?
Yeah, well, the information. Okay.
And so you itemized your expenses for travel.
You
on
deducted
these
them.
items, but you did not itemize, you didn't put anything in there about you being reimbursed for half of the
Correct.
travel.
Well, those are business
Business
returns.
Not the.
Yes,
Not my
you
personal.
used your business
I
card
would-
to pay for the travel, right?
Yeah, but I wouldn't put a personal expense on a
Not
on
expense, a
business
personal
return.
income.
But you
So-
used a business card to pay for these
I use
personal travel.
I use a business card to pay for everything, and what I do is turn over the statement to the
Okay,
accountant.
so on your personal
and the
return,
accountant
did you
then
mark the
says,
cash?
Okay, this expense That's personal.
He's in big
trouble. This expense, that's business. We'll put that over here.
Yeah. Okay. Now,
And they
tell me.
reconcile it. So
In your
wouldn't
personal-
find a reimbursement from Ms. Willis
In the
on
corporate.
a business return.
No, of course not. Show me it on your
so they're
personal.
not anywhere there.
Nor would you find. Well, go ahead.
Is it
No,
on
I'm
your
just asking,
personal?
So there's nowhere for any of that cash to be reconciled there, right?
On the business returns, no, ma'am.
Okay. We talked a lot about the
Right.
financial affidavits. I know the state
Yeah.
asked you a couple questions about them. You filed one in 2022. In that one, you stated that you only had $5,000 in cash, correct?
I believe you. Yes,
And
ma'am.
that was sworn under oath.
At the time of the filing, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then in January of 2024, you filed another one that also swore that you only had $5,000 in cash, correct?
At the time of the filing, yes, ma'am.
Okay. So in 2022 and 2024, you only had $5,000 in cash.
At that time, yes, ma'am.
At that very moment when I put the
And
penalty,
then you
because I
also,
had given it to my
all of
brother.
those
You see.
interrogatories, I'm not going to go through
Then
them
he
in
gave it back.
painstaking detail, but every single interrogatory you filed, there are 4 of them, all verified ones. Every single one, you said you didn't have any cash stored in a safe, a safety deposit box, or any other location.
I spent it.
Plaintiff rarely carries cash.
Yeah.
If plaintiff does carry cash, it's a nominal amount, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So we've got what? 2021, you said you don't have cash. 2023, you said you don't have cash. Again in 2023, you said you don't have cash. And then in 2024, you don't have cash,
Mm-hmm.
right?
So you're assuming that I
didn't spend it.
received the cash and I stored it. I received
So
the
what
cash
did you do
and
with
I
the cash
saved it.
after you
Well, you
received
didn't
it?
put it in the bank, right?
What's wrong with receiving the cash, Ms. Merchant, and spending it?
Nothing's wrong with it, but
So
you didn't
then
put it in the bank.
that would contemplate why
You
the
don't notice how he's
response is
not
what it
saying
is
that
in
that's
the
what he did,
interrogatory.
because he knows that that's
So
not
you
what he
spent
did.
the cash. That's because before when it was asked, you said you didn't want to disclose where the cash was,
No.
privacy reasons.
No.
Yes.
Well,
Oh,
I said
she's
that
good. She
if
got it.
I were to store cash in my home, then why would I share that with
Well,
the
but if you
world,
don't
is what
have
I
it in
said.
your home, you
I
have
didn't
nothing to
say
worry about.
That I had some cash stored up in some place, because that's not the truth.
And you've talked a lot about this, I split with a third, I split with half. From the check you received from Fulton County, July 15th, 2022. So all the way back for July 2022, not a single check that you've received from Fulton County has gone into a joint banking account. Every single check has gone into your own personal banking account, correct?
All of them, with the exception of the checks that were going into the WBC firm, went into my business bank account, which is solely in my name.
Right, your
He is so-
WBC
it's
account that
so-
you're talking
he's-
about,
he's so fucking-
that account was closed though.
And he's
in June
hiding
of
assets from his
2022.
wife.
Correct. So
She's gonna have a good
Everything
payday out
after
of
June
this.
of 2022 was put in a Nathan Wade bank account, not a corporate bank account with partners.
I think the question right before that only needed a yes or no.
It's still income. Absolutely.
No, ma'am. The
Double
checks were
income.
deposited into firm accounts, law firm accounts.
Law firm of Nathan Wade PC
Yes, ma'am.
as a solo practitioner.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so they were not deposited into accounts with Campbell or Bradley.
No, ma'am, they were
Okay.
not.
Thank you.
However, there were checks written
But-
to Campbell and Bradley that will reflect the third.
And we've tried to get those bank records, but you've objected to those, correct?
Yes.
You've tried to get what bank records?
We subpoenaed bank records and you've objected to all of those, right?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to their relevance.
It's relevant if he's saying he has all these records, but yet we've tried to get them and he's trying to keep them from us, but he doesn't bring all of the records. And you can make an inference if there's law that says you can make an inference if some documents are within the party's control and they won't provide them, that there's an inference that they're not positive.
Ms. Cross.
Your Honor, there was no obligation.
The judge is getting
for
everything.
Mr. Wade to produce evidence that Ms. Merchant couldn't find an admissible way to produce.
This is what I think,
I believe it's
Bobby.
irrelevant. We've covered the ground, and
But all of this
object
BS
to
is
further questioning this.
very good for
I'll
exposing.
sustain that. Ms. Merchant, let's find some new ground here.
Yep, we
Thank
got
you.
the point.
Are you willing to waive your privilege with Mr. Bradley so that he can testify?
I am not willing to waive attorney-client privilege.
Okay, thank you.
Good stuff.
Going on the questions, the health questions that were asked.
Yeah, health. What
I
kind of
can ask
cancer?
you here, because of regression.
Don't say some
I don't want to get
innocuous
into
skin
the type
cancer.
of cancer. I don't want to get into the medical condition itself. Did I understand you to say that you had cancer in the year of 2020?
What kind of cancer?
Yes, sir.
Melanoma.
And you explained that because of that, in 2020, you were, or kept yourself in a sterile environment?
I tried, yes, sir.
There's going to be
Now,
some
what
demonstrable
about
lies.
2021?
2021, just focusing on my health, trying to get back to myself.
What type of cancer? Can we not ask?
Remember I asked you some questions about Hate Bill
Yes, sir.
and the condo?
Yes, sir.
And you indicated that prior to November 1st of 2021, you had spent time at the condo, the Hate Bill condo,
Yes, sir.
with Miss Willis, right?
Yes, sir.
And with someone else? You said Miss Yurty?
Miss Yurty, yes, sir.
Okay, so you were not concerned, that was not a sterile environment, was it?
Are you inferring that Miss Yurty and D.A. Willis is not sterile?
He's not
Of course
inferring.
it's a sterile environment. It's a condo.
But don't you remember then I followed up?
Said
and
restaurants. He said I was
where
going to
else
restaurants.
might you have been to show your cell phone records from Hate Bill, and you said the airport,
Yeah.
right?
Restaurants.
Not a sterile environment, though, the airport, you agree?
It is not.
Okay, what about restaurants?
Yep.
Not a sterile
Nailed,
environment.
They are
biatch.
not.
And the Porsche, you said something about a Porsche what?
Porsche
Course
dealership.
experience.
That doesn't sound very sterile to me. Is that a sterile environment?
You're inside of your vehicle.
Yeah, but
You get
don't
there.
you mingle with others?
You can.
This guy. This
And you
is
were doing all that in
Boom.
2021 before
Boom.
November 1st. That's what you
shakalaka.
testified to, correct?
Yes, sir.
So there's no reason why you couldn't be dating in 2021, is there?
Not the reason that he gave.
You mean 2020, Mr. Sadow?
No, it said 2021.
All right.
Good memory,
Correct.
lawyer for Trump. Or is that lawyer?
Dating? No.
Sexy time?
No reason.
No reason.
Got it, thanks.
Can we just ask what type of cancer it was?
All right, Mr. Gillen? Okay.
No, I need to know.
Mr. Stocks?
Stockton,
Stockton, excuse me.
just real briefly, you said you started dating in early 2022, and you also used the term personal relationship. And there was no dating, no personal relationship prior to early 22.
Wow.
Is that correct?
Help me understand. I want to make sure I answer
Help
you.
me understand.
You-
Dude,
so-
nobody can help you
so
understand when you don't want to.
Let's be clear.
Let's be clear.
2022 was the start of any intimate sexual relationship with the district attorney.
Okay, and that's what I was wanting to
Okay,
make clear. In your affidavit, you used the term personal relationship.
got it.
Today, you've used the term dating. And your testimony today is that that includes the term basically physical or sexual or intimate relationship. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And there was nothing, according to your testimony, there was none of that prior to early 20.
That is correct.
That's all I've got, Judge.
All right, not seeing anyone else. Ms. Cross, any redirect? All right, Ms. Merchant, can this witness be excused?
Well, that didn't go very well, Nathan.
If we ask to keep him under subpoena, we might need him to come back.
All right, how'd that go? The way you planned?
Mr. Wade,
Nope.
and please don't discuss your testimony with any other witnesses.
She mentioned subpoena, Judge. Let me just say this.
Oh,
that was an inference made that I was somehow evading service of a subpoena.
You can take that up. I don't think we need to have that on the record in this hearing. Understood, though.
Ooh, I would have let him go, Judge.
All right, Ms. Merchant, any other witnesses?
Yes, we would call Fani Willis.
All right, Ms. Cross.
Whoa,
Your Honor, I
now?
am going to adjust and remove to the motion to quash the district attorneys. There's been now lots of testimony from Mr.
How much
Wade.
cash did Fani
I
Willis
don't
give him?
believe that there can be a showing for
Only
the
Fani can answer
attorney to
that.
testify as well.
Bring on the Fani.
For all of the
Oh,
reasons
yeah.
that were cited in the state's motion to quash initially, it's a tremendously high burden to call opposing counsel. I don't believe it's been met, particularly given the cumulative nature that would be.
The judge, okay.
Personal details.
Is the judge allowing it?
All right, Ms. Merchant, what do you think you can establish and have?
How much
through the
cash
testimony
did
of
she
Ms.
give
Willis?
him? For one, listen, Ashley, please. How much cash?
And let me start there.
Yeah, how much cash?
The evidence, Judge, now that Mr. Wade has testified, there's a conflict in multiple different issues. I'll just go through all the different issues. The first one
Ashley's
was
hair is
the
also beautiful, but that's
reimbursement
irrelevant.
issue. The cash.
There you go, the
that
cash.
opened the door in and
How
of
much cash?
itself. Ms. Willis testifying.
Yes.
Well, what's the conflict there?
That he testified that he didn't have receipts, but we don't know if Ms. Willis has receipts. So
Yes,
that's one issue.
that's one
So
issue.
we don't know. So there's no conflict. We just don't know.
We don't
right?
know, right? We
Okay,
don't
so it's a
know.
question, not
Well,
a
that-
conflict.
yeah,
But
well,
what else do
That
we
is a
know?
question. So, and there's a lot of different issues with different reasons. The first one,
Renegotiating the contract
You know, whether or
while
not
they're
cash payments occur-
banging.
payments
How much work he put into the
with
file?
lease
Only
trips,
Fani would know
Whether or
that.
not she paid for the entire thing in cash. Mr. Wade doesn't have knowledge of that, couldn't remember. A lot of things he couldn't remember, so now it goes to Ms. Willis, unfortunately. That he testified that she insists on paying her own way, gave him some cash, that's the quote, some cash.
I'm just going to put it on mute and scream.
Miami trip, she booked it, but thought it would balance out. A couple other trips that we didn't get any information about, Tennessee, Alabama, Georgia, all of those could be financial benefits. We don't know. He didn't know. He was very vague about that. Yuri, her best friend, testified that it happened in 2019. And now Mr. Wade has testified that a relationship began to become romantic in 2022, I think is what his testimony says. So that is a conflict in and of itself. Right there, that's a big conflict. We've also got more receipts, but the biggest thing about the conflict is when the relationship started. He said he talked with Willis in the conference room after we filed our motion. He specifically didn't use cash, the term cash in the affidavit, but he told anybody who would ask about the cash. And he specifically discussed this and the response. We have a right to go over this.
All right, so you've highlighted the areas you'd like to go into. I think the central question may be, what is it other than, I'm just really curious what she has to say, you have to put on the record. And so that's what I'd like to go through. Ms. Cross?
Your Honor, I think you've identified, Ms. Merchant hasn't itemized inconsistencies for you. She's identified areas of inquiry. The testimony in the record from Mr. Wade is it's not inconsistent, it's unrebutted. Excuse me. And so that I don't believe, given the testimony of Mr. Wade and the extent of the questioning of him, that there is any reason at this point to go into the district attorney herself. Again, I know the court's read all the pleadings. It really is such a compelling need, is the language of the case law, a compelling need to call a person
How much
counsel.
cash?
Given the record that's now before the court, I don't believe it's.
Your Honor, Mr. Dorn, very briefly, Ms. Willis needs to testify. Her best friend or good friend has directly contradicted the declaration that was made by Mr. Wade attached to the government's response. And it wasn't just the declaration of Mr. Wade, it was filed by the district attorney by and through her assistants here. She owns that. And so that affidavit is owned by her, and there are deep concerns that that affidavit is false. And that Ms. Willis knew it was false. And that she needs to come in here if she wants to tell us about the cash. First time we've heard about the cash. Oh yeah, we got cash. Don't have any deposit slips. Don't have any record of it. Maybe Ms. Willis can say, here, all my records where I paid $10,000 in cash back to Mr. Wade. We need to know that. Also, Ms. Willis's financial disclosure. Let's not forget that. We're talking about two people who went to extraordinary lengths to hide their relationship, to hide the nature of their relationship. Extraordinary. The district attorney needs to take the stand, and she needs to tell this court and this courtroom why she filed financial disclosures in 2022 identifying prohibited sources, which Mr. Wade clearly is a prohibited source. Did you get gifts and benefits? Now, we've seen all this. We've seen the trips. We've seen all of the things that total up to around $10,000 in cash. Yet, for the financial declaration for 2021, which was filed in April of 2022, and the financial declaration for 2022, which was filed in April of 2023, there is no listing of any
any gifts whatsoever over $100 from a prohibited source. It cries out for her testimony. She needs to be able to get up here and say, why didn't you tell on the disclosure form so that people will know the nature of the relationship between prohibitive sources and the public official, in this case the district attorney, who happens to then make a decision to hire someone that ends up being paid hundreds of thousands of dollars, or his firm and him, and none of that is revealed. And the answer is, oh, it's unrebutted. He's explained it's all in cash. Let her get up and let's, and obviously, we are advocates in our position, but that explanation of cash does not pass the smell test or the straight face test. She needs to go on the record. She filed this motion with his declaration. We've seen what happened here. Now, I'll just 2 or 3 more sentences. We need to have the full picture, as we've gotten from Mr. Wade, of his false interrogatory. Serious business for a lawyer or anybody. And then suddenly he's changing it. She files her financial declarations, same problems. We need her in here to go over all of this and to explain exactly what happened. So we would ask the court that the court allow Ms. Willis to be called and interrogated on these matters.
And I would too, Your Honor.
Just a moment, Ms. Willis. So, Ms. Cross,
Whoa,
I don't know if you
do we
want
just see
to
her?
speak with Ms. Willis now. It's sounding like maybe they're withdrawing
I believe I'm.
the objection to the motion,
I believe the motion to,
or does Ms. Willis want to take the lead here?
Is that the Miss Willis?
the motion to quash Ms. Willis.
Based on the. I'm ready to go.
Okay, so the position of the district attorney at this point is that she's no longer contesting the subpoena. Ms. Merchant has called her as the next witness.
All of that for nothing. Oh my good God, people. Christmas came early. Holy crap. Okay, I'll be quiet.
I need 3 documents in front of me, and they're the 3 filings of Ms. Merchant.
She's already coming off as a raging biatch, if I can be honest. She's frazzled. She doesn't look quite as good as she did on the church pulpit. Angry. She looks like she's gonna cry. Holy
Does
crap!
anyone have the 3 filings of Ms. Merchant? Does the court have the 3 filings of Ms. Merchant?
When you say the filings, you mean like the pleadings?
The pleadings, yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I think we could locate those for you. I mean,
Oh my goodness, she's coming off like a demanding. This.
The one filed on January the 8th.
She's flashing
the one
Satan.
filed immediately after we filed ours, and the final one.
She's gonna cry.
If you want to take a break to get them, I can make a copy.
Holy
we have one.
crap! Look at
You know,
this.
the only
Look at
copy I
this
have is going to
attitude.
have my notes on it. So if we don't have a clean copy,
Have a 5-minute break, Your Honor.
Let's
I'll get the
take
documents.
all right.
I'll sit here and wait for him.
I'll sit here and wait for them. Oh my goodness. Entitled might be the word I'm looking for. Right here. Well, she also looks like she's going to have a mental breakdown, but maybe I'm just projecting. Projecting a conscience. Holy crap, people.
Did we elect someone who's actually making the copy?
So Christmas came very early or very late. But this is going to get heated. I'm supposed to get my phone fixed at 5 o'clock. I might have to. This guy can't believe what just happened. Okay, everyone, hold on. I'm going to look at it. Tissue. Someone just asked for a tissue. That's the judge. This is wild. I'm standing up again. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna jog in place and shake out the butt cramps. Holy cows. Who just said what happened? Dude, where were you? So they spend 15 minutes arguing as to why they should quash Fani's subpoena, why it's not absolutely necessary for her to testify, and then goes back to Merchant, who makes her arguments. Then it goes to Trump's attorney to make his arguments. Then Big Fani comes in the house and says, I'm ready to do it. Let's roll. And then she sits down at the table looking like she's going to have a nervous breakdown and burst into tears, demanding, can I get the 3 filings? Give them to me. To the judge. I mean, I'm surprised the judge didn't say, who the hell do you think you're talking to, Fani? You might be the district attorney, but this is my courtroom, so tone it down and show some respect. Whoo! Holy cows. Well, this gives me a chance to everyone throw $10 a spot so Viva can get a new phone. No, I don't know. I don't need it. I'm under Apple Care. So don't worry about that. I'm under Apple Care. I actually kept my old phone. I bought the phone unnecessarily. Like, I got it before I went back to Canada this summer because I wanted to have the good camera. And I said, I'll keep my old phone so that when I do live streams, I can live stream off one phone and then be able to take calls with the other. Thank goodness I did that. So I got the phone. I just need to get it fixed. It's under Apple Care. I just need to get down to the damn Apple shop. So don't worry about that. And even still, I wouldn't expect people to pay for my first world spoiled preferences. I need to have the good phone because it's got the good slow-mo camera on it. So when I take awesome slow motion, it's fantastic, which it is, by the way. Okay, so we're going to come back to that in a second. Oh, I'm lightheaded. This just got wildly entertaining. Let me bring up the Rumble rants that I've been holding on to for a little while here to thank everyone in the Rumble. As you see, we're behind schedule there. Les Couche says, so glad to watch this with you, Viva, and friends. Leskush, Leskush, or Les Couche, or Le Couche, or Le Scoosh. Thank you. Finboy Slick, I'm not sure if she's going to cry or if she's boldly going, hold my beer and check this out. We got Raluca W says, Viva, you rock? That should have been exclamation points and not question marks. Good sir. Let me see. Hold on a second. Sorry. Good ma'am. I did not see your avatar. Real old, man. My eyes don't focus anymore. Then we got Crash Bandit says, Viva, can we demand a higher quality of lizard people from my commie overlords? No, we can't. This is what you got. Because nobody who would want to be a lizard person would be a qualified good person in the first place. So we all get to be governed by our inferiors because none of us want to get involved in this hellhole game of politics and law. Finboy Slick says 50-50 income for 99 one work. That's a very lucrative 1%. I tweeted that out. Great minds think alike, Finboy. Money is coming from Willis Fannies. Willis is Fanny. I get it. Up her butt. Okay. And then we got Primus Fan says, good logic is pissed at that 12,000 live viewers. Well, now we're at 13,670. And not that it matters. Over 4,000 on YouTube. Those Anyways, Gouveia is on YouTube crushing it and doing an amazing job. Oh, we're back. Welcome to welcome to the member, Jay Scarbus. Welcome to the club. It's an above average team here. Okay, we're going to stop screen. We're going to go present. That's not it. That's the other one. Where is it? Is it this one? No. It's not this one. It's this one. I think it's this one. Yeah, this is the one. Okay. We are looking at the chair that is currently being seated by Eliyahu Hanavi. He will answer all of the questions. What's going on here? Bring on the water. Hot mic, let's get it. Are we going to get a hot mic here? ANF. Gavin Newsom is lizard person. Did she get sworn in? Not yet, dude. She give me the documents. Oh my goodness. Has everyone seen that? Oh my goodness. Oh my damn. Oh my goodness. We're going ham. Oh, we got a few more minutes. I'll go back. I won't bring up the chats. We got good logic is pissed. Okay, we got the Jay Carbus. Welcome to the channel. Whoa. Did he just admit those statements are receipts? Says Sammy. And so where did Willis get the cash? From Jokule. Now, in our vivabarneslaw.locals.com community, we've got, I'm going to refresh here because I haven't refreshed in a while. In our tips section. This is like the best part of the day. We're all nerds, so just hope everybody appreciates that. View tipped. Nils Berlin sent a $10 tip and it says, pure cringe, but funny. Then we got MSM CPA says, just because I like seeing you have a good time, MSM equals initials and CPA accountant. Thank you very much, MSM CPA. Damn, 4 hours, don't have the time, have to catch the highlights. Midwinter days or Michigan winter days, I'm taking notes and I'm going to do like a car vlog. Maybe I'll do a vlog at the Apple store, highlighting it. So far the highlights I've got in the chat on locals, maybe let me know if I've forgotten any. I've got, he didn't cheat on his wife because they were irreparably broken since 2015. He didn't have the receipts because the company had them. He renegotiated his contract while boning Fani Willis. He received cash reimbursements for her. Expenses, not experience. That's my problem. Expenses. And then I'm sure I got some more, which I'll get, and I'll do a summary later. Woo! Dude, this stuff is getting real fast. The kids are going to say, my daddy's spending too much time on the internet. Woo! Super sticker. It is on Rumble, but I don't like how the Rumble chat, it freezes on me. Look, Rumble, I still love the Rumble. What do we got here? Or did I miss anything in Rumble? I didn't. Oh, Mother's Love 1 says, imagine the people watching this live. Obama, Hillary, the NATO overlords who want to stop Trump. Soros, what do you think? Soros is going to ask for his money back. And then Jokul, hold on, let me get this out of here. Jokul, I want to bring out the chat so I can see this here. Jokul back on Rumble says, if you won't take $10 for the phone, how about $10 to plug a fellow Rumbler's channel, Jokul Gaming and Chat Z, Zomoid at 7 p.m. You Rock Friday. That I will happily do. Hold on, I'll come back to it in a second. Let's just make sure everybody can see the man's channel right here. There you go. Zoom in. Enhance. Joke. Oh, don't do that. I don't. Stop it. There you go. Joke UHL. I don't know what UHL stands for. Joke United Hound League. Okay, I don't know what that means. Gaming and Chat Zomoid at 7 p.m. You Rock Fry. Imagine people watching this. Okay, we got that. We got it. Jay Pizzy. Thank you so much for giving us the play-by-play. So informative. I'm learning a lot about how corrupt these people are. Dude, we all are. You know what the thing is? No matter how corrupt, no matter how cynical you get, it's hard to keep up. Okay, now I'm going to bring this out. We're not missing anything. I can hear it, and there's nothing going on. But let's see if we catch a hot mic. Hot mic right here. Booyah. Let me see. Is that the right one? Okay, that's the right one. The question is this: could I possibly ask my wife to take the phone? I couldn't. That would be a bridge too far. So let's see what's going on here. My back is really killing me. Okay, and then we got, also people who are live. Joe Neerman, Good Logic is live. Robert Govea is live. And, yeah, let's watch. It's going to go on the backdrop. Everybody who's live. Woo! Come on. It's been more than 5 minutes. Bring on the Fani. What time do you think this ends? Do you think this ends at 4:30? Oh, shit. She's going to start today, by the way. Okay, she's like, I don't want to give anybody any ideas, but she's screwing up because she's not finishing today, no question about it. So she's going to have to be under oath. If the rules are the same, she's going to have to be under oath overnight until tomorrow. Not going to be able to discuss her testimony with her. Let me see here. Dave Langford says, Dave, do bot put your ass in front of the public if you do not want the public to see? Well, that's a good question, you see. Hold on 1 second. Oh, God. You want to know what's really funny? I would need to be paid cash with... No, I wanted to bring this one up anyhow. Oh, dramatic zoom. See that look from the female lawyer? Oh, crap. There was no question about it. Fani, I think, is breaking... By the way, so I have a footstool that I stand on. See, look at this. Oh, now. Dun, 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 dun. All right, well, oh, that feels better. Actually, I could just do some... Is that Pete Buttigieg? No, it's not. Okay. Who is that? Why are they zooming in like they're at an uncomfortable wedding or something? Oh, this is going to be so bloody good. Viva, it's 8 p.m. here in Ireland. Dude, I hope you're ready to stay up a little later. They focus. Oh, judge is back. Let's do this. Down we go. Oh! Oh, this is like as much, not quite as much tension as when they were reading the verdict in Rittenhouse, but where is this going to go? Fani steps back into the room. I've changed my mind, Your Honor. I've been talked out of it thoroughly. Got a call from George Soros. Send the wife. I could probably do this from the car as I... No, I can't. Oh, I can't.
Whomever would like to.
We got Deputy Scott usually.
Dude,
Wait a minute. Let everyone
get the
situated
behavior
and we'll go
panel.
back on the record.
Get the behavior panel to break her down. She is
Tissue in here.
a tissue. Oh, she's gonna cry. She's gonna pull out the race card. How long? How long, people? Until she pulls out the race card. And I'm not trying to be mean or glib. She's gonna do it. 5 minutes? What is this?
All right, we are back on the record.
Okay, we're back on the
Deputy
record.
Scott,
5,
you
4,
get sworn in,
3,
our next witness.
2, 1.
I would, and I do apologize.
I'm gonna cry.
Anna,
Anna, first name.
do me a favor.
Do me a favor. She's in charge.
I'm gonna need some of these glasses. After you swear me, don't worry about this. You can swear, you can go ahead and swear me, so I don't hold it before. Yes, sir. District Attorney Fani, Fani. Last name is Willis.
Ms. Willis, how did you know to come into the courtroom right then?
There were people, I was pacing in my office.
Okay.
And I heard someone yell, his testimony is done. It only made sense to me that I would be your next witness. And I've been very anxious to have this conversation with you today.
Your next
So I ran to the courtroom.
So as soon as you heard that Mr. Wade was done testifying, that's when you just assumed you would be the next witness?
It only makes sense.
Did you listen to any of the testimony?
I've been in my office pacing, ma'am.
Did you listen to the
Did you
testimony?
listen to any of the arguments?
I did hear the arguments this morning. It's ridiculous to me that you lied on Monday, and yet here we still are. And I did listen to that argument.
All right, so that was it, just the argument, no testimony.
Right, I listened to the argument this morning where Adam Abadi, I thought, did an excellent job pointing out how dishonest you were with the court on Monday. And I'm actually surprised that the hearing continued, but since it did, here I am.
Great. So let's just talk about what you did in preparation for today. Did you meet with Mr. Wade at all? Once the motion was filed,
Did the audio
you
just
meet with
get
Mr.
bad?
Wade and talk to him about the motion that I filed to disqualify you?
On January, this first January motion?
Yes.
I don't know if you could say talked about.
Screamed.
I probably had some choice words about some of the things that you said that were dishonest within this motion. So I don't know that it was a conversation. As you know, Mr. Wade is a Southern gentleman, me not so much.
Okay, but my question was, did you have a conversation with
I
him?
didn't have a substantive conversation.
You did not?
She's gonna lose
read
it.
this motion, skimmed it more
She's gonna lose
so,
it.
and I've probably said some choice things to him about some of the lies that were told.
Okay.
And then printed in the media because, you know, we used to be in a day and time where you had 60 Minutes and people did stories and they verified information, and you had this great reporting. But it seems today that a lawyer writes a lie and then it's printed for all of the world to see.
Oh, we got great lawyers.
I just
don't
want to
worry
make sure
about
that you answer the question I asked, though. So my question was,
I'm gonna have been asked and answered.
Overruled, Mr. Abadi.
it. The judge is not happy
I
with her.
told you what happened. I read the motion. I am sure I told him what my opinion of it is.
Okay.
And past that, we had no substantive conversation.
you did not. Okay.
Is there something you didn't understand?
No, I just wanted to make sure
Ooh.
that
Okay.
you did not have a meeting with him in the conference room to discuss the motion.
Next question,
No.
Ms. Merchant.
So in the conference room of my office, within this week, you produced some financial document. That financial document was given to me, something, and I'm not even sure who was giving it to him by me or Mr. Abadi gave it to me. And I think he showed me a document in our conference room. But as far as a substantive conversation, I don't believe I've had any conversation with him that is substantive related to this.
Okay.
I have had conversations with him since you filed the motion, but they wouldn't be substantive to this. He sent me very nice sermons that have been done.
Oh, she's
And
one of the
so
religion.
We've had conversations about, did you listen to that sermon? You know, things of that nature. And I would say they were in relationship to this because I think he did it to be kind.
Okay. Let's start back in 2019.
Yeah.
So you and Mr. Wade met in October 2019 at a conference?
That is correct. And I think in one of your motions you tried to implicate I slept with him at that conference, which I find to be extremely offensive.
Methinks she
I
doth
stayed at that
protest too
conference.
much.
Mr. Wade was my teacher. I did not meet him when he taught the class. I was standing outside talking to Lisa Reeves, who is a judge, Me and her were just having a conversation. Mr. Wade walks up, I think they hug each other. They have some brief conversation. She introduces us.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. We kind of thought that when you asked the question, you can answer the question, not a speech, so I object to the speech.
I agree,
believe I'm
Judge.
able to explain my answers.
I believe she's able to explain her answer.
And that's,
Ms. Merchant, that's okay. I can handle it. Ms. Willis, I'll ask you to just listen to the answer, or excuse me, the question, and keep the answers confined to the question as best you can. I think you'll have more than enough ample opportunity on when the state was
Well,
able
it's
to
highly
follow
offensive
up.
when someone lies on you, and it's highly offensive when they try to implicate that you slept with somebody the first day you met with them, and I take exception to it.
All right, well, Ms. Willis, you'll have the opportunity to explain.
I
all that
wait
when
before
this is
sleeping with
concerned
them.
to ask more open-ended questions. Ms. Merchant.
thank you, Judge. So again, my question was, you all met at that conference though, right?
We did, the
Okay.
meeting, he, as I stated, he taught the class. I did not actually meet him when he taught the class. I walked out of the class, and I'm not sure if it was that exact class or we had went to lunch, but we were standing in the vestibule, like outside of the class. Me and Judge Reeves were having a conversation. She had worked at a law firm I worked at back in 1996.
We're getting way afar. I mean, I don't mind her explaining her answers, but I literally just asked if they met at that
She's
conference.
explaining how she met Mr. Wade, which was exactly the question asked by Ms. Merchant.
Holy cow.
Inappropriate.
Ms. Merchant, if you want more concise answers, perhaps you could lead the witness.
I will. Thank you, Judge. Isn't it true that you met Mr. Wade October 2019 at the judges
We
conference?
haven't gotten to the point where Ms. Willis should be treated hostile in this situation.
The judge just said
I
it.
very much want to be here, so I'm not a hostile witness. I very much want to be here.
Not so much that you're hostile, Ms. Willis.
It's
as
that you're not
an adverse
answering.
witness. Your interests are opposed to Ms. Merchant's.
Thank you.
Merchant's interests are contrary to democracy, Your Honor, not to mine.
Holy cow. Keep talking, Fanny. Keep talking.
Just ask that
We can keep things moving. Ms. Merchant,
you.
next question, please.
Okay, so we've confirmed when you met. After
And
that,
we've confirmed when
isn't
you
it true-
sexed it up.
I need to explain this, and I think I get to explain my answers. When I met him, Judge Reeves introduced us. He handed me his business card, but we exchanged information. He said, if you ever need any help, give me a call. And he walked to the parking lot.
So after that, you started dating shortly thereafter, correct?
A lie. That's one of your lies.
Okay. Do you know Robin Yurdy?
I know her as Robin Bryant. I knew her, so Robin did not go to my college. She went to the college of, I went to Howard University. She went to Morgan State. I met her through some people I knew. In college, we hung out a bit, not much because she was in Baltimore and I was in Washington, D.C., but we hung out a bit. After college, I lost contact with her. I probably didn't see Robin again until maybe 7 or 8 years ago, a chance meeting here in Atlanta, but we did not have a consistent relationship from when I left college and came to MD Law School here in Atlanta. But 8 to 10 years ago, just by happenstance, I ran into her.
So
she was in Atlanta.
You have been friends with Robin for 30-something years.
Did you hear my answer, madam?
To answer the question.
I'm asking if you've been friends with her for 30-something years.
I've known her for 30-something years. We certainly hung out and partied together in college. She was from the D.C.
Yep.
area. She would come home, we partied
Absolutely.
together. Wasn't close, but she was certainly in the girlfriends that partied together. And then, like I said, I ran into her about 10 years ago in Atlanta, Georgia. But we didn't talk throughout that time period. I didn't see her. I didn't even know where she was. When I ran into her, I was surprised she was in Atlanta.
They spent all day Monday
Yes, I have
trying to
known
quash
her
the subpoena.
Probably since 1990, 1991, but we have not maintained a consistent relationship that whole time.
For the last 10 years or 5, whatever you'd like to classify it as, have you been friends with her?
I have not spoken to Robin in over a year. I certainly do not consider her a friend now. I think that she, there's a saying, no good deed goes unpunished, and I think that she betrayed our friendship.
So let's narrow it down, the timeline now. So my questions are going to be from the time period of 2019 until she no longer was employed for you, the last time you all talked. So all of my next questions are just focused on that time frame, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Up until she left your office.
Yes, ma'am.
During 2019, you all were friends, correct?
Yes, we knew each other in 2019.
During 2020, you all were friends, correct?
We were friends during that time period.
During 2021, you all were friends, correct?
Yes.
Okay. and such good friends that when you needed a place to stay, you asked her if you could take over her lease.
That's a lie.
You did
That's
not
not
move
the-
into her apartment?
I
or her
did, but
condo?
that's not the way you characterize it is wrong.
I asked if you could take over her lease.
I did not ask if I could take over her lease.
Did you move into her apartment?
I moved into her condo in April of 21. The circumstances around that were that Robin met her husband. They wanted to move into another and separate place. She wanted to get rid of her condo. My
So you
father
took
was
over her
living
lease.
with me at the house. Because of this case and because of my stance on gangs, my life was being threatened regularly. My father urged me to leave our home. At the same time, as luck would have it, Robin wanted to give up her lease because she wanted to move in with this new man she met, who eventually became her husband. And so, as life circumstances worked, my dad was begging me to leave the house. He was afraid for me, afraid for his grandchildren. She wanted someone to take over her lease so that she didn't, have to pay a fee or get abandoned. And so, I don't remember when, but probably March or April of 21, I moved in and take over her lease.
And did you pay her or did you pay the leasing agent?
No, I don't even know who the leasing agent was. I paid her.
You paid her.
So you took over her bloody lease.
There were some times that I would give her cash, and
You got a lot of cash.
mostly I paid her via Cash App. That would be the most convenient thing. So I would not only give her her rent, but then like
Oh, so
when
she
the
has a
utility would
Cash
come
App.
in, whatever the utility was.
What does she have,
it
Venmo?
Might be like I need $70, I need $100,
Venmo.
whatever it was. And we never had a problem with money. Whatever she told me it was.
Pick up on
I never
Ashley.
asked to see a bill. I never questioned her.
She has a Cash App.
What percentage would you say you paid cash versus Cash App?
Oh, the vast majority was Cash App. I don't know what percentage, I'm not gonna guess that, but the vast majority.
So why'd she pay Nathan Wade with
But there
cash?
would be times she would say, this bill came in at $70, here goes $70.
Here you go.
Did you have a monthly rent amount that you paid her?
I can't remember, it was $1,400, $1,500, I can't remember what it was.
Well,
And it
she
would
just screwed
vary,
herself.
Which I don't understand to this day, but like I said, I never questioned her.
When did you move
Whatever
out?
she said it was, that's what I paid.
When did you
I
move out?
abruptly moved out in February, either late
said
January or early
abruptly?
February of 22.
Of 22.
Yes,
February
ma'am.
2022, is that what you said?
January, February of
Jan-
22. I believe it is January, but I paid her half the rent of February of 22 is what I remember. And because I was offering to pay the whole rent, even though I didn't live there, I didn't think it was right. And I ended up just paying her half the rent.
So that's after you moved out. You said you
ma'am.
paid her half of that. Okay. And the time that you said you had to move out of your house because you were scared, did your dad stay there at your house?
My father was concerned. Yes, we were both concerned.
Okay. But he remained there.
My father's 80 years old. He would have been 79. He was scared to death of COVID. You have to go back to when this was. My father's an older man. I wanted him to move out. We had some discussions about him moving out, and what he decided was the risk of COVID was more dangerous than the risk of the people that were threatening. Typical man, more worried about his daughter and his grandchildren than his own safety. You'll get to meet him, and you'll understand he doesn't scare too easily.
So his grandkids were living at the house as well at that time?
Well, I don't know how old your children are, but when you have adult children, they leave and they come back. They leave and they come back. So there have been periods of time that they're there, they come, they do whatever they want to do. Children do what children do. As long as their mother has a house, they'll come to it. Unfortunately, now the threats because of this case have gotten so extreme. I just pay a mortgage and no one lives there.
And that's what I was going to ask you. So when you moved out in, I think you said April 2021, you left your dad and your two kids at the house?
My dad and my two kids were not at the house,
They
ma'am.
were not? Okay, so they didn't still live at your house?
My youngest daughter certainly did not live there.
Okay.
My oldest daughter would come back and forth. I can't say month for month when she was there or when she was not there. I know that she has been there post me moving out. At this time, no one is at my house.
So at some point after you moved out for the safety reasons, at least one of your children did come
Ms.
back to the
Merchant, can we
house.
get to either the relationship or the
Sure.
financial benefit?
Yes. Let's see, we were back at 2021. So you were still friends with Miss Yeardy then. Were you also friends with Mr. Bradley?
I've never been friends with Mr. Bradley.
You've never been friends with Mr. Bradley?
No, I don't consider us to be friends. I don't dislike Mr. Bradley, but I don't consider us to be friends.
Is
have
he
a
someone that
contract.
you would have in your phone and you would message with?
I might have text messaged him.
Okay. Would you text message him and Mr. Wade on the same conversations?
I don't recall doing that, but if it happened, it wouldn't surprise me.
Okay, so that wouldn't surprise you, the three of you. Okay. How frequently would you think that the three of you would have texted
Not
in a
very,
group chat?
I wouldn't think very often, but you're asking me to recall. I don't even know what time period you're asking me to recall, but I'm not going to speak to that because I just really don't know the answer to that. And so I don't want to speculate as to how often that would happen. But it's not out of my practice to text two people on one text message. So if you told me that happened and showed it to me, it wouldn't surprise me, although I have no recollection of it.
But there would be some record of it in your phone.
Oh, Ashley,
or the
if only I
would
could
have some
DM
record
her.
of those texts.
Perhaps.
Talk about, you said that sometimes you paid Miss Yurdi cash.
Here we go, please, please.
I don't
When
think
you
I-
went,
I'm sorry.
when you went on vacation with Mr. Wade, let's just go one by one. Let's start with the first one. What's the first time you went on vacation with Mr. Wade?
I think the first time we went on vacation was around April of 22, and it's a vacation is a stretch, but I'm trying to be comprehensive.
I bet the vacation was a
I
stretch.
recall April of 22. His birthday is March the 18th. So that would have been his 49th birthday.
What was like listening to grandma
I
talk
took
here?
him to like Tennessee for the day. I think we went to a
I
museum.
took him.
I think we might have stayed the night. I'm
Ooh,
not sure.
grrr.
But I mean, Tennessee's kind of hard to call a vacation, but I just am trying to.
The hell's that supposed to mean?
inclusive. And like I said, I don't think. I know it
Elitist.
wasn't more than a day.
Tennessee's hard. I was in Tennessee. It's
You're
beautiful.
gonna spend the night.
I think that we did. That's what I'm telling you. I think that there's a possibility that we stayed that night in April of 22.
Who paid for the hotel?
I think I did. It was his birthday.
And would you have used a credit card?
Probably maybe a debit.
Whoa! Whoa! Hold on. Did they all... Hold on.
And when did you start dating?
When I started dating Mr. Wade, it was right around then.
Sorry, that
April
wasn't me.
2020?
That was the feed.
22, yes.
2022.
It was around then. I don't know, like, it's not like when you're in grade school and you send a little letter and it says, will you be my girlfriend, and you check it. I don't know the day that we started
Sexy time?
seeing each other, but it was early 22 is my recollection.
Okay, early 22. And you all went to Florida on vacation as well?
I don't recall going to Florida on vacation with him.
You never went to Florida with Mr. Wade?
When we went to get on the cruise ship, we went to Miami.
Okay, that's the only time that you went to Florida with him?
I think we went to Miami and spent the night. That's my recollection.
Okay.
I think we spent one night so that we wouldn't miss the ship. That's my recollection of our
Who paid for that hotel?
in Miami. I don't remember that.
And how'd you get to Miami?
We would have flown. And we've done that, so that I'm clear, we've done that twice. I think one time we stayed, and I
Okay.
honestly can't tell you, did we
I got
stay
one with
when the
better
ship
audio.
left, or did we stay when the ship came back? I also can't tell you, so there's 2 cruises out of Miami. There's one that's in that October time period that was with his mom. And then there was another that was a New Year's Eve trip. I know I paid for the New Year's Eve trip because the tickets were $697 each. And I thought this is ridiculous that the tickets are $700 to go to Miami. But when you travel during New Year's Eve, they get you.
So let's just back up and talk about the first time that you went to Florida with Mr. Wade. That was the time that you said you stayed in Miami at the hotel the first night?
That's the time I told you I am not sure. So I'm not sure of 2 things. So I want to make sure that my testimony is clear. I'm not sure if we stayed in Miami on the October trip. I'm not sure if we stayed in Miami on the December trip. I just can't remember that. And I also don't remember, so that the record is clear, I don't remember if the necessity was as we got on the ship or we got off the ship. But I do remember there was a night spent in Miami because either whatever, I don't remember. But I think that there was a night spent in Miami.
That cruise is the one that you took in October, right?
Ma'am, if you have something to refresh my recollection, I'm intentionally trying to not be difficult with you, but I don't want to make up something.
Right.
I know that on one of those 2 trips, we stayed in Miami. I am not sure right now. You're asking me about.
Oh, I'm sorry, you misunderstood. I was not asking you which night you stayed in Miami. I'm asking if you took a cruise in October 2022 with Mr. Wade.
Yes, and his mom.
And his mother. That's what I was asking.
Yes.
Is that the first time you met his mother?
Yes.
It was on that cruise, and that was Royal Caribbean, I believe?
I honestly don't remember what ship. I know we've taken 2 cruises. I don't know what the ships were.
But he paid for the flight and the cruise on Royal Caribbean that time.
So yes, he paid. He is the original one that does it. He has something called, Mr. Wade is a world traveler. I'm not as versed as him. He's been to 6 of the 7 continents. And so he has both a personal travel agent and he also has a cruise travel agent.
For him.
I don't know anything about either of those kind of travel agents. So he is the one that would book the travel, but we need to be clear when we're talking about just because he booked it doesn't mean, like, I don't consider him having taken me anyplace. Let me just be honest. The only point that's ever taken somebody someplace is for his 50th birthday. I consider that I took him to Belize. And I took him to Belize because, I don't want to discuss his personal business, but I'm happy Mr. Wade is still here with us. And I did 50 big, very big.
So
I
still
did
on
him
that October
50
Royal
big,
Caribbean cruise,
very big.
No, he had a travel agent. I'm sorry.
If you do me a favor, I don't know what cruise ship, what time. So if you'll help me and say October cruise with Mama or the New Year's Eve trip with his sisters, I'll be able to, we can communicate. I just don't know what ship.
October cruise with Mama. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
He paid for the cruise and the flights for that trip.
So he called his cruise agent and he booked that through them because he has a cruise agent.
Right.
He also has a regular agent. I don't know the cruise agent's name.
So I wasn't asking about his travel agent. I was just asking if he paid for those.
He did not, though.
Okay.
Because the reason I consider that he did not is I gave him his money back.
And I was about to ask that, but initially he paid for that.
Yeah, he called his cruise agent. Like, I think they have his card on record. They do whatever.
Okay. So initially he paid for the cruise and the flight to Miami and the Royal Caribbean cruise.
And my understanding of that October cruise is like it was a package the lady did for him.
Okay. And I'll get to the reimbursements and all that. I'm just trying to confirm he paid for the flight and the cruise in October.
And I think that when you say things that way, I want this record to be abundantly clear that he calls his travel agent, he calls his cruise agent. They do whatever he tells them. He's like on a first name basis with these people. They do it, and then he tells me how much it is, and I give him the money back. I don't, just like you're asking me about the money with Robin, I don't do my friends like that. So if you tell me it's a G, then you're going to get $1,000. Whatever it is, I didn't ever make him produce receipts to me. Whatever he told me it was, I gave him the money back.
Isn't it true that he paid for the cruise and the flight on his credit card? I'm not asking about reimbursement or after. He used his credit card to buy the cruise and buy the flight, correct?
I have no idea how he paid for it, if it's a credit card, if it's a debit card, but certainly he called his cruise agent. You know, like how many people have a cruise agent? He calls his cruise agent, tells them where they want to go. They tell him what's booked. And you have to remember, he paid for, that initial was me, him, and his mother.
And then after that cruise, you all flew to Aruba and spent a couple days in a hotel there, correct?
Sounds good.
Right, and his mother was not happy
He
that we left her
initially paid
behind.
for that. He initially paid for that.
His mother wasn't happy?
Yes, ma'am.
So let's talk about both of those. I know he initially paid for it. Did you pay him back?
For the cruise and for Aruba, yeah, I gave him his money before we ever went on that trip.
You gave him cash before you ever went on the trip?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so when you got cash to pay him back on these trips, would you go to the ATM?
No, lady.
No,
You
lady?
would not go to the ATM?
No.
Okay. So Fulton County pays you direct deposit, I assume?
Yes, Fulton County and the state of Georgia both pay me direct deposit.
So you
Okay.
took the money out.
So the cash that you would pay him, you wouldn't get it out of the bank?
I have money in my house.
You have money in your house. So it was just money that was there.
It's not just there. Where'd you get it
My
from?
father. He's going to tell you as a woman,
As a woman.
you should always have, which I don't have, so let's don't tell him that. You should have at least 6 months in cash at your house at all times. Yeah, I don't know why this old black man feels like that, but he does. When we were growing up, my daddy had 3 safes in the house. So my father's bought me a lockbox, and I always keep cash in the house. Now,
Where did
I
the
don't do
cash
it to the
come
degree
from?
That my father would do it, so he would probably be ashamed with me. But I always have cash at the house. That has been, I don't know, all my life. If you're a woman and you go on a date with a man,
woman.
you better have $200 in your pocket. So if that man acts up, you can go where you want to go. So I keep cash in my house, and I don't keep cash as good in my purse like I used to. 'Cause I don't
This
go
is
on
a
any
lot
dates,
of
but
bullshit that we're
when you go
listening
on a
to right
date,
now.
You should have cash in your pocket.
So my question was,
Where did it
that
come
cash
from?
originally come from? If it
I had
didn't come
cash
out of the
for-
bank?
You don't
Cash
just
is,
have it.
Fungible. I've had cash for years in my house.
Oh, for
So
years.
for me to tell you the source of when it comes from, when you
Okay,
go to
we're-
Publix
we're
and you
back
buy
up on
something, you
locals.
get $50, you throw it in there. When it's been
This
my
is such
whole
a
life.
load of
When
shit.
I took out a large amount of money on my first campaign. I kept some of the cash of that. Like, to tell you, I just have cash.
I
in my
just
house.
have-
don't
I just have
as
6
much
months of
today
cash at
as I
home.
would normally have.
Thousands
but
and thousands of
I'm building
dollars.
back up now. So you just put money in. It's a very good practice. I would advise it to all women.
All
Can you
women.
identify when you came into this cash or where the cash came from?
I didn't say I couldn't identify it.
Well, she
nobody
asked you to.
gives me anything. I am sure that the source of the money is always the work, sweat, and tears of me. What you asked me for is, when did the money go in there? What I am trying to tell you is,
It's been
so
there
I
for
got
years.
divorced in 2005 from my husband.
And
No, it's important. You said, where did the money come from? And I need to tell you where the money came from. And so for many, many years, I have
Holy
kept
cows, is
money
she
in
a
my
liar?
house. That money in my worst days has probably only been $500 or $1,000. At my best days, I probably had $15,000 in my house of cash. At all times, there's going to be cash in my house or wherever I'm laying my head.
the money that you paid Mr. Wade, the cash, in October of 2022.
She's not as
do you
nervous
know
as
where
Nathan.
that money came from?
I
Say
do
we
know
should
where
got
it came
cash.
from. It came from my sweat and tears.
Yeah, but when did you
Do
take it out of the
know
bank?
What job it came from? Did it come from Fulton County or did it come from a private job?
It came from, what are you talking about? So it could have come from a private job because before I was DA, I was in private practice.
It could have come from
So
there.
I earned money during that time.
It
period.
could have
It's
come from
probably
there.
in there.
You don't
It
know
could
where-
have, what do you mean I don't know where it came from? I
I
absolutely.
understand the situation. We can move on.
Okay, thanks.
Oh, God, the judge got it.
Same with Aruba. You don't know where that cash came from either, right?
Nope.
Ma'am,
It's
you are
fungible.
mischaracterizing my testimony.
Cash is
greatly.
fungible.
I'm not gonna allow you to mischaracterize my testimony.
Don't worry, no one needs to do that.
I know
You're doing
I
that.
keep money in my house. The amounts of money I gave Mr. Wade, it was never that serious. I don't think I've ever handed him more than $2,500 in a reimbursement. So
Per-
we're not talking
per.
about $20,000 in cash. I don't have $20,000 in cash.
Well, he said
right
it was
now.
10,000.
The most I ever gave him, I know I gave him $2,500 when we went to Belize because we went to one hotel and then we went to a second hotel. That $2,500 I actually gave him while we were still in there. I know that the Aruba trip, the one that you described with his mom, I think I gave him about $2,000.
So we're up to
for that
$5
trip
grand.
For like total.
His mom went to Aruba with you?
The Aruba trip. So I consider that to be one trip. So we got off of a cruise ship and then we went to Aruba, which is why I cannot remember is that the time that we had to stay in Miami to wait for the flight for Aruba. So I consider that one trip that we didn't like come back to Atlanta and leave. We flew down to Miami. We got on a cruise ship. We spent a couple of days with his mama. We came back to Miami. When we came back to Miami, either that day or the next day, we flew to Aruba. We spent a few days in Aruba and we came back. That was really one trip. Even though we went two places, it was one trip.
So let's talk about the California trip. Is that when you were moving your daughter out to California? When you all went, or did you have two trips to California?
My daughter doesn't live in California.
Did she ever live in California?
I'm not discussing to you the location of my child.
So how many times did you go with Mr. Wade to California?
Once.
And you all stayed in Napa Valley and he paid for the plane tickets and the hotel?
He paid for the plane tickets and the hotel.
And what did you pay for on that trip?
I gave him much less cash that time, probably $400 or $500, and then I paid for a bunch of stuff. I think we did 2 different wine tours that you do, which are pretty expensive. I think I bought him.
So we're up
he
to
likes
like
wine. I don't
$10,000
really like
now.
wine, to be honest with you, I like Grey Goose.
Oh my God, is
I
she
bought him
gonna
a bottle
shut
of
her
wine
mouth?
while we were there, and the sippings that you do. I can't remember how many, like 4 or 5 different places you go. I remember we went to this place that they do pairings. That was the most expensive thing that I think that we
How much
did
was
while
it?
we were there. So they would pair, they would pair champagne, chocolate, and
Oil.
champagne, chocolate, and caviar. It was a three, and it was like three different things.
How much was it?
Sweden, Russia, someplace else.
good to be
I'll make
DA.
that up. But that was the most expensive thing we did that trip, and I paid for that.
You pay cash?
For us doing that? Yeah, that trip did not cost me a lot of money. I might have took like $750 in cash on me because we weren't gone very long.
I'd only asked if you paid in cash. I don't need to know the amounts.
When I travel, I always take cash.
And is the cash that you keep in your house, or do you keep it at the condo that you're living in?
So at that point, it wouldn't be at my house, and I'm sorry if I was not clear. The money would be wherever I laid my head. So I wouldn't leave the money at the house.
At Nathan Wade's place?
So I was unclear. No, money's gonna be where I stay.
Holy
How much
crap.
did you pay for your trip to Panama?
To where?
Panama, I believe?
I didn't go to
Panama.
Panama.
I may have the location wrong.
I never went to Panama.
So
Mr.
after
Wade went to Panama with his frat brother.
Oh, he went to Panama with his frat brothers. So tell me about, let's see, so I want to make sure I've got them. I've got Belize. You already covered Belize. You covered the...
So let me tell you our real trips. In October, we went on the cruise with his mom. We got back from the cruise with his mom and we went to Aruba. I consider that one trip. Second trip, New Year's Eve, we went on a cruise to the Bahamas. That's the second trip. I want to make sure I get this right. Third trip, 100% on me. I think he might have spent $200 on that entire trip. We went to Belize. That was my trip. That was, his 50th. And then Napa Valley, we went around May. I don't know the dates, but it seems to me like it was close to Mother's Day.
Does she really think she's coming off as good looking here? Like looking good? This is
So
a
that the record is
disaster.
complete. I can remember one time driving to, where were we? South Carolina, and we met my sister for lunch with her man.
When was
didn't
that?
stay I don't know, but we didn't stay the night there. But I guess people would consider that a trip if you drive somewhere and you come back. That was insane because it was like 5 hours to drive. We ate lunch and we drove right back. I can remember driving to some little
lot of
town
cash.
in Georgia. I don't even know where I was. I had never been there before or after. There's some boat you can get on over to, and there's like a slave thing, if that gives anyone any reference. We didn't do that.
So she dropped the race
I
card,
remember
but this
doing
was
that.
well into the testimony.
I remember driving one time to Charlotte. We had lunch with one of my very close girlfriends. And again, we drove to Charlotte.
Paid,
met my girlfriend
cash.
for lunch and drove right back. So that's a trip. We didn't stay the night there, but I just want to be complete in my testimony. We drove someplace, had lunch, drove back. I don't remember another driving someplace distant for lunch and coming back to Charlotte to see a girlfriend, to meet my sister in South Carolina. We went by ourselves when I told you about that remote place in Georgia. We could have driven someplace else and had lunch and came back, but that's all that comes to my recollection right now. There could have been another place we drove and had lunch. My security team was very clear to me. I'm not to be out and about in Atlanta without them. And so for me to do something just very normal that a normal person would get to do if they weren't prosecuting this case,
I got this
I
in the
gotta
mail.
drive 4 hours to do it.
And that's what I was going to ask you. Your security detail, did they take you to and from your house?
So I haven't been able to enjoy my home.
Condo, I'm sorry.
Since
And
March of
where you lay your head? Did they take you to and from where you lay your head?
99% of the time.
Would they take Mr. Wade to and from wherever you laid your head?
That has never in the history of ever happened, ever, okay?
Your security team has never taken him?
From my house? That's a lie.
It's a question, you stupid psycho.
That's never happened.
So your security team has never taken
My
Mr. Wade
security team has never taken Mr. Wade from any place where I have lived and brought him here. Never, not once.
Has your
not
security
ever.
team taken him
Have they ever taken the two of you together?
anywhere?
To where?
Anywhere.
We've left this building and gone to lunch, but I go to lunch so rarely that is a very rare occasion. I am sure, and let me be clear, it wouldn't just be Mr. Wade. So I'm sure my security team has taken me to lunch. Probably been a time I've left here 7 o'clock, gone to get something to eat,
And I don't even know that they would have taken him or if he would have driven himself, but they've taken me to do that. But we're talking very few, very far in between.
So the
Most
answer is
days I
yes.
don't even eat
Okay.
lunch. And when I do, it's because my assistant has heated up some bag, something, and I eat through meetings and eat in my office. It's not a practice of mine to go to lunch.
During the time period that you were dating, would your security team ever take you two together anywhere?
No.
Never.
If there was a lunch that occurred.
Yes,
that I
so
just
yes.
described, if there was a meal that occurred that I just described, anything outside of that, and it needs to be very clear,
No, do it, please.
not often, once, twice, because I want to be over-inclusive.
Over
I'm
inclusive.
saying once
Yeah.
or twice. I'm not certain that it happened, but I'd rather be over-inclusive with you.
So your office objected to us getting Delta records for flights that you may have taken with Mr. Wade.
And, well, no, look. I object to you getting records. You've been intrusive into people's personal lives. You're confused. You think I'm on trial. These people are on trial for trying to steal an election in 2020.
Oh.
I'm not
Oh,
on
my
trial,
goodness.
no matter how hard you try to put me
Oh
on
my
trial.
goodness.
So my question
Oh, is
was,
she a psychopath
you
that
have any
it just
I object to you getting any personal records
keep
of
going,
mine.
Fanny.
We're not dealing with privilege through a witness.
Keep going, Fanny.
And I'm not, no, I'm not dealing with privilege. What we had offered to put them in
This is-
camera
this
for
is
the
the-
court to review.
the
and
most
I just wanna know
disastrous
if
thing I've ever
she has
seen.
any
That's not
problem.
something you deal with a witness.
And I've seen a bird get stepped on. This is crazy.
Okay, you have to file as.
I'm not on
something
trial.
called a-
They're on trial for trying to steal an election.
That's correct.
And you filed your first one, so you filed 2 to date, is that right?
Is it 2 or 3? I probably would have filed 21, 22, and maybe I haven't filed 23 yet, because isn't it due like June of the next year?
April, I believe. So you filed, let's see, you filed your first one, it looks like April 15th, 2022, and your second one, April 17th, 2023. Does that sound familiar?
That, I don't remember the dates, but you're an officer of the court. I'm gonna hope you're telling the truth now.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
Thank you. I already gave you the student copy. Exhibit 20 and
cabin is now
21.
pressurized, so all the air that's coming into the cabin is,
Can somebody bring me some, yeah.
Can somebody
Guys are getting a little old. Yes,
Okay,
yes,
so
ma'am.
those are the ones that you filed.
This looks like me for sure. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Judge, we'd move to admit 20 and 21.
I think you need to delineate which one's which
20
one's which.
is 2021, so it accounts for the time period, Your Honor, January the 1st, 21 through December the 31st, 2021. That is Defendant's Exhibit 20. Defendant's Exhibit 2021, it accounts for the time period, January the 1st, 2022 through December the 1st of 2022.
All right, any objection to exhibits 20 and 21
Nope. Sorry.
from other counsel? Admitted without objection.
Yeah. When did your personal relationship with Mr. Wade end?
Our personal relationship ended in this year. So let's be very clear so that we don't mix words. I don't want to mix words in here. Mr. Wade is my friend right now. Mr. Wade, I would say, has been my friend since 2020. I think he started out as like a mentor and a professional colleague. He became my friend and somebody that I really respected. I feel very indebted to Mr. Wade for taking on the task of this job. And he is certainly my friend and one of the people that I respect the most. So if you ask about a personal relationship, I consider myself to have a personal relationship right now, Mr. Wade. I consider myself to have a personal relationship with Anna Cross. I consider myself to have a personal relationship with Mr. Abadi. I consider myself to have a personal relationship with Andrew Evans.
Okay, let me
And
just
so
clarify that
I
before we
have a
go.
personal relationship with him as we speak right now.
A romantic
I don't think that's what you're asking. I think that's what
Romantic
you're asking.
relationship. When did your romantic relationship with Mr. Wade end?
My-
Did it end?
Me and Mr. Wade, we are good friends. My respect for him has grown over these 7 weeks of attacks. We are very good friends. I think, but for these attacks, it would have been a friendship that, as life goes, he would have stopped having. I think that you have cemented that we'll be friends till the day we die.
Let's.
Could we just have an answer to the question?
I can handle Mr. Seda. Let's have it.
She asked about a personal relationship.
She asked when the romantic relationship ended. That's the question.
Sometime in, I'd say late summer of 2023. So I don't believe men, this is what you're really asking about. This is the salaciousness of all of this, right?
No, I'm just asking
when
about
you're
your romantic relationship, when you stopped dating.
I think that me and Mr. Wade, so he's a man, he probably would say June or July. I would say we had a tough conversation in August. And so that men in relationships at the end of physical intimacy, women in relationships when that tough conversation takes place.
And where, when did he come to, I guess the condo, I'm not sure what you called it, condo apartment, would he come and stay at that condo or visit you there? I'm sorry, visit you there?
What condo, what apartment? I want to be clear.
So not your house. I know you classified one as house and one as condo, so I'm trying to use those terms.
So, but there's been more, see, what you don't understand is because of this case, I gotta move. And so I
Ms.
need
Merchant, if you could ask a more precise question.
Yes, please, give me the time period. that we're
Mr.
talking
Wade
about.
visited you at the place you laid your head.
When?
Has he ever visited you at the place you laid your head?
So let's be clear, because you lied in this, let me tell you which one you lied in, right here.
Let's hear it, Fanny.
I think you lied right here. No. This is the truth.
Judge,
And it is a lie. It is a lie.
Ms. Willis?
You see.
Mr. Seda, thank you. We're going to take 5 minutes.
5 minutes?
Back in 5.
No, let her melt down. Don't pause her to let her collect her cool. I didn't realize how flipping crazy she is. Something's gonna happen. Hot mic, catch it. Catch it. Listen for the screaming. Ashley, please accept my invitation on Twitter. I'm waiting to be accepted. I'm waiting for my Twitter invitation to be accepted so I can follow you on Twitter. I could DM you the questions that I'd love to ask Fani Willis. This is so freaking wild, people. I have postponed my AppleCare appointment. What happened? Oh, don't cut the mic. I'm not going to be able to hear anything. Zoom in. 1776, all right, people. Holy cows. Okay, so... okay, I'm going to go over to Rumble. So the stream died on vivabarneslaw.locals.com because I think we reached the end of the time that we are allotted for... Oh my God. Rockahora in the house says, this is the clearest definition of, quote, verbal diarrhea, end quote. She really hates voters. She's dead set on burning up as much public money as possible. Might need to pull back on this stuck pig before it burns. Hence the 5-minute break. I wouldn't give her a break. Let her melt down. Jeez Louise, I'm just like... It's like in a fight, a fight between a grappler and a striker, and the grappler gets the striker down on the ground, like hey, Conor McGregor getting Nurmagomedov on the ground, and then the ref puts him back up on their feet. No. You let Nurmagomedov. Wait a minute, hold on 1 second. Nurmagomedov, yeah, that's his name. You let him pound the crap out of the striker. You don't stand them back up. That's not fair. Primus Fan 92 says, I would like to see you and Joe discuss your thoughts on today's testimony. We'll probably do it tomorrow. We'll see what... Oh, they're back. I hear noise. Hold on. Whew. This is so exciting. No, that's not the right one. That's not the right one. Is it this one? It's not this one. It's not this one. It's not this one. Holy crab apples. I think this is it. Is this it? This is it. Okay. Bring on the stuck pig, people. Let's see if she's done squealing yet. Oh my goodness, I just clipped that part. They're the ones on trial for stealing an election. Sorry, Fanny, you're on trial now. Can you imagine saying that and thinking that you look good to say it? Like, oh yeah, testify, Fanny. I don't know where I found this bracelet. I'm sure I kind of like it now. It's mine. All right, Fanny comes back. What have I said? What have I done? Have they been telling me to calm the hell down? Holy crab apples. Dirty Fanny is getting wiped, says Colin on Twitter. She is off her rocker. Oh my goodness. Her boyfriend lied under oath about when their relationship began. I hope she was really, really good at whatever they did together because he is fucked now, whether he was then or not, says Aaron, with like an umlaut under the E. Oh my God, McAfee can't believe what he's seeing. This guy's like, I'm getting too old for this shit, and he's only 39. Here you go. Oh, Ashley knows it. She's happy. Oh my goodness. 2024, people, is turning out to be a fun year. Oh, we're now at over 16,000 on Rumble. Outrageous, people. Who would have thought that this was what this was going to turn into? I thought this was going to last an hour and a half and we were going to be done. The question that I had is everyone on Rumble subscribed? Please. I just need to see that number turn to 400, and then I'll never ask until 500. Refresh. If you, just make sure you're following on Rumble. Go to the little green button that says follow. Has it happened yet? It hasn't happened yet. Doesn't matter. Oh. Well, I was reading the chat there. Cash was reparation, says Mother Love. Okay. That's a joke. I can't. I read the super chats. I do not approve of the content. Look at that face right there. Holy cows. That's the 1,000-yard stare. Look at the way she's sitting in that chair like a zhlub. Sit up straight, Fanny. Jeez, you turn your flag right side up now. At least it's not upside down. Holy cows. The entitlement exuding from her. It's palpable. I mean, she's right. Nathan Wade comes off as a Southern gentleman compared to her. So then we got Jamie Young 714 over on Rumble says, was she considered a bulldog in the courtroom to becoming the DA? Was she considered a bulldog in the courtroom to becoming the DA because she sounds like a real piece of work? I know nothing about law. Or did she check boxes? I don't know. She looks crazy. Her lapel isn't even on correctly. That tells me all I need to about this lady, says J Pizzy I-40. All I hear from her mouth is shit, says Musy Diver. It's a poop emoji, not shit. He didn't swear. Mighty Megatron says she's got attitude. It needs to be clipped. Clip it all, people. Snip, clip, share away. Make it go viral. The truth shall set you free. She just took cash from her campaign, said Mother Love. Back on the record. I'm going to shut my...
proceed, though. I
Tell
advise everyone here.
Calm the hell down.
This being a room mostly full of lawyers who have spent their lives in a courtroom. We all know what professionalism looks like, what decorum looks like.
We do. That's why I'm not there.
Devoting ourselves to the rule of law and proper advocacy. I would urge everyone to keep those principles in mind, starting with the fact that we won't talk over each other.
I love this judge.
We'll get through this.
We'll get through this. Dude, I'm getting through it. Please, let them talk over each other.
How often did Mr. Wade visit you at a place where you were living between 2019 and 2021?
For sex.
You want to start with the lie that he lived with me in South Fulton in 2019, a home he's never been to? That's one lie you told in your document.
Judge, I didn't ask her about that.
Ms. Merchant, I want you to ask a very precise question. I think she's saying and answering that he did not live with her. So why don't we break that up into smaller parts?
I didn't ask about living.
But you put in your, while we're talking about professionalism, she put in 3 different documents he lived with me.
Full opportunity to respond.
The judge is going to get mad at her.
And filed that with the court.
Hold her in contempt.
In 2019.
He's never been to South Fulton. In 2019, I lived in South Fulton. He has never been to my residence in 2019.
He has never been in 2019. Okay, great.
In 2019, he's never been to your residence, any place.
I lived in my home in South Fulton before I started getting the threats that were here.
She's a victim.
A house I paid for with my own sweat and tears. I'm no longer of October, all of November, and all of December. Mr. Wade never came to my house in South Fulton. Let me help you out. I lived there in 2020. He never came to my house in 2020, let alone live with me, as you put falsely in these documents. in the first 3 months of 2021, when I could still enjoy my home, Mr. Wade never came to South Fulton, and it is certainly a lie that he lived with me.
So he just banged you.
So in 2020, so you said 2019, 2020.
Sorry.
Did Mr. Wade ever visit you at a place that you
He
resided?
has never been to my home in South
Not the
Fulton.
question. Not the
2020
question,
was
Fanny.
Before I knew that a phone call was going to be made and I was going to have to abandon my home. As a result thereof, he never visited,
Not
lived
the
at,
question.
came to, or has seen.
Oh, I'm
South
sure he
Fulton.
came to.
You qualified that with your home in South Fulton.
Yes, she did.
That's where I lived in 2020.
2020, did he ever visit you at a place that you resided?
Okay, I don't understand. You're going to give me guys. In 2020, I lived in South Fulton.
Okay.
That's the only place I lived in South Fulton. That's before I had to abandon my home, Judge.
All right.
And
We heard you. We heard you're a
my home in
victim.
South Fulton, he never came there, okay?
Oh, he came there.
If you don't come someplace, you can't live there.
Oh, he came some places.
It's going to be my first time out to caution. We have to listen to the questions as asked.
Oof.
And if this happens again and again, I'm going to have no choice but to strike your testimony.
God, someone clip that. Someone clip
Break
that.
this down,
The
Mr.
judge is
Question.
reprimanding the DA.
Asking
Clip that.
whether you lived anywhere other than South Fulton.
I did not live anywhere but South Fulton, Georgia in 2020. That is before I began my prosecution of this case, and it was my plan to only live there.
Did Mr. Wade ever visit you at the condo that you leased from Miss Yurdi?
He visited that condo, yes.
Oh,
He
yeah.
did.
Yes.
Did he ever spend the night at that condo?
No.
Just visited.
Yeah, but he did visit for sure.
Did you ever go out to eat together, other than the lunches you talked about,
In
during
2020?
2019 or 2020?
I would think that we probably went to lunch, but it wouldn't have been, let me think, 2019.
No, she said
I'm
2020.
gonna say, I don't know, I'm gonna say we probably broke bread someplace in 2019. I don't remember it.
I think you
but
broke
it seems
something
like we
else.
would have broke bread sometime in 2019.
Broke bread.
So
What a
I'm gonna say
pretentious.
yes, although I have no recollection. But it seems to me like I go out to eat and drink with pretty much everyone, so I'm gonna say yes.
Yeah, we know that.
Outside of the vacations that we've already talked about, did you ever go out to dinner with Mr. Wade?
I mentioned to you that I
I'm
will.
going to object as to what time period. Like, we're asking very vague questions. I thought we were treating the witness as hostile under 611. We're no longer doing that, so.
Oh,
we're gonna
shut
go
up.
back and forth. We need to be more specific with our questions if we're going to treat her as hostile.
All right, Ms. Merchant, it's not so much, I think you can elect between leading and open-ended questions, but I think we are still wondering about, and I think we need to get back on track of focusing on the financial benefit or the relationship.
The judge is telling you what to do, Ashley.
Next question about if you did go out to dinner, who paid when you went out to dinner?
He paid, I paid.
You both paid.
Okay, so let me be real clear. We didn't say, oh, the bill is $102. You give $51, I'll give $51. I don't operate like that with my girlfriends. I don't operate like that with anyone. He caught the bill, I caught the bill, whomever.
Did you ever pay him through Cash App?
No.
You only ever paid him through cash?
Well, yes, but we're talking about, I'm very confused
You've
now.
never given Mr.
Like,
Wade
why
money
would
through
she?
Cash App.
Why would she give him
The only money
cash?
you've ever given him
Thousands.
outside of a contract is cash.
I
Why?
didn't give him money in a contract.
I
So
rem-
that was cute, but I didn't give him money outside in a contract. What happened? No, we're gonna answer it since you said it. He worked more hours than he was paid.
So that's a contract.
And the county paid him for the work that he did.
The contract that you
So,
signed.
Don't be cute with me and then think that you're not gonna get an answer.
And I will ask you about the contract in a minute. I asked you about cash. Did you ever pay him anything? And I'm trying to qualify my questions. I'm not talking about the contract with Fulton County that was paid. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about outside of that. Did you ever pay him anything other than cash?
I've only given him cash a few times in the course of what we're talking about.
Thousands and
If we
thousands
would
of
go to
dollars.
dinner-
Let her finish her answers.
If we would go to dinner, I wouldn't give him cash because he paid for dinner or I paid for dinner. I've given him cash only a few times in life, probably 4.
Yeah,
Probably
tens of
the most
thousands.
money I've ever handed him is $2,500.
Yeah,
So
4
it's not
times,
much
that's
money I've handed him,
$10,000.
Probably between $500 and $1,000.
You never wrote him a check?
Never. Outside of the contract?
I don't have checks.
Okay?
You don't have
So
checks?
you have no proof of any reimbursement for any of these things because it was all cash, right?
The testimony of one witness is enough to prove a fact.
Do you have any proof?
That's a no.
Intimating right here?
That's a no.
I'm asking if you have any proof that you paid him any of these
The
monies.
proof is what I just told you.
Oh, really? Take me,
There's no
okay.
written proof.
No documentary evidence.
So I have some, probably some transactions like in Belize. I probably spent $500 on my card in Belize. I spent 800, I can't remember, $900 on each of our tickets to go to Belize. I did the $700. I probably got some minor expenses in Aruba that would be on a card. But for the most part, for those trips, other than, so the 2 cruises, I gave him money for those before we ever left.
Yeah, thousands of
'cause they were
dollars.
pre-booked. Let me answer.
Well, the question was if you had any written proof. And so.
So I've answered you that I've had written
We
proof.
can move
for
to the next question. If you've answered if you had any written proof, and that was my question.
I want to make sure that we're clear that for the 2 cruises.
Judge,
and that's
I
the
asked if
cruise
she gave
plus
him written
Aruba.
proof.
We're not going to talk over each other. Ms. Merchant, she answered your question, so we can ask the next question.
Yep.
Ms. Willis and Ms. Cross will have plenty of opportunities to let you clarify.
The judge got it.
It's her turn.
Thank you, Judge. Knowing your role as district attorney, you know that public funds are scrutinized and money is scrutinized and things like that. You
And
understand.
I've never, I'm sorry, go ahead.
You understand you're under a microscope. You have reporting requirements, all of those types of things. You have no record, other than your testimony, of the money that you've given Mr. Wade.
You've already asked that question. Let's keep going.
Yep.
When you took office, you had a tax lien of $4,600. Did you pay that with cash when you made that tax lien whole?
I probably paid through, however you pay.
Okay, so, but you were saying that you had amounts of cash. You still had that lien in 2022 when you were dating Wade and going on these trips. So the cash that you gave him, that could have been used to pay this tax lien off?
You gonna tell me how to pay my
I'm
bills?
gonna object. This is not relevant as it relates to why we're here today.
Ms. Merchant, are you trying to establish that she was insolvent in some way?
I definitely was trying to establish that she did not have these mass amounts of cash that she's talking about, yes.
All right. Re-ask the question.
You had a tax lien in 2022, $4,600.
Did you say I did?
Oh, you don't remember?
And you did not use this cash that you had to reimburse Mr. Wade to pay that off, correct?
No.
Okay.
I went shopping too when I didn't pay it off.
And you talked about, you gave a lot of interviews to some authors. and
Probably shouldn't have said that.
Right?
I would not characterize it as a lot. I probably have spoken to them
You know, I'm gonna
2 or
object.
3 times.
My question is relevant as to.
I think it's already come up that finances are discussed in the book. I'll overrule that.
Thank you.
Ms. Wilson, you can continue your answer.
What came up with Mr. Wade as it relates to hearsay statements that he was asked about in relation to what Ms. Willis may or may not have said in relation to an author. So it's not relevant to the testimony that's occurring at this time.
I think Ms. Merchant has said that inside the book, she also makes a statement as to her own finances, and that's at issue.
So you gave interviews to the authors of this book, correct?
Once or twice.
Okay. And,
3 times, just to be comprehensive. I don't know if it was 3 times.
I've
2
lowered
or
my
3
volume.
times, I think.
A little bit.
you were quoted in the book, and I will give you a chance to say if this is a
volume-
misquote. You were quoted, when they asked you about if you wanted to run for office for DA, you were quoted, "I really don't want to be financially effed up again." Do you remember saying that?
So what that refers to.
you remember
My question first
Do you
is if you
remember
remember
saying
saying that.
I remember saying something similar to that, but I would like to be able to explain what that's
That's
in
fine.
reference to. That's not in reference to anything else. It was a huge sacrifice to be district attorney in Fulton County. Huge.
Sacrifice.
I was doing just fine. I had a municipal court judgeship that was paying me $100-something thousand a year, and like you got to show up twice a week. Easiest thing I've ever done in life. I also had private clients that were paying me to represent them, so I was able to have a law practice and that. Raising 2 daughters by myself, there were times in life where things were hard, and so I was telling people, I don't really run for DA. I don't want to run for DA. I'm in a good position right now. I got this easy job that I enjoy, being the chief judge of the city of South Fulton. I'm making money at the law firm, and I'm not sure that I want to make this sacrifice. And why does it always have to be me?
Eventually, I
always
prayed.
have to be
I
me?
think that I was the appropriate person. I think that I did that. So when
She's
you're
the chosen
referring
one.
to that, what I'm saying is, why should I make a sacrifice again? And what I was not talking about is being district attorney. Once you get elected district attorney, you're in a fine financial position. I make over $200,000 a year. What I was talking about is I ran for judge. When I ran for judge, I took $50,000 of my personal money out of my retirement. And that money ended up being lost. And I know when you bet on yourself, you're going to have to bet money on yourself. And so what I was talking about was not wanting to go through the personal financial expense of running for office. By no means did I think that I was going to be financially in a bad position once I won. Let's talk about what I was up against, because it's important to understand that comment. I had a district attorney who had been here for 24 years.
And Judge,
It's very relevant as to what my mindset was about this. So I'm trying to answer your question. So what I was saying is
Taylor, so it's a finance.
right, but it is about my finances. If I didn't, nobody put me in this seat. So I had already run for office once. I had spent $50,000 of my own money running, and it was vamoose, nothing. And so when I'm talking to those offers, I'm talking about the contemplation of the sacrifice of the run, not the sacrifice of once you become DA. The odds were against me. I was likely going to lose the election based on who I was running against. So that needs to be in the appropriate context.
Isn't it true that the authors also wrote, and you can dispute this if you'd like, that you were broke after that race?
The 2018 race.
Yes.
Yeah, that was a hard race. I wasn't broke like I didn't have any. So broke is relative to depending where you are, but that hurt to lose that $50,000. So I'm sure my mental mindset was like, I just gave $50,000 away.
Right. So they characterized it from their conversations with you that you were broke, you had poured your own money into the campaign, and you weren't able to pay your own bills because of your clients couldn't pay their bills to you, and you had a paltry array of family and asset forfeiture cases. It says you were trying to make it month to month. Is that an accurate depiction of your financial situation at that point?
I would want to read that, but I don't remember clients not being able to pay their bills. Or
may I approach, Judge?
You can.
Yeah, you need to read. You need to read your book, guys. Tell me if I lowered my mic a little bit. The
I have
audio.
not read this book.
The audio sounded fine to me, but how is this audio if I don't get too loud? Holy crap! This is like an implosion. This is like that submarine that went a little too deep into the ocean and then just collapsed under its own weight.
So like this fact here, her ex-husband Fred had run into a financial. I have no information about
I didn't
that.
ask you about that. I just
Okay.
asked about if what they represent from their interviews with you, that you were broke and that you had clients that weren't able to pay their bills.
Can you show me where that is? Because this is where you put the tab, so that's where I read.
Broke, couldn't pay their bills.
Broke.
Yeah, I'm sure I characterize myself as broke as leaving that $50,000. I don't know that I had her nascent law practice at paltry array.
Well, you just
I didn't have.
Ms. Merchant.
I thought I had a law practice. So this is not correct. I'm sure it's just, I didn't have any asset forfeiture cases. So I had one case where they had took one of my clients' money at the airport. I don't know if that's what they're I don't know. Paltry array, I did have family law cases. I guess that's what they're talking about. And clients who couldn't pay their bills ain't clients, so no.
So
Clients who can't
my
pay their
question
bills
was
ain't
just,
clients.
This was a fair and accurate representation where it says you were trying to make it month to month at that point.
No, I don't think that is actually a fair and accurate representation, but I am certain that after the 2018 election, I'm still not really happy about having given up that $50,000.
You know when you paid your tax lien?
I don't.
You don't?
No.
Do you know if you paid it?
Too long ago.
I know I've paid some taxes. I don't know. I don't want to speculate.
Did you tell anyone at Fulton County Board of County Commissioners about your relationship with Mr. Wade?
Nope.
No.
Why would I?
Did you disclose your relationship to anybody at Fulton County?
No. Why would I have? She's going to get defensive here.
No, I don't think so.
And as the Chief Law Enforcement Officer of Fulton County, I assume that you're familiar with the county code and ordinances?
I've said we're not going to cover that in this hearing, Ms. Merchant.
I'm sorry, Judge?
We said we weren't going to cover the county regulations.
Okay, and I won't. Let me ask you this then. So are you aware that you're required to disclose any relationship with someone that you contract with in Fulton County?
court prior ruling that you made this morning.
Would this be different because it's a potential for impeachment?
Yes.
What did you ask me?
Did you know that it was a conference?
Ms. Merchant, if you could re-ask the question.
Okay. Are you aware that Fulton County requires you to disclose any relationship with someone that you're doing business with?
I'm not aware, and I know often that things are confused with state constitutional officers in county, but I'm not aware.
Okay. So it's not your, so it's your understanding that you don't have a duty to disclose the
She's
relationship?
answered that question. Let's keep going.
Did you keep track of this cash that you paid him at all?
What are you talking? I don't understand.
Did you keep track? Did you keep a ledger?
A
Did
ledger.
you keep track of it?
You know, like what they're charging
I've only
Trump
given
for
him cash, as
in
I
New York.
mentioned 3 or 4 times.
Yeah, $10,000.
There's no ledger. This is friends handing money off to each other.
So the answer is no, you didn't keep
And I think
track.
you've already asked whether there was any written proof whatsoever, and she's
Yes.
answered that.
Okay.
So we covered this. Let's move on.
Don't glitch out, stream.
Who were you referring to when you suggested that Mr. Roman's motion to disqualify was racially motivated?
We already said we're not talking about the forensic misconduct that's been alleged.
And, okay.
And just so the record is clear, I don't believe I said that his motion was racially motivated, so I don't want that to stay there. I've never said his motion was racially motivated.
No, I just said I'm
That-
getting picked
that
on
should
because of
not be
black.
true
I
if
think
she
it would
wrote
be
that.
best if we don't need to go down that road. We're going to save that for argument.
Oh, yeah.
You once said that you would not engage with a personal relationship with anyone that worked for Fulton County. Is that correct?
Play the clip.
An employee?
Anyone that worked for
Oh,
Fulton
he's an
County?
I said
external
an employee.
He's an external
Okay.
contractor. Not
So
so
that's
not
the
employee.
qualification you give an employee? You wouldn't?
I think that's the statement that I made, so if you want to quote me accurately.
So
Let's get the quote.
it's your
people.
position because Mr. Wade was not an employee? Or it's your position he wasn't an employee, correct?
Mr. Wade is not an employee, and he will tell you that over and over again.
Just one moment, Judge. I'm sorry, the statement, just so I make sure I accurately quote you. What you said was, you won't sleep with people who work under you. Do you not consider Mr. Wade working under you?
I consider Mr.
Oh, he
Wade
was
to be an agent.
He was working under her.
Agent?
Yeah,
All right.
an appointee is
Judge
what I
has got
really
it. The judge has got it.
think of him as.
Your point, whatever merit it has, Ms. Merchant, is on the record. Next question. All right. Do we need any moments in a minute? Mr. Sadow.
Yeah, I'm ready to go, Your Honor.
Okay, that's Trump's lawyer. He's going to be good. Get your clips ready, people. This is wild.
I'm going to try to ask you questions that you can actually answer without having to explain, okay?
Yes, sir. My comprehension skills are pretty good, so we should do all right.
We shall soon see. If I heard you correctly, you moved into what I will refer to as the Yurti condo in either March or April of 2021. Is that correct?
Sometime between late February and April, yes, I don't, just so we're clear, yes. But in that time period, you're in the ballpark. We're in the ballpark.
And is that Yurti condo, would you say that it is in Hapeville?
It is in Hapeville, yes, sir.
And you moved in there for safety reasons?
My father, yes, I moved in there. We were concerned. My father was terribly concerned about me continuing to live at the house. And so that we're clear, people came to my house at 5 o'clock in the morning about the police brutality cases, saying I was going to have a wake-up call. There were security threats due to gang cases, and there were concerns due to that was at the very beginning of this, looking into that. And so for all of those reasons and what was happening, my father wanted me out the house, and begrudgingly I left.
Okay, so the answer to the question was yes for safety reasons, correct?
Those were all of the things that caused the safety concerns.
So the
I'm
answer is
sorry.
I'm
yes.
not questioning whether they are or are not safety concerns. I just asked that you moved into this condo, the RT condo,
Right.
for safety reasons, right?
Yes.
Okay. At the time that you moved into the condo, be it from February to April of 2021,
Yes.
was your father still living in your house?
Right, because my father.
No,
That's all I
was
asked.
he?
But
Was
I
he?
get to explain the answer.
No, but just-
I don't know if there's an explanation. If I ask you, was your father still living at your house?
Yes or no?
The answer is either he was or he wasn't.
Yes, but you are going to get to argue at the end of this, as we both
I'm
know.
not gonna argue
And so
anything.
I
I'm
would
gonna
like to
ask-
be able to explain why.
I'm gonna-
And so,
okay.
yes,
Willis?
because my father is an older gentleman.
Nobody asked.
He was worried about COVID and he stayed.
Ms. Willis, I'm gonna have to say that's second time.
Second time.
Whenever we have to put a pause, you stop testifying, okay? You'll have a chance to explain yourself. The question was whether your father was not staying there at the time, and you're clarifying that in your answer as well.
Oh,
You can have a brief clarification, but it shouldn't be something that reaches
a question that wasn't asked.
All right, Mr. Sadao, you can re-ask the question. We'll see where it takes us.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Was your father still living in your house
After you
at the
left.
time you moved to what I would refer to as a Yurty condo?
Yes, sir, he was due to his concerns related to COVID.
Okay.
Thank you.
The safety concern was that there was potential danger at your house. Is that correct?
Yes, my address had been exposed, so yes, there was concerns about potential
leave your dad
danger
there.
at
I mean,
my house.
whatever.
Okay, so anyone staying at your house in the time period after you went to the Yurty condo was still in danger, correct?
Yeah, what, no, he did,
I think you have to, it's your attorney, Ms. Willis. Sorry, Mr. Potter, your objection is speculation
Yes.
to the question of
speculation.
Look at her. Gosh, she's a
whether
wreck.
someone was still in danger at her condo.
I can,
Just let her answer the question.
Or Mr.
But you
Sadao wants to
objected.
rephrase.
No,
I'm not sure.
I was able to
I've got
understand it.
I've got the objection, and then I have,
I'll withdraw the objection.
Oh yeah, now you
So
now
I
you
don't
know
remember
her
the
answer.
question, so I can answer it.
well, you can now that the objection's been withdrawn. Can you try to answer that question?
Yes.
There's still a safety concern
I was-
for people staying at the house.
Yes, I was very concerned about my father still living at the house. However,
Did you take your
if you
cash?
have dealt with an older gentleman, he was not leaving the house, despite my urging him that I thought he should leave as well. He did not want to leave the house because he was particularly worried at his age about COVID. But that became
What the hell? That makes no sense.
I don't want to say I was not happy with that decision of my father's, but I can't ultimately make him leave, and he stayed there too long, in my opinion.
Okay, thank you. During that period that you left to go to the Yurty condo, did any of your children stay at your house?
Oh, that better be a no.
So,
that
I
better
don't-
be a no.
I don't think that they were there at that point. Certainly my baby wasn't there.
I'm talking about this entire period. We're talking about, if I remember correctly, and you'll correct me, I'm sure, you said that you stayed there at what I would call the Yurty condo until January of 2022, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm asking you in that period.
She knows
which would
she's
be
effed.
February to April of 2021.
February?
Until January of 22. Did any of your children stay at your house?
Yes or no?
You don't have to yell at me.
Oh,
Maybe to
she's a victim.
understand.
She's a victim.
So I would ask you to not yell at me.
Oh, shut up.
That being
How about that?
said, I don't actually expressly remember, but I can tell you, since I have left my home, there have been times my oldest daughter came in. But I can't tell you with certainty the time window that you've said.
What a
If they
flipping
did or not. So
liar.
I don't want to speculate to that, but there was some
But don't
time
yell
that
at
my
me.
oldest daughter came back. Whether it was that period or after I left the Yurty residence, I'm not sure, okay?
Okay, so if I continue to go into more detail on this, you're not going to be able to give me an answer of whether or not, in
Your
fact,
kids.
any of your children were still at the house or stayed at your house during that time period, correct?
What I can give you clarity of, so that we are clear,
Mm.
is from the time I moved out in February-ish of 2021, after I left there was a time period that my oldest daughter came back. But if you're asking me, was it in that window or after, I just don't have a recollection of that, because,
They're just-
your kids come and they go.
They're trying to show that
So
it's a
I don't
bullshit
remember the
excuse,
specific
a
time period,
pretext.
and I apologize for that.
I
Did your
apologize.
children ever stay with you at the Yurty condo?
Like maybe a night,
Hmm.
like for a girls' night or something, but live with, no.
Okay. Did anyone else stay with you at the Yurty condo,
That was a-
including Miss Yurty?
Never. Miss Yurty never lived in the condo. She met her husband and they moved. They weren't quite married, but they moved. Nobody ever lived with me in the condo. That was
My
A
word
long
was,
period.
my word was stayed, not lived. Stayed with you at the condo.
I guess I don't understand the distinction, but no one ever, I think my baby's my oldest child. I think she spent one night with me, maybe my oldest and my youngest. But I think that whole time I was in that place,
I was alone.
other than that one night, I don't think anyone ever, this was a very lonely period in my life. I don't think anyone ever spent the night other than maybe one night. I remember a picture of my baby sitting on the couch in that place, and I'm thinking she spent that night. But just a very lonely time in life.
Okay. We'll stay with the lonely theme just for a minute. Did Nathan Wade
ever
visit you at the Yerty condo
ever?
From the time you moved in until he was hired on November the 1st of 2021?
So I moved out of that condo, but during that time period, I'm sure he came to visit. He came to visit. I can remember us going, I think the restaurant's Lickety Split. I can remember him picking me up, going to Lickety Split and ordering some food and coming and sitting at my table and eating. So I remember
his
times
hygiene
when he visited me
excuses
at
out
that
the door.
condo. Yes.
Okay, could you give us an approximation of how many times Mr. Wade visited you at the condo between the time you moved in and prior to November 1 of 2020?
I don't think often, but I don't want to speculate.
Can we say more than 5, more than 10?
I'm gonna tell you the problem I'm having here.
Yeah, I can't. I don't want to get caught in a lie.
Let's say more than 10, but I'm not sure that that's even accurate. He certainly has come and picked me up, gone to grab some food to eat. I don't remember him being in that condo a lot.
A lot.
Okay, that's your,
I'm sorry. You want a number, and what I don't want to do.
giving me your current and best recollection is all I'm asking for.
That's all I can give you, sir.
How many times did any of the prosecution team, how many times did Anna Cross come to that condo between the time you moved in and November 1st of 2021?
I don't think Anna's ever been to that condo.
What about any other prosecutor that's involved in the prosecution of this case?
I don't think any of them have.
Just Mr. Wade.
That's correct, sir.
But it was a lonely time.
Oh my God, that 2021, I have a lot of guilt about this time period in my life.
Because I left my dad.
But yes, it was a lonely time.
Okay.
I was very appreciative to the citizens for giving me this responsibility and this duty. But what I very quickly learned is that this is a very isolating job, and 2021 was a lonely time. I turned 50 in 2021. That's probably one of the worst birthdays I've ever had. I spent it alone. So I have a clear recollection of 2021 being lonely.
Okay. Did Mr. Wade ever visit you at the condo, the time period I'm talking about, prior to November of 2021, when Miss Yerty was at the condo?
So Miss Yerty and me, we didn't share the condo at the same time.
So the answer would be no.
But we never stayed there together, so it's an impossibility.
It's an impossibility.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, Miss Yerty, because we need to get clarification on this. Miss Yerty stayed in that place. There may have been a time that me and Mr. Wade visited, like went and saw Miss Yerty, but me and Miss Yerty never lived there together. Just so we're clear.
Well, maybe that was clear, but I'm going to have to try again.
Okay.
Was Miss Yerty still living in the condo when you moved in?
Not a day.
Okay. So what I'm
That was
talking.
another misrepresentation in this.
Oh, shut up already.
We never lived together. I never lived with Miss Yerty.
My question, though, I'm trying to understand
Okay.
that after you moved in to the condo, Miss Yerty she was out of the condo, right?
She got a house.
So
That's
the
all
answer
I'm
is
asking.
yes.
She's not
So
in the
she's
condo.
out.
We never stay, Miss Yerty and I never stay a day together in the condo. All of her stuff was out of the condo, and all my stuff, some of my stuff, not all of it obviously, was moved into the condo. So we never stayed there together. No, sir.
All right. So when I ask you about Mr. Wade visiting the condo, when you were staying there,
Yes,
Miss Yerty wasn't staying there, correct?
that would be correct, yes.
She wouldn't be at the condo, correct?
No, she would not have been.
It would be you and Mr. Wade alone at the condo, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
That is, there weren't any other witnesses to Mr. Wade and you at the condo, correct?
Yes.
No security, none of your security detail.
I'll object. She said it was just her and.
Oh, no.
You made your point, Mr. Sadow. Let's move on to the next one.
Okay,
Yes, Your Honor.
the judge gets it.
Who
Yeah,
in the
this is
prosecution
big.
team, prior to, I guess, the motion being filed by defendant Roman, who in the prosecution team knew of your personal relationship, and now I'm talking romantic,
Sex.
with Mr. Wade?
Sexy time.
So, sir,
So, sir, I'm not answering
I
that
am
question.
extremely private.
All I ask
No,
is
no,
who
no.
knew? It's not, the answer is no one knew, that's fine.
No.
I ask you who knew?
Who knew?
Let me just tell you
Answer it
this.
and then explain, Ms. Willis.
I am very private.
Answer
When I
it.
supervised Mr. Body and Mr. McAfee, they didn't know who I was dating, but I can assure you I was dating somebody. So that I kept something private, that's my private
Who
life,
knew?
is not any mystery to anyone.
Who knew? Who knew?
It's like a woman doesn't have the right to keep her
A woman.
private life private.
Who knew?
And I'm speaking on this because there have been all these intimations.
You still
it's
answer the
called-
question, Ms. Willis.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Who
Your
knew?
Honor?
Is there anyone else who knew about it? And then you can explain.
Who knew?
I don't know. I don't think so. I certainly didn't go out telling my business to the world.
Okay, so, the best of your recollection.
No one knew.
You didn't inform anyone on the prosecution team that the individual that you had chosen to lead the prosecution team had a personal relationship with you.
So I
Is that
think
correct?
That's inaccurate. Your question is inaccurate.
What,
Because you stated that the person I chose, we had a personal relationship. So we had a friendship. We have all these distinguishing factors.
Oh, yeah.
Remember, when I chose him in November of 21.
We weren't yet.
First of all,
bone-
let's get this straight. Mr. Wade was not actually my first choice. That's no insult to him.
Your Honor,
No,
I
it is
don't-
you, because of the way you
Judge- the
phrased
judge is
the
gonna lose
question.
it.
You said, when I chose him, I didn't inform people of a personal relationship. We have defined personal as romantic. It is an inaccurate way to state the question.
then I will
as-
certainly restate it so it is very accurate.
Okay, and please do not yell at me.
Oh,
You hired Mr.
she can yell at
Wade
everybody she
for
wants.
the first time on November 1st of 2021, correct?
November of 2021, yes,
Okay.
sir.
Your testimony is, whether one accepts it or not, your testimony is that at the time you hired Mr. Wade, there had never been a romantic relationship
Don't yell at
with
me.
Mr. Wade before you hired him, correct?
Yes, my testimony is that we were very good friends, but we're talking about the sex, so let's just don't.
No, I'm not talking about, I'm saying romantic relationship doesn't necessarily have to be just sex.
Well,
It can
I
be
don't-
dating, it can be holding hands, it can be any of those things that one might call romantic. I'm asking you whether or not prior to November 1st of 2021, there was a romantic relationship with Mr. Wade. That's very
Yes
simple.
or no?
It's either a yes or no.
No sex.
I don't consider my relationship with him to be romantic before that. I'm not a hand holder, so no.
That's fine. Now, let's move beyond November 1st of 2020.
When you
Yeah.
renewed the
2021,
contract,
excuse me.
when you re-upped
If
it,
I understand your testimony, there was no romantic relationship with Mr. Wade until early in 2022, whether it be January or February or March, early in 2022, correct?
I would say sometime between February and April. Yes, sir.
All right. Now, I'm asking you about that time period when it became romantic.
stop yelling at me.
Okay?
You're yelling again. Stop it. I'm a very
You
sensitive
didn't
woman.
see the need, if I understand, to tell any of the people on the prosecution team, when you had established a romantic relationship with Mr. Wade, that the lead prosecutor, that is the man that was basically giving orders to others, was dating or having a romantic relationship with you, correct?
I'm going to object to relevance at this point, Your Honor.
Ah,
It's not
you're
relevant.
going to get overruled.
Just to prove, what we're attempting to show that there is an issue on the credibility about the relationship. The failure to have informed anyone on her team that she was having a romantic relationship with the lead prosecutor, I suggest gives rise to that inference. That's the relevance.
The inference that
The inference that they were concealing this because it was not as it's been characterized to the court, and that it in fact had started earlier than what they say.
All right, overall, Mr. Sadon.
I just want to make sure that we're clear. From at least 2020, me and Mr. Wade were friends, at least that time period.
Okay, I'm not talking
Okay,
about.
so no, I want to be clear because
No, I want to be
my
clear.
credibility is being evaluated here, right?
Oh, it is.
We were friends. We hung out.
Oh, we hung out all
Prior
right.
to November of 2021. In November of 2021, I hired him. I do not consider our relationship to have become romantic until early of 2022. Because I don't know a date and time, I'm saying sometime between February and April of 2022, and very early April of 2022, because I know that trip that I discussed with you was like the first week of 2022, that the relationship had become romantic. I hope that answered your question, but I can't have it where, you know, we're saying something differently.
All right, so you've established the timeline as you put it. The question originally was, at that time,
re-upped
telling
his
the
contract.
other prosecutors,
I never tell people at work who I'm dating.
All right, Mr. Sadon.
Okay. Did you take any trips to DC with Mr. Wade?
Yes.
Never.
Ooh. Well, then,
Did you take,
hold on.
okay, so you have no, what I would call personal trips or business trips to DC with Mr. Wade?
I never went to DC with Mr. Wade, personal, business, otherwise, never.
Okay, so,
I've never been in the District of Columbia with Mr. Wade or Maryland, Virginia, the DMV as they call it.
so as I understand it, just to be clear, any trips that you would have taken to see DC would not,
That was a pretty clear answer.
huh?
That was a pretty clear answer. She just said no.
Twice.
So do you have a variation or something new to bring up?
I'll ask it and we'll see.
Well, don't just say, has she been to
Did
DC
you
without
take
Wade?
trips to DC
Without
that were non-business during the time period that this case or this matter was under investigation?
I'm going to object as to relevance as it relates to the matter that we're here before Your Honor.
Well, again, the question already asked is, take personal or business trips. She said,
But that was with
Personal
Mr.
or
Wade.
business.
That was with Mr. Wade. This
Yeah,
I
that's-
asked her
see,
alone,
without.
whether she
Exactly.
took.
Okay.
What's the relevance?
and what would be the relevance of that?
I'm trying to understand whether or not we have an ability to show a personal trip
Well, I
in
wanna-
which Mr. Wade is there at the same time. I understand her answer, okay?
She's
I
been
understand her answer, but we have documents, we have records that.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the documents, the things that
Well, this could be something that's maybe not part of the record yet, but if he has I think there have been other things discussed in this case, and they have evidence that Mr. Wade may have been in DC at the same time. If you want to ask about that exact specific date, Mr. Sadon, you can do that.
Did you go down on a personal trip? How does she qualify personal versus business?
Sure. And so that's going to limit its merit and impact on credibility. So, Mr. Sadon, ask the question.
So,
I understand your testimony is you never took a trip to DC with Mr. Wade.
that's correct.
Personal or business?
That's correct.
Were you ever in DC at the same time as Mr. Wade?
I was not.
On personal or business?
No, me and Mr. Wade have not been to DC at the same time. However, since Mr. Wade has been on this case, he's been to DC. Since Mr. Wade has been on to this case, I've been to DC. What has not happened is we have not been in the District of Columbia at the same time. Now, the only thing I'm not sure about with what you asked me is if I've been to DC personally, because I got a lot of personal friends in that area.
Oh, yeah.
But I know that I have been to DC. I did an interview at Howard University. I went to DC for that. Seems like I've been to DC one other time. Oh, I went to DC for the Global Summit. Actually, yeah, those were two separate trips.
My next question is based on her opening the door, and therefore I'll just ask it, and Your Honor can decide whether or not it's appropriate. When you went to DC, did you go to the White House?
I did not go to the White House.
No, well,
Apparently, I'm going to get the answer anyhow.
there you have it. Next question.
Okay. You indicated your best recollection was that your relationship with Mr. Wade, the romantic relationship, ended, you left it in August of 2023. That sound right?
That's the hard conversation. That's not the.
We've covered this. Next question.
And you characterized it as a tough conversation, correct?
Yes.
I'm not going to get into the conversation per
You
se.
should.
Oh, yeah.
Well, if he doesn't want to, We won't go there. So, Mr.
Do it.
Sadow, next question.
You know, it's kind of hard to say no when you've got that opportunity. But all I'm going to say is, was it pre-indictment in this case?
So,
We know the timeline that the indictment was delivered.
but,
actually,
and so
the
that
good thing
it's
is-
clear, the physical relationship
The judge is
ended
paying attention. That's the best thing to.
pre-indictment.
And is that when you were talking about the tough conversation?
They're good, in my opinion.
I'm not sure that the tough conversation didn't happen until after, but the physical relationship, so I'm sure if you ask Mr. Wade, because he's a male, he would say we ended June or July, because physical contact ended then. Just in my mind, being a woman, it's over when you have that, like, hard conversation. I just think women and men think differently.
Meanwhile,
And I
women
think
and
the
men.
answer, Mr.
Meanwhile,
Sadow, to your question
she knows
was
the date
she's
when
not
they
sure
stopped
whether it was before or
knocking
after the
boots.
indictment.
I'm not sure that was her answer, but let's see if I can get specific.
That is what I said. That's what I said.
I said what I said.
I'll let you. Next question, Mr. Sadow. If you need to
Want to say
clarify.
one more? The romantic relationship ended before the indictment was returned, yes or no?
To a man, yes.
Well, to a man, yes. To you, no?
She's explained this, Mr. Sadow. She's explained this.
And did the forthcoming indictment have anything to do with that? Or was it just a coincidence?
Let her answer.
Mr., let's go on and have the conversation.
I've just asked you whether or not it was a
No,
coincidence.
let her answer.
Absolutely nothing to do with this. It's interesting that we're here about this money. Mr. Wade is used to women that, as he told me one time, the only thing a woman can do for him is make him a sandwich. We would have brutal arguments about the fact that I am your equal. I don't need anything from a man. A man is not a plan. A man is a companion. And so there was tension always in our relationship, which is why I would give him his money back. I don't need anybody to foot my bills. The only man who's ever foot my bills completely is my daddy.
Is there anything else you would like to add to that?
No.
Sure.
But I'm sure we'll talk about it further.
No, we're not going to talk about it further.
All right, no back and forth, Mr. Sadow. Next question.
My next question is something that that has to do with what I've characterized as the church speech.
Oh, yeah.
Let me just tell you what the question is, because I know that's not
Preserve
something.
it for the record.
Huh?
You can preserve the questions for the record, but then we'll move on.
That's correct. Thank you. When you gave what I've referred to as the Martin Luther King weekend church speech, you know what I'm referring to.
A great honor of mine. That's a historic African-American
Sorry, because
church.
it was
I
on
do.
Martin Luther King Day. I thought you meant like.
Did you have handwritten notes with you that you were reading from during the speech?
And on second thought, Mr. Sadow, because you might have a number of questions about this, why don't we just bullet point what you would want to cover on this to preserve for the record, and then we'll move on to the next topic.
Okay.
Since I had laid out before that the forensic misconduct isn't a
So
subject
do
of the
I
evidentiary
not
hearing.
get an answer for that?
That's right.
Okay. Did you read your speech?
Well, no, Mr. Sadow, for everything related to any forensic.
Oh, you just want me to
misconduct
stay out of it now?
We're just not, we can do it in a bullet form if you just want to cover what you would have asked, but it's not in a question and answer format.
Okay, so I should do that at this point or do it when you're ready?
We can do it right now, so it's fresh on.
I'm going to ask her about, did she prepare the speech? Did she have notes on the speech? Did she read the speech? When did she do this? When did she write the speech? Who was she referring to when she was talking about others? Who was she referring to when she said they? Who she was referring to when she spoke in terms of their, that is.
I would love to answer those questions.
Well, Ms. Willis, you could certainly do that in some other format, but for today, that's.
Hey, go back to the church.
Who was she talking about that was playing the race card, and why she didn't tell the people at the church that she had had a personal / romantic relationship with the, all due respect the way it was characterized, the black man that she was referring to, and was the black man she referring to, was that Mr. Wade?
Okay.
That's that area
Okay.
of inquiry.
Noted for the record, Mr. Sadow. Next topic.
Okay.
What's his name? Mr. Saydown? I like this guy. Like it looks like the hard ass.
I realize that
is
you
still
testified
loving.
that you have no records that with regard to cash payments.
Yes.
Correct?
Mhm.
Would your bank records reflect that you
Withdrawals.
withdrew cash
Asked and answered.
from your bank account
No, it was over years.
during the time period of 2020 2021, 2022, or 2023? I'm not asking you, I'm just asking whether they would reflect that you withdrew cash from any of your bank accounts.
So the exact amounts?
No, just
But yeah,
that you did.
Of course, I withdrew money throughout that time period, throughout my life. I withdrawn money from the bank. Yes, of course.
Talking about cash from, that is, that you go to a
Cash,
bank
right.
or you go to an ATM and you take cash out.
Either that way, or you go to Publix and you overpay, or you go to another store and you overpay.
I don't
So
think they
yes,
let you do that anymore.
both through that, yes, of course they would reflect that at times.
Okay, and so those records, if we had them, would show that, correct?
That throughout the course of my life, I took out money.
I was very specific. I said
Yes, during the course
2020.
of that time period, I would have taken money out, yes.
So, do you have a problem with?
I absolutely, yes.
You don't want the bank records to be made available for the court and the court
I'm
alone?
going to object as to the relevance, and this has already been addressed earlier as it relates to other records. This is an improper line of questioning. He's doing it for the purpose of harassment, or frankly.
Oh, bad.
I'm just going
Harassment.
to sustain
Harassment.
it on relevance. Mr. Sadov, that's something you want to?
Guy looks like
follow
David
up privately?
Portnoy's younger brother, Barstool
You can
Sports
do
guy.
that.
Last area, briefly.
Yes, sir.
You had contact with Mr. Wade in the year 2020, correct?
Ooh, I had some contact with Mr. Wade.
Would you explain when you say some contact? Please tell us, talking about 2020.
I had some contact with Mr. Wade in 2020. One of the reasons your allegations are so preposterous, or Ms. Merchants that you have joined, is.
Ma'am,
No, no,
I
no,
didn't
no.
ask you about the allegations. I asked you about your contact. That's all I asked
Good.
you.
Shut her up.
I appreciate that you want to say something, but I'm interested in, did you have contacts with Mr. Wade in 2020? And your answer so far has been yes, correct?
Very limited contact because Mr. Wade had a form of cancer.
What was
and
it?
makes your allegations somewhat ridiculous.
And I do
Prostate cancer?
appreciate the
I'm not going to
characterization.
emasculate a black man, but I'm just telling
Jesus,
you.
this
sorry,
woman
what?
nothing
I'm
about.
not going to emasculate a black man.
What would be
Did you understand that?
emasculating about having
I
prostate
don't think
cancer?
we should
Get back on
discuss
track.
further.
Mr. Sadov, next question.
Trying to, Your Honor. Would you
What would
tell
be
us
emasculating
on the
about having
occasions in
prostate cancer, you
2020
itch
that
bag?
you had contact with Mr. Wade?
I'm sorry, I thought I had answered that. Yes, yes, sir. There were times in 2020 I had contact, but 2020 was a year I was running for office. It was a year that he was going through some serious medical issues, and I did not have much contact, but I certainly had contact with him in 2020.
Did you
It
go
wasn't-
out to eat with him?
Unbelievable.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Probably.
Probably. Yes or no?
Did you visit him in any location, his office, or did he visit you in your office?
Emasculate.
In
'cause he had prostate cancer.
2020.
What the fuck does that mean?
I am sure he, I'm sure, ooh, that's a very good question.
Oh.
I'm sure he came to 750 in 2020.
750 is,
Was my office.
okay.
Not often, but maybe once or twice. Maybe I went to his office once or twice, but maybe once.
And the purpose for going to his office would have been what?
Maybe we would have went to
Maybe.
Mellow Mushrooms for pizza.
Lickety
or
split to mellow mushrooms.
Maybe he would have come for lunch. I'm sure we went by each other's office though, but not often, not a lot. We both grinding, trying to make a
But
living.
wait, I understand.
You're
what you said
grinding it.
about
You're
the
both
cancer. I'm
grinding
not
it, all
going
right.
into that.
This is.
But when you were going out with him to
Holy
restaurants, or when he would come to your office, right? Those were not sterile environments, were they?
Oh, very sterile because it
The
was.
restaurants were sterile environments?
A lot of times we wouldn't eat there. We would pick up something and go in, but
Oh.
they were. You
I'm listening to you. You pick up and take it to where?
maybe eat at our office.
Maybe,
but it did
maybe.
not happen much. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. And my office in 2020, nobody was coming in. I was stir crazy, so I would still go into my office. If you remember, when I started this, I said, I am not even sure if we came to each other's offices, but I am
Oh,
trying
I'm pretty
to be
sure you came to each other's
over
office. You know what I'm
cautious.
saying?
So
Oh yeah, over.
I
So we
think
go to
I can
restaurants.
recall him at 750 a couple of times. I just think I can recall him at 750 once, but let's say twice. I have seen his office. I remember all the awards in the lobby, but I'm not sure in
award-winning.
2020 I went. I'm not even sure I went in 2020 at all. I just want to tell you yes, because I'm not sure. But I have a distinct recollection of him at 750. I actually don't have a distinct recollection of me at his office in 2020. But maybe I went to his office in 2020. Maybe.
Did you have ongoing phone conversations during 2020 with Mr. Wade?
Oh yeah, I talked to. Yes, absolutely. Yes.
Yes, no question about that.
No question. I talked to him on the phone in 2020.
I understood, and this is, maybe I was confused. The Belize trip was for
His 50th birthday.
his 50th birthday, and that was in
March. He turned 50 March 18th of 2023. If you look at the dates of the trip, I think we were there about 6 days. We stayed at
Not
two
bad.
different locations.
and you paid for it.
100%. He said, not only, I mean, I paid for the hotel, I paid for the flights, I had a birthday luncheon for him, I paid for massages, I paid for everything.
And would those payments be reflected on your
I
credit
paid for
card?
the cash.
You paid them in cash?
Cabs. I was telling you all the different things. I paid.
And I'm asking you whether or not those payments would be reflected on credit card bills of yours.
So there was about $500 that I think is reflected on a debit card. What my recollection is, I took about $4 in cash with me to that.
400 or 4,000?
4,000. But I remember I handed him 2,500, and then the rest was just
No,
the
that's
money
not
we
at
spent.
all what you said.
I probably gave $300 or $400 to this guy who was a taxi driver.
Oh
He would
my
drive us
gosh.
every day around the 2 or 3 days we went.
Cash
Took him to
crazy.
eat like it was my trip money.
And you had, to be clear, to end this up, the 4,000 that you've just told us.
But I didn't give it all to him. Remember, I only gave the 2,500 to him.
I didn't ask you that.
You said you
I'm
gave
gonna
that
ask
well before you even
4,000
went.
is part of your, my words, cash hoard that you had collected over time.
What did you
Cash
just call
what?
me? What did you just call me?
H-O-R-D-E.
Oh, I
I
thought you
thought you
said.
said something different, so.
No, I'm afraid I wouldn't say that.
Dude, am I good or am I good? Give me credit,
All right,
people.
back on track.
So hoard, cash
A
hoard.
defensive woman
I would not
who knows that she's
classify
engaged
it
with
in
in
that way,
extramarital
but
affairs
I have money at my
views
house.
herself
Yes,
that
sir.
way.
And the money, when you had money at your house,
I'm speaking too loosely. I had money wherever I was staying. So I was not referring to my house in 750. I'm saying I had money wherever I was laying my head.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, sir. That was my fault that I wasn't clear.
So you had
so
money.
when you were at what we said, the Yerde
Can't say it,
condo,
can't say it.
during the time period we've always discussed, that's where you would keep your cash.
When I stayed there, yes.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Are they going to pause it and come back tomorrow?
All right, I want to see if we can get through a few more defense counsel if possible before breaking for today. Mr. Stockton.
This has been beautiful, people. I knew that she heard whore and not hoard.
Madam District Attorney, I'm Alan Stocks, and I don't think we've had the pleasure of meeting.
No, we
Pleasure to
haven't,
meet
so
you,
I
sir.
love your accents.
Madam DA, you described these various trips, and Mr. Sadow asked you about going to Washington. Did you and Mr. Wade go to New York?
I've gone to New York. I've gone to New York twice since I've been district attorney. I'm trying to think if it's 2 or 3 times. I went to do a domestic violence thing there for sure, and I was honored, and I went to the Apollo there. Those are the only 2 trips that come to mind. I went. He was not with me.
You also said that he was a world traveler and had been on many of the continents.
Yeah,
Have-
yeah.
7 to 6.
He had
Have
his
you been
own
on any of
agents.
those continents with him,
Um,
besides this one?
where's Belize? What continent is that? I'm not being funny. I don't know.
South America.
Let's say, with the
I've been
exception
to
of,
Belize with him. I've been to the Bahamas with him. I've been with Aruba with him. Don't embarrass me. I'm not sure what continents those are on. Whatever continents those are, that's where I've been. I'm sure if I gave it some thought, I would tell you. But whatever continents those are, that I've been to those locations, sir.
but not Australia or any other continents.
I don't even want to go to Australia.
Yeah,
I
that
do
wasn't
know
the
he
question.
took a trip in December to Australia. I have no idea, you know. I don't know anything about that trip.
When Mr. Wade began working with your office,
Yes,
he had 2 other gentlemen that worked in his firm with him. Is that correct?
yes, Terrence Bradley worked for him, and Chris Campbell worked, not for him, they worked with each other.
Did you understand what their partnership arrangement was?
No.
Did he ever make you aware of how fees were divided?
Why is he the first one to ask these questions?
No.
Now, since you have been district attorney, the two gentlemen that worked with Mr. Wade and his firm, they also had contracts with your office. Is that correct?
I probably had two. I don't.
Well, I don't know if we've covered this in Ms. Willis, but I still don't know what the relevance would be of her testifying to this.
But I've had about 10. Oh, I'm sorry. Do you want me to answer
Let's
or
figure
no?
this out.
Answer it. Let her
Judge,
answer.
respectfully, I think based on Mr. Wade's testimony, he had an interest in those contracts.
He did?
Sure. And then, but how's that been imputed to Ms. Willis?
Well, if she
I
contracts.
don't know whether or not she knew she was giving him that benefit. That's what I was trying to explore.
Okay. Well, maybe we can start with that question, and then if she doesn't know about it, then the ins and outs of all the contracts wouldn't be quite as relevant.
Judge, to lay a foundation for that, though,
Let's see where it
respectfully, I
takes
need
us.
to.
Go ahead.
The two gentlemen that were in Mr. Wade's office, did they have what I think's been referred to as a taint contract?
So let me be clear, and I may get the names wrong. When I first became DA, the office was not properly staffed. And so I'm surprised any lawyer would take it, but I did a contract for like $60 an hour to help us out with first appearance. That lasted a few months. Okay, so I can't remember if Bradley or Campbell had that. I'm sure we can have records and I can tell you which one, but I just can't remember now. I liked their experience. Bradley had been a probation officer and a defense attorney. Campbell had been a police officer and a defense attorney. There's a reason I'm telling you this.
Yeah, let's hear it.
Then that contract, like I said, it didn't last long. It was just, I was aggressively hiring. As soon as I got where I felt like I had first appearance, enough lawyers for that, I let them go. Then we had what's called a filter contract, but it was not filter for this particular case. I do have a lawyer who does the filter for this election interference case. When we're talking about filter, the contract they had that neither one of them has any longer, I now have another lawyer that does that for me. It was only for police brutality cases. It's for what I call so when I first got to be the DA, I had, the whole unit was called anti-corruption. It dealt with both elections and police brutality cases. I actually took a trip to Houston and visited the district attorney in Houston. They divided their work up, and I thought the way she was doing it was better than me. And so I made a civil rights unit. And so they did what we would classify as civil rights cases. Those are specifically the police brutality cases. When I first took over, I was told Paul had not filtered 5 cases. That was a joke. It ended up being the 101 cases. They weren't filtered, which is why I hired 2 of them. Eventually, we got it down enough that it was 1 of them. And then now I still have 1 lawyer that does it, but now I've been able to cut those cases down to like 30.
Can you tell me and help me understand what the purpose of the filter is?
Yes, sir. So what a filter is police officers make statements in the line of duty, and you are not allowed as the prosecutor to know what those statements are if they're done in the furtherance of their employment. And in fact, if you know what those statements are, you're basically disqualified from the case. You can't have it anymore. So what our policy is, I think I pay them like a $50 flat fee. They pick the case up directly from the GBI because that's where those cases go to. And then what they are to do is to go through the entire file. So the body cam, which is important because sometimes they'll make a statement to their supervisor on body cam, in the police reports where they write things. If it would be easy if it was just some statement of the police officer, but what you find out is these statements are embedded in it. And so what your filter lawyer does is they go through it, they either redact it out electronically or they cross it out. And then once it is crossed out, then they provide it to my team, and then we're able to look at it. That was not being done appropriately when I became district attorney. I thought that it had only been, so Mr. Howard had some Chinese wall thing that I didn't think worked at all.
That's racism.
Where allegedly those cases were properly redacted. That ended up being a joke. And so the 5 cases really turned into, I'm not going to say all 101,
but a vast majority. That is the work that Mr. Bradley and Mr. Campbell did for me. They did a really good job. All of those cases that we originally came with, they're done. Those cases they're not just done for Mr. Bradley and Mr. Campbell. They're done through my office. But obviously, life is not stagnant. There have been new police cases. I do have a lawyer that is doing that work now. That doesn't work for me. That's same kind of deal. I have another lawyer that does filtering for this case.
Okay, can you
completely separate.
Can you back up from the
So
microphone?
in the same private office, you had a filter contract, then you had somebody else handling first appearances and so forth, and then you had a special prosecutor. Is that correct?
Yes.
I'm just not. Ultimately, the answer to your question is yes, but I'm not sure that they did it at the same time.
Okay.
The first appearance contract was either $60 or $90. I don't know really how I convinced them to be able to take that, but I think because it was for such a short amount of time. And then I think I pay my filter lawyers, which I still don't know how I get away with, about $150 an hour. And I want you to understand, the AG pays special prosecutors $1,000 an hour. So I'm a tough negotiator. Paul was paying people up to $375 an hour. I won't pay anyone more than $250 is my max. I have a lot of lawyers for what I have that work at $250, and I cap them every month. You can't go past a certain amount of hours.
Would you agree that if Mr. Wade and the two other gentlemen that were in his firm were splitting fees in equal thirds, would you agree that he would benefit from the tank contract and also from the other first appearance contract?
I would agree he would make money. Yeah, so to make money is a benefit.
Just a thought, guy.
Mr. Durham, if you're still with us on Zoom.
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. McDougall.
Oh, please end it for the day,
You have a
guys.
couple, Your Honor, but it's a little awkward from back here. Do you want me to?
Yeah, why don't you go ahead and make your way up?
Okay, and I might have to bolt quickly after this ends, people. I'm going to do this again tomorrow. Holy cow. Wait until you see how the media frames her testimony. Stunning and brave. Fani Willis stands up to the white man. They won't quite frame it like that, but holy cow, is this Judge Engeron's brother? I'm joking.
Good afternoon, Ms. Willis. How you doing?
I'm very well. How are you, Mr. McDougall? I think this is our first in-person meeting, correct?
Second.
Second? Well, I apologize for not remembering you more clearly.
Oh, be quiet, Fanny. I like this guy's smile.
I'm referring now to exhibit number 21.
Yes, sir.
Which was your financial disclosure form for 2022.
Yes, sir.
And it has a question which requires you to disclose any gifts or favors from a single prohibited source in the aggregate amount of $100 or more. Do you see that?
I don't, but I believe you.
It would be on page 2 in the middle, paragraph number 3.
The second part of this, Robert, is definitely less damning than the first.
Yes.
And what is your understanding of a prohibited source for purposes of this form?
I believe there's some classification of somebody you like don't have a personal relationship with that gives you $100.
All right, if you look under there at subparagraph 2, Romanet 2, it defines it as someone that you know or should know is seeking to do or is doing business with the county, correct?
Yes, but yes.
That includes Mr. Wade as of the date you filled out this form, correct?
Yes, but he never gave me a gift of $100 or more. The only thing that I would say maybe went over that, but I don't think it ever did, is if we went to dinner and my meal was $100, but I don't think I've ever eaten $100 worth of food at a restaurant.
Now you understand why she had to make
I would not
repay
pay
with
him
cash.
back if we went to lunch or went to dinner. But trips, I paid him back for. You know, I never thought about the money until y'all brought it up, and I would be less than honest that says I was giving him the money back because I was the district attorney. I didn't take gifts from him for a lot of personal reasons. Anyway, I did not take gifts from him.
And so your reason
Jesus.
for not disclosing any gifts from Mr. Wade on exhibit number 21 is that the aggregate amount
on a net basis was less than $100 in the year 2022. Is that correct?
I did not accept a gift of him of more than $100 in 2022. The one exception to that, because I want us to be clear, is we probably went out to eat multiple times in the year. If you're considering eating a meal, because we went out multiple times, that probably went to the level of more than $100. But if we're doing tit for tat like that, I probably paid for as many meals as he paid for. And so I did not receive any gifts from him.
The question on the form,
I understand the
the
question.
aggregate in excess of $100, and your testimony is that you did not receive in the aggregate more than $100.
All right, Mr. Gould, you can sit down now.
I don't believe she answered that question, Your Honor. She answered as to specific individual gifts.
And you're not listening to my answer either, so we're done.
Very well.
Okay. Mr. Rice.
No further questions.
Mr. Gillen.
Let's be clear, by the way. Yep. Guarantee that comes before a lie. Trust me, I paid them all back for thousands and thousands of dollars.
Good afternoon,
Cash.
sir.
No trace. No Venmo. No payout.
A few questions here. I want to, you saw the book here, Find Me the Votes. That was shown to you, correct?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I would like to just tender this as an exhibit, number 22.
Is that your copy?
It is.
All right. What exhibit is that going to be?
22.
All right.
I'm making the
Is that
evidentiary contribution here to this. Now,
well, I guess you're tendering it. Is it with
There's going
position
to
of
be
the state?
a law joke here.
I'm going to object this to the relevance at this point. There's no relevance at this time.
Mr. Gillen, are you using this to confront her with prior statements?
No evidence of paying
and
anything.
statements that she made concerning her financial situation and laying the foundation for that, and that she gave these interviews to the authors. And so this would document that, and we ask her, get this in the record, ask her questions about it.
Well, we could mark it for impeachment purposes. I'm a little wary of entering an entire 300-page book because I don't know exactly what every single line, if it would pass hearsay or relevance or et cetera, but I don't think it needs to be admitted as an actual evidence for the record for you to do what you need to do with it. So,
Well, Your Honor, I understand. I just would,
it's marked as
again,
Exhibit 22, and we'll move from there.
thank you, Your Honor. Now, you were asked a little bit about this book before, correct?
I think Mrs. Merchant.
Ms. Merchant did.
Asked me some questions, yes.
And you gave about 6 interviews to the authors of this book in a sit-down?
No, sir.
You didn't?
No.
Was it?
She answered how many interviews she gave, in her opinion.
How many, in your opinion, do you believe you gave, and how long did they last?
2 to 3, maybe 20, 30 minutes.
So your testimony is at most, you think that you gave maybe an hour to an hour and a half's interview to the authors of this book?
Oh, you mean in total?
In total, yeah.
Maybe, yeah. Anywhere between, definitely not more than 2-ish hours.
Okay. But you also were telling, when they were, the title of the book, of course, is A Hard-Charging Georgia Prosecutor, a Rogue President, and the Plot to Steal American Election. You've seen that.
Why is the title of the book relevant, sir?
And I had no.
And then I'm going to ask her whether or not that was the theme that they gave her when they talked with her.
What the thing gave her? What do you mean by that?
Well, because they were sat down and they told her why they were there to interview her.
And why does that matter?
Well, I think it matters because it shows, but they want her to give her version of what her life story is. This is almost a life story of her. So that's why it's relevant. But if the court thinks it's not, then
No. It could be relevant to your issue of the forensic misconduct that has been alleged, and maybe some of the motives at play when it comes to forensic misconduct. But I'm not seeing, again, what we're here for today was the relationship and/or any financial elements of it.
correct. Well, I think it clearly relevant to the forensic misconduct, also relevant to the personal interest in terms of the finances.
I didn't make 10 cents off that book.
Pardon me?
I didn't make 10 cents off that book.
Didn't ask whether you made any money.
Okay, I just.
Didn't ask whether you made any money.
Do you have any other statements that she hadn't already been confronted with by Ms. Merchant?
Well, other than, I want to focus on, when you were telling them about
She's
your
angry that
financial
she didn't make any
straits
money
and you're
about
living
that.
kind of month to month, that is what your financial status was back in 2018 after your election.
Mr. Gillen, we covered that at length, and you're at the end of the line. I'm sorry about that, but we've got to find new ground.
Yep.
Well,
okay.
let me move on to my point here. So the point is that what you're telling us is that you were in financial straits, but really that your testimony today is you had a cash hoard of maybe up to $10,000 in cash where you laid your head at night so that you would dip out and there would be no record of it, correct?
That's not what I'm telling you, sir.
That's argument.
That's not,
They're gonna
that's
be an
not at all
objection.
what I'm telling you. What I'm telling you is that throughout the course of my life, I have always kept cash in my house. That cash has ranged from times, my father would probably be ashamed of this because he would say it should be more.
Okay,
But
enough with the shame
that
of your
cash
father.
at times has ranged from $500 to maybe $9,000, and he would be like, "That is not what I told you to do."
She's such a
I've always
disgusting
had that amount of
person. I'm
money.
sorry.
What I've told you
Always
is that when
pleading
I
on sympathy,
travel, you
identity
do better
politics.
negotiating when you travel. If you have cash, you go to get the cab. They say, "Oh, we're gonna charge you $300 for the day." Well, I got American cash. Will you take it for $150? And so it's my practice to take money when I travel. We're not talking about a whole lot of money. We're going to the Bahamas. $1,500 in cash is in my pocket, or at the most $2,500. Belize was actually probably the most money I've ever taken, and it was taken because it was a big deal. My 50th birthday sucked.
What are you
His
talking
50th
about?
birthday,
What are you
it sucked. It
talking
was
about?
terrible. No,
Your Honor,
and
I'd
so
like to get back
Shut
to
her
some
up.
questions here. rather
I'm
than-
trying to answer.
No, you're not.
I
You're.
think it would help if we.
So let's
Good question
move to the specific yes or no's here. Have you told us today that you would keep a cash hoard in your residence up to about $9,000? Yes or no?
And throughout the course of my adult life. And so let's even be more specific than that.
let's.
Probably from the time,
Your Honor, I'm only asking for yes or no rather than speech.
And we have already covered this.
Yes,
so I
but
need
yeah,
to
but
get
I'm
to that
trying to-
point.
I'm
I know
trying
you're
to
laying the
move forward
foundation, but it's already been laid. So
Yes.
The filibuster is here. I'm trying to move through the filibuster.
yeah, but we're not talking about a lot of, and so it could be 2,000, it could be 1,500, it could be 7,500. It just depends on what you're doing at
how
that
I felt-
time.
how I felt
What
that
I'm
day.
telling you is when I traveled, I took cash. I find that when you travel, especially to foreign countries, the American dollar does well, and it's good to have cash. You can negotiate with the taxi driver, with the
we
jet
heard
skis,
you, we heard
with
you,
the,
we heard you.
and it's not a lot of money we're talking about.
Your Honor,
Okay,
we
understood,
need
Ms.
to,
Wells.
we need
Let's
to
get
cut
to it.
off the.
Let's get to a
narrative
question, Mr. Gillen.
And so you have cash in your house, but you had a lien, a tax lien on your property.
He
is that
already
right?
asked and
I
answered.
don't believe I had a tax lien on my property.
You have a tax lien on your property.
You gotta talk up louder, Mr. Hunt.
Cumulative, Your
Okay, we already covered that, Mr. Gillen. I need new ground here.
Yes, it's
I'm
5
asking
o'clock,
the
man.
question of, I'm trying to figure out how someone can have a tax lien.
Then ask that
It's,
question.
it's
But
argumentative.
not use the money that they allegedly said they
Argumentative.
Well, I think Ms. Merchant asked that exact same question. She said she didn't use the money to pay your tax lien. So what's your question that's new?
had. So I was going to build on that to say,
No more building. It's already built.
all right,
It's the same way you pay a bill.
So just put
It's
the
a-
top on it if you need to,
It's the
okay?
same way you owe a bill and go shopping.
well,
some of us
now, have you ever used, did you say earlier that you used Cash App?
Yeah. Here you
When
go.
I would pay Robin Bryant, I used Cash App.
Why didn't
What
you
is
use that?
Cash App for the record?
I don't need to know that for the record. Let's keep going.
Well, so.
The judge is not being a coward now, by the way. He's just trying to be
Why
expedient.
aren't you paying, allegedly paying Mr.
There's no alleged here.
Why aren't you paying allegedly Mr. Wade
Say it again.
with Cash App?
I don't think Mr. Wade does Cash App.
Did you ask him?
I think he's told me he doesn't do Cash App.
Okay, so that's the reason why you didn't use Cash App,
He's sitting next to me. I hand him the money.
because there would be a record in Cash App of your making payments, correct?
Yes,
Right.
but I didn't think that I was making a record in a personal relationship.
Because when you're filing your, and I know that I'm going to move into this financial statement here. You were asked just a second ago about your non-disclosure form, or your disclosure form of an Exhibit 21, where we agree that Mr. Wade is a prohibited source, correct?
What I agree to is, I don't believe he's giving me gifts. You would like to classify these trips as gifts,
but I've always paid my fair share on these trips, so I did not look at them as gifts.
My goodness.
I don't think that what this is disclosing, and they can tell me if they mean something different, I don't think it means that if you go to dinner with somebody over the course of a year and it gets to 100, you're supposed to report it. If my understanding of that is wrong, I've probably been to lunches with a couple of people that over the course of a year, I paid.
Let me, prohibited source means.
We already went over this, Mr. Gillen. Mr. McDougall.
Well, Your Honor, I have to lay the foundation here before I can follow up with my next question.
I don't know why you can't. You have to.
Well,
It's already,
okay,
the questions have been made.
Then your 2022 disclosure form did not list any of the thousands and thousands of dollars that Mr. Wade paid for on trips that you were on. Isn't that correct?
That's because Mr. Wade was paid that money back, or he was paid due to the fact that I bought the plane ticket or I paid for the hotel. There were never money that he gave me. That wasn't the nature of our relationship. You know, there's so many men, and Mr. Wade is one of them, where the nature of the relationship is they're just paying a woman. The nature of our relationship is companionship and friendship. Despite the way people would like to paint certain women, it's just not true.
Final question. And not a single solitary documentary piece of evidence.
Asked and answered, man. Come on.
Withdrawn the cash to pay him
All
back.
right. Thank you, Mr. Gillen.
That's not accurate.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. McCullough, on behalf of Mr. Floyd. All right, and Mr. Cromwell on behalf of Ms. Latham.
Great thing about becoming last is most of your questions. I had one question, Ms. Willis. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
In the time period between February of 2021 and January of 2022, while you were staying at the Yurdi condo, did your father ever come and visit you during that time period at the Yurdi condo?
He did not.
That's all I have. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Cross, I would imagine you have a number of topics to cover with Ms. Willis that'll take more than 10 to 15 minutes.
I do.
Okay, then I think we've reached a stopping point for today.
Yes.
And so, Ms. Willis, I'd ask you to step down now. And
Under oath, don't talk about your testimony.
Remind you that you're not to discuss your testimony or that of any other witness.
Good. Yeah, but what are the chances of her not
And we'll
doing
begin
that?
again at 9
Zero.
We'll do 9 a.m. this
9
time
a.m., okay.
tomorrow. Before we recess for today, I want to check in on logistics, and I'll ask Ms. Merchant. Once the testimony of Ms. Willis is concluded, how many other witnesses do you anticipate calling?
And then we submit Delta records that the state objected.
We can handle that now. Ms. Willis, you can step down. You're done for the day.
Do we want to
You
hear
want
the
me
rest
to
of
leave the
this?
courtroom?
Or you can sit at the council table. We don't need you in the witness
I'm
box.
going to need to run.
All right, so 2 witnesses, and then querying other defense counsel. I know Mr. Gillen, there was a potential witness that was objected to by the state, so there's another one there, and we can talk about that. Were there any other witnesses anticipated from any defense counsel? All right, seeing no show of hands, and then Ms. Cross, any witnesses on your behalf?
I expect so, Your Honor, and I expect that to take only 4 to 5 hours.
Okay, and
Oh,
how many
shit, we're gonna
witnesses
go-
would you imagine?
We're going more than tomorrow?
Without committing myself to a final number, my best guess at this point would be 3 to 4.
Okay.
It's going to go on through Monday.
All right.
We know who, I gave them our witnesses. I know we're supposed to give witnesses for an evidentiary hearing. I'm guessing that one is John Floyd, but I don't know anything else.
All right. No, I understand, Ms. Merchant. However, I don't think at this point there's any statutory requirement. We have the standing order that for expert witnesses, and if state doesn't want to extend that courtesy, then I think you're stuck with it. All right.
I'm certainly happy to represent that Mr. Floyd will be a witness, that the other witnesses will be impeaching of Ms. Yurdi.
Okay. All right. Let's take up these last couple issues here before we break. Then the issue of the Delta Airlines records. Ms. the motion to quash was filed by the state on behalf of Mr. Willis, I believe.
I did file a motion, Your Honor.
Oh, excuse me.
But my representation was that I just got notice of them, I think it was yesterday.
Okay.
And so now that I've had the review of them, I object to the general fishing expeditions. I've introduced a new record today that was from Delta. To my knowledge, that there's going to be no further new production in the Delta records. I don't want to burden the court with anything. If the court wants to take a look at it and see if there's anything different than that, I don't have an objection. I don't like the idea that we're just looking for anything. I don't want to put an obligation on the court, but I'm happy to agree to an in camera if that's important.
And so, Ms. Merchant, I take it. All right. So, Ms. Merchant, I take it the purpose of this subpoena. I'm going to need you to step out.
Step out, man.
Judge, the purpose is to show travel records.
Right. Is it because you suspect there are other travel records, or just you think there might be something else in there?
It's, well, one is to prove some of the travel records that they traveled together. And so we have no problem, like I told the state, putting the camera, I don't even do.
I mean, what I'm saying is if we've heard about the trips today in detail. Is there anything else that's in these records that you're saying is going to prove some additional trip, or is it just further corroborating what really is kind of uncontested at this point?
There may be some additional trips.
But you don't know of any specifically. You just think there might be any. Okay. All right. Well, then let's continue with that. Then, if you want to send them or instruct Delta to send them to us in chambers, we'll take a look. And
oh my gosh.
And I think essentially, if there's, you can tell us, Ms. Merchant, what you think we should be looking for and what you think is relevant, and we'll do that. Okay.
Please end it for the day. End it. I got to get out of here.
Then when it comes to Mr. Schaefer's witness, there was an issue raised about this kind of being a summary versus an expert witness, and so I reviewed the motions, and I think there was the essentially kind of the summary document that Mr. Gillen's witness would, the sole purpose of this witness to introduce. Was there something about, I don't know whether it's from Mr. Abadi or Ms. Cross, was there something about this attachment substantively that you think is inaccurate, or is it literally just a summary document?
I can't tell because the documents to support it were on a thumb drive and there's tens of thousands of those documents. And so I don't know.
Okay, people, I'm going to read a few of
I can point to
from
some
our locals
characterizations
community
on it that I would quibble with.
Sure.
I think the result is wrong, but I just can't agree to include the documents or someone testifying from the documents that I just can't verify.
I'm going to lower the volume here. I don't care about this. You guys can go watch it. I want to read a few of the locals chats, but tips before I go. From Quirky says her concern and reason for leaving her home should be that she didn't want to draw dangers to the house where her father and children were. Why would her father insist on her moving out to a place where she would be all alone? It makes absolutely no sense, and she knows that, and that is why she keeps bringing up COVID. Yep, she's a liar.
Mr. Gillen is a 3-page document.
Promise you she doesn't like being questioned by this guy. Here we go, says Glenn, says Desert Dog Studio, says Viva. As great as this is, I just can't take any more of this creature's ramblings. I eagerly await your highlights clips, and thank you for your sacrifice.
What do you have?
Forget the threats. She just invited home invasion. That's from vivabarneslaw.locals.com. Okay, I'm going to end this here, and I'm just going to bring up the, let me run this here, and I'm going to bring up some of the Rumble rants and thank everybody for your participation, for your support. Viva, will you commit to buy a new chair at $400,000? Yes, Rockahora. In fact, maybe I'm going to go find one at the mall right now. Dozer Matt, are we all seeing these? Dozer Matt 61 says, when you go Napa, your tasting fees are applied to your wine purchases. This much is true. We got Heather E74 is now a monthly supporter. Welcome to the above average vivabarneslaw.locals.com community. Viva Frei. J Pitsy 40 says, gotta be careful from contracting anything from the taint. I get that joke. J Law Bronco. Viva, look up the song. I've seen it. I don't want to get in trouble for saying it. It's hilarious. Mother Love says, before she said she didn't take out the cash, then she said she had the cash where she laid her head. Yeah, and now she's like, yeah, I took it out of the things. We're going. 2 seconds, Ethan. Oh, shut the front door. Well, this is one way to end a show. Okay, guys. This is This might be the craziest shit I've ever seen. Sorry, earmuffs. In my life, it's a literal shit show, earmuffs. This is why when you... This is who is trying to go after Donald Trump. You've got to be kidding me. That's from Jamie Young 714. Reader says, need to look at her rulings. This lady being the judge needs to be examined in depth. Rockahora, less than 20,000 away, Viva Frei. I believe in you. Less than 20,000 away, the Viva Frei. Has anyone been behind bars in Georgia that should be out immediately? Disgraceful. That's from XM. She paid the trip for Belize, but messed up and said she gave him money in Belize. It was so fast you may have missed it. Travel Monk 46. Get it, clip it, and share it. Now, with that said, I just got these in the mail. One, take a stand. One is for auction, and one is for me from the lectern guy, Adam Johnson. Dude, I'm keeping one of these, and it goes right here. And one of these, I'm now going to auction it for a charity of the lectern guy's choice. Everybody, I've got to wind it up because I got to go do a message before this happens. Thank you all. I'll be live tomorrow, 9 o'clock, maybe a little earlier. Mamacita, that was a big day. I'm going to end the stream and probably leave the chat open in locals, and I'll try to get into it while I'm driving, and I'll leave it open in Rumble for a little bit. What do I got there? Let me see what this is. Why do I get so many packages today? Keep it down here. I don't want to... Oh! I have no idea what this is. Okay, this is not for me. This is not for me. I don't know what this is. Okay, leave this here. Okay, we're doing it. I'm ending it now, everybody. 8 hours. 8 hours. Holy crab apples. I'd let it go to 8 hours on the nose, but that would just be too neurotic. So thank you all for being here. Thank you for the support. Snip, clip, share away, and I will see you all tomorrow. Rock on, Havoc!